Good evening. 2 years ago, your votes sent Sir Keir Starmer sweeping into power. He won a landslide in the general election. But his leadership and the future of our country is at stake tonight. This is Makerfield, where the man who wants to get to number 10, Andy Burnham, must win tonight to have that chance. The contest could be the most important by-election in modern history. The careful counting is beginning, but whatever the result, political drama beckons. If Andy Burnham wins, he hopes to become Prime Minister, perhaps in a few weeks. The Mayor of Greater Manchester believes he has enough support in Labour to succeed Starmer. But Reform UK and Nigel Farage could stop him in his tracks if they win. They'd prove again they can beat Labour in its traditional territory and build the sense of momentum they hope will take them to number 10. But there's a trio of by-elections to follow tonight. The SNPs, hoping to hang on to 2 seats in the northeast of Scotland, will be live in Aberdeen and Arbroath. Sir Keir Starmer might wish he was still with world leaders at the summit rather than here at home. Whatever the results, he knows his job is on the line. Now he's back, perhaps even watching now nervously behind that famous black door. On the edge of their seats, we'll be joined by a cast of top politicians. To kick us off, Kevin Hollinrake, chair of the Conservatives, Baroness Angela Smith, the Labour leader of the Lords, and Danny Kruger, one of Reform's MPs. Alex Forsyth's at the giant screen, and Professor Sir John Curtice is ready to crunch the numbers. So stay with us to witness history tonight, whatever happens. Good evening and a very warm welcome to By-Elections 2026, to you at home and to our guests in the studio. By the morning, we will know if a challenger is on the way to try and unseat the Prime Minister, who took Labour back to power not even 2 years ago. But the party that's led all the polls for more than a year, Nigel Farage's Reform UK, has been trying to block Andy Burnham and win Makerfield and stop that happening. Let's show you live what's happening right now in that constituency, where 77,000 people have an incredible level of power. The constituency is made up of towns and villages, won by Labour in 2024, but won handsomely by Reform in the council elections only about 6 weeks ago. But since then, the MP there stood down to make way for Burnham. A plan to bring him back to Westminster to unseat Keir Starmer, a coup in plain sight. We'll be watching everything that happens there. You can see the counting just getting going. We're on the ground too in Aberdeen South. It's a marginal seat currently held by the SNP, who won narrowly over Labour at the general election. But the Tories have high hopes of taking the seat, pushing at concerns over the oil and gas industry. It would be their first Scottish by-election victory since the 1970s if they manage to do it. And then we'll show you what's happening in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. The SNP is hoping to hang on there tonight. It's also a marginal seat, but it looks like they'll be able to hold on. But there is so much to get through. But Alex Forsyth here at the desk. Let's just make absolutely no bones about it. This by-election in Makerfield could usher in a change of Prime Minister, which would be our 7th in 10 years.
You cannot overestimate just how significant this by-election is, Laura. I'm actually fresh from Makerfield today, where I've spent the last couple of days. And when you are on the streets of that constituency, this cluster of towns south of Wigan that make up Makerfield, you can feel it everywhere. The placards, the signs in the windows, the journalists that have just descended. The people know just how high the stakes are. And that is because what is at stake here is they are making a decision that will not just affect that constituency, but potentially the country, because if Andy Burnham wins, he has made no bones about the fact he will challenge Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership.
And the sense we're getting off the ground is that turnout might be much higher than you'd expect in a normal by-election, maybe as much as 60%. I mean, when you were there, you say people have got a sense of the importance. But what did your gut tell you? I know it's very difficult always, and I'm not going to tempt you to predict it, but how were people looking at the two big rivals there? Burnham's Labour, that Burnham really running on his own, as it were,
Yeah.
and Reform on the other hand.
I mean, the signs are everywhere, and you're right. When you see the Andy Burnham sign, it isn't Andy Burnham for Labour, it is Andy Burnham, and a sort of cartoon depiction of his head. People are totally engaged in this battle, and I think they recognise, broadly speaking, that it is between, in terms of winning the by-election, Reform UK, Robert Kenyon, their candidate, or Andy Burnham. People are really conscious that what they decide could lead to a leadership challenge. I think it's fair to say the Labour operation were pretty chipper when I was there, maybe just because the sun was shining and it makes it easier to knock on doors when it does, but they were certainly pretty chipper. What was extraordinary is just how big the operation was from Labour. I mean, they told me they had knocked on every door in that constituency 7 times. I mean, that's extraordinary. People were showing me the piles of leaflets that had come through their doors because the parties are fighting this so hard. And Reform UK the same. You know, Nigel Farage has been out there today banging the doors. And I think people are very conscious that they are making a huge decision with significance well beyond the constituency boundaries.
You can see just some of the images there in the town. There's some of Andy Burnham's giant posters spread around the place. It was the same for Reform, as yours telling us, placards there everywhere. But any whispers from the both camps tonight?
I think that Labour are not taking it for granted, but maybe quietly confident about Andy Burnham's chance of victory, which in and of itself is quite extraordinary because this is a part of the country where Reform's really been on the charge for some time, and that is what still makes it a little bit unpredictable, as well as the presence of some of the other parties in that constituency.
OK. Well, let's bring in then our guests at the table. Welcome to all three of you, and thanks for being with us as we kick off our coverage tonight. Angela Smith, firstly to you. Do you expect that Andy Burnham is going to do this and defy the national trend?
I think we all hope so. It is a challenge, and as Alex has said, you know, it's pretty unpredictable. In the local elections, and a few months ago, you wouldn't have given us a chance in this seat. The Reform took 8 out of the 8 local council seats. They got around, I think, 50 or more than 50% of the vote. So it's a brave step to take on a seat like this. So I think we're cautious about it. We have worked so hard, and it's one of those by-elections that people wanted to be part of, because if Reform was to win this seat tonight, which would have been predicted before, it would be very good for them. If they don't win tonight, it's very damaging them, and actually it is very good for the Labour Party to win the seat.
Shouldn't be so difficult for you, though, really, should it? I mean, you won by the general election no less than 2 years ago, pretty clearly. You've got one of your most famous politicians running it, somebody actually who has very high popularity ratings compared to your current leader.
Yeah, but I think if you look what happened in the local elections in May, that's your starting point, and that's what makes it unpredictable. So we've worked hard, we've got a good candidate, we've fought on the issues. It's been a very positive campaign. I think you said your experience, Alex. If the sun shining always helps. I've worked in by-elections in the rain and the snow, and they're not much fun. I think my colleagues here would agree with that. The sun makes it easier. But, it's not been an easy one for us to fight. It was a challenge.
Well, he's been running it basically almost against Keir Starmer, though. I mean, he's made it very, very obvious that it's about him making his way, he hopes, to number 10, saying things like change is coming. Yeah. And the party's not anywhere on his merch, which is always a giveaway sign, isn't it?
Does anybody think Andy Burnham isn't Labour? Come on, he's well-known. He's one of the most well-known Labour politicians in the country, and it's Labour members who've been out there with him day after day after day. Yes, he's ambitious, but I want Labour MPs to be ambitious. Come on. OK, well, Danny Kruger, Reform, if you look at the polls, that you've been leading every single one since pretty much the beginning of 2025, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be in the bag. Why not?
Well, it's too close to call at this stage. It's amazing how close we are. I mean, this was not a brave move by Andy Burnham, except for the fact that Reform are running Labour very close. But it has been a Labour seat for 100 years. I mean, it's only ever been Labour since the birth of the Labour Party. Yeah. So
but your challenge has been that you're taking these seats.
Well, as we are. As we are. And as you say, in the local elections, we took all of the council seats, but only 2 years ago at the parliamentary elections, there was a 45% vote share to Labour. So this is Labour heartland, and I think it's extraordinary that we see a insurgent party, a new national party, actually, that's picking up support across the UK, not just in the Labour heartlands, challenging this most core Labour seat. But the fact is, it's an extraordinary by-election, as we've discussed. The fact is, just to emphasise the challenge that we're up against, yes, you have the traditional Labour voters who will always vote Labour, but you've also got, in this by-election, all the people whose only priority is to get rid of Keir Starmer, by the way, which we totally sympathise with. But so you've got a big support there for Burnham naturally. It's not for Burnham, it's just for traditional Labour plus the anti-Starmer vote.
But
so
you've
he's got
also
a big...
managed on the right to have a big bust up with this party, Restore Britain, which not everybody watching tonight might not even have heard of. It's led by a man called Rupert Lowe, who started that party, having a huge fallout with Nigel Farage.
That's right.
And there's quite a lot of evidence on the ground that they might take a decent chunk out of your vote. I'm not speculating about numbers, but that's been one of the dynamics in this campaign.
Well, there's been a lot of reporting about it and a lot of online speculation. Let's actually see what that vote looks like. But yes, I mean, it's unfortunate that we've had talk of a split on the right. There is clearly only one party that can possibly win this by-election. There's only one party that can challenge Labour for power nationally. And it's very unfortunate that we have, splinter groups on the right who are getting in the way of that Reform victory.
Kevin, he was looking at you when he said that.
Ironic is that?
Which one of you is a splinter group?
The Tories don't seem to be anywhere in Makerfield. We'll see what the Restore vote is. I suspect that it's more of a bubble than the reporting suggests, because it is a very online phenomenon, support for Restore.
Well, we will see. I mean, Kevin, your former colleague there, Danny, was poking fun at you for not being, anywhere competitive in a seat like this. There is a different part of the country, though, where the Conservatives do be sounding quite positive.
That's right, Makerfield was never going to be our seat. It never has been, even in 2019.
I was wondering if you were going to make a case for it, but actually...
Well, we ran a very good candidate. We ran a very good candidate, Mike Winstanley, really hard. And many people pay tribute to him as being a sensible person in the contest. But I think it is inevitable. It was going to be a fight. I think Andy Burnham will win. But the more important result for us tonight, one we'll have a much greater feature, more greatly in, is the Aberdeen South, which is very close between ourselves and the SNP. As you say, it would be a historic win for our Conservatives. Too close to call again. So let's see what the result brings. But I think the questions around reform are piling up. They've run two by-elections, both of which initially they were predicted to win, Gorton and Denton, and now this. Lost them both. I think they'll lose tonight, but from what I saw on the ground in Makerfield.
Can I just ask you, though, are you predicting Andy Burnham will win based on anything you've heard from the seat tonight, or are you saying that from your gut instinct, having been there?
It's the gut instinct of being there.
Okay.
And I think, I agree with Danny on some points. I think people do want to see a change of leader of the country. So that'll be a compelling reason to vote for Andy Burnham. But also, I think you put up another very poor candidate, and I think questions are piling up whether reform can actually win, even in seats that they should be. I think this is your 13th target seat in the country, and it doesn't look like you're going to win it again. So the reality is reform are fighting battles on two fronts. They've got Restore, as you said, eating their vote share. And they've got this massive battle going on internally between the wings of the party inside Reform. So they've got their own problems, but our focus, of course, you can never win in every part of the country. And our focus this evening is very much in Aberdeen South. An excellent candidate there, Douglas Lumsden, excellent campaign, and we're hoping for the best. OK,
well, we will have lots more chat with the three of you, and you're all raising interesting points and maybe cocking a little snook at each other a bit, which is always welcome on election programmes. But let's go straight to Makerfield, though. Let's hear from the ground. My colleague Harry Farley is there for us tonight, through the night. Hello, Harry. What does it feel like there? Because everyone here is saying plainly to our viewers with us how important it is. What's the atmosphere?
Well, I mean, the atmosphere is pretty electric. I mean, the hyperbole upon hyperbole really has been showered on these towns south of Wigan in terms of the scale and the significance of this by-election, and that's reflected around me. I mean, there is not just our friends in the British press, other broadcasters, but outlets from right around the world. CNN, ABC are outside as well, and I wonder how often that American news networks pay attention to a British by-election in the northwest of England. I think that reflects the gravity of what is happening here tonight. As you've been saying, Labour sources here are confident, perhaps a little bit more nervous than I was picking up a day or so ago, but confident nonetheless. They think that turnout will be high. They think that could be good for them, around 60%. They worry that if it goes much higher than that, then perhaps the Reform have managed to bring out voters that they are not aware of, so that if it tilts higher than that, perhaps that is good for reform. But I mean, Alex was mentioning just the scale of the operation that's been here in the last few days. I mean, she said they'd knocked on every door 7 times. One cabinet minister told me that had gone up to 8 times. I mean, whatever the reality, the scale of that operation has been extraordinary. Reform believe that they still have a chance. They think it's on a knife edge, as you were hearing. But I think one thing that I've been picking up from people on the ground here is it's not just whether Andy Burnham wins that matters for him and his future potentially in Downing Street, but the scale of that victory. If he beats Reform here by just a few hundred votes, if perhaps his margin of victory is less than the total number of votes achieved by Restore Britain and Rupert Lowe's party, then does that damage his authority? Does that damage his ability to challenge Keir Starmer quickly? All questions that we'll be asking in the hours ahead.
And Harry, if you're not one of the hundreds of politicians who's descended on the good folk of the Makerfield constituency in the last few weeks, and you're not one of the people who's lucky enough to live in that part of the world, give us a sense of the place. So you've made the point, importantly, it's not one place called Makerfield, it's a succession of towns and villages. But what is the demographic? What kind of area is it?
The demographic is largely white, 96, 97% around that. So it's a very different constituency to the last by-election that we were talking about in Gorton and Denton, for example. It is slightly older, perhaps, than the national average. And as you say, it is not one place. It is a collection of towns and suburbs south of Wigan, former industrial area, of course, an area that many people, when you speak to here, feel has been left behind by Westminster. And that's a narrative that both Reform and Andy Burnham have been trying to tap into, that they, in their different ways, would seek to represent the people and places and towns that make up this constituency of Makerfield in Westminster and bring their voices to Westminster. So both parties really, I suppose, trying to tap into what they see as a disenfranchisement, I suppose, disillusionment, I suppose, with British politics. And from the sense that we're getting as voting gets away behind me is that vote is could be very, very close indeed.
OK, Harry, thank you very much indeed. And we'll check back in with you throughout the night, and do give us a shout if anything suddenly happens. Alex, let's take a closer look then at the political history of Makerfield.
Yeah, and Laura, some of the details that Harry was talking about there, actually, about what this constituency is actually like. But starting with the political history, take a look at this. Now, this shows the dominance of Labour in the Makerfield constituency all the way back to when that seat was first constructed in 1983. You can see there Labour way out ahead of the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats as it was. And that was the case all through the years of John Major's government, Tony Blair's government, Gordon Brown's government, David Cameron's government, need I go on? All the way up to the general election in 2024, when that seat was won by the then MP Josh Simons by around a majority of about 5,000. But we can also take a look at how voters have responded in this constituency in just the past couple of years. So the 2024 general election over here, Labour won in the Makerfield constituency. Who came second? Reform UK with 32% of the vote. As I say, the then MP Josh Simons had a majority of just over 5,000. But take a look to a couple of years later, and the 2026, so this year, just in May, the local elections that happened. Now, of course, local elections cannot be compared directly with the general election, but what you can see is the popularity of Reform UK in this area at the most recent local elections, where they won most of the seats in the Wigan Council area, which is where Makerfield sits. It just gives you a sense of the key parties that are in contention in this by-election race. Let's have a look at how that compares to some of the other by-elections that we've had since the general election in 2024. There have been 3 pretty significant by-elections. The first one that took place was in Runcorn and Helsby. You can see just here, so in the northwest as well. Now, Reform won that by-election in May 2025 by just 6 votes, taking the seat from Labour with their now MP, Sarah Pochin. Then there was the Gorton and Denton by-election, which was also in Greater Manchester. Big, hotly contested by-election. Andy Burnham had wanted to stand in it, but he was actually blocked by Labour's ruling committee. In the end, the Green Party ended up winning in Gorton and Denton. And then you can see all eyes on Makerfield this evening, the greyed out area there, because we don't yet know what way it's going to go. So how do these by-elections compare in some of the makeup of the people who are living in these seats? let's start with Brexit. Happened 10 years ago, the Brexit referendum, if you can believe it. But of course, there are many people who think it's still having a real resonance in our politics right now. And if you look at Makerfield, the area that we're really focusing on tonight, 66% of people in that constituency voted to leave the European Union. So that's more than even Gorton and Denton or Runcorn and Helsby, those two other by-election areas, although in both of them, most people who voted in that referendum did back Brexit. Some other facts and stats here. If you look here, you can see that of these three by-election areas, Gorton and Denton is the most diverse. So it shows that they're not exactly the same people who are living in these constituencies. And similarly here, graduates, the number of graduates in each constituency, they're pretty much broadly similar. We've got some more detail about these constituencies. Here, the first one, right over in the far corner, the number of households who are claiming universal credit. You can see there, Gorton and Denton has the highest compared to Makerfield and Runcorn and Helsby. It's just really picking out some of the differences between these constituencies. Homeowners, a high proportion of homeowners in Makerfield and in Runcorn and Helsby compared to Gorton and Denton. And the same with car owners. Makerfield, 82% compared with 68% in Gorton and Denton, 81% in Runcorn and Helsby. So what can we conclude from all of this? Why are we even looking at these kind of facts and stats? Well, it shows when we think back to the fact that Reform have done pretty well in the area that Makerfield falls under recently. It might be because of some of these factors. Their high support for Brexit, that's something that normally plays well when it comes to Reform UK's support. Of course, we know Nigel Farage's role in the EU referendum campaign. Got a lot of people who own their own homes there. And these are different constituencies from Gorton and Denton, where the Green Party did well and won that by-election with their plumber candidate, Hannah Spencer, just a few months ago. So it means here, really in contention, not so much the Green Party in this by-election race. It absolutely is a race between Labour and Reform UK. And Laura, you know, it just makes it all the more fascinating when you start to dig between the headlines and see why perhaps people are looking at the parties that they're looking at.
It does, and also reminds us that even you can have a few miles, but almost worlds apart. Thanks, Alex, for now. Joining us now as well in the studio is Jess Phillips, Labour MP and former minister, one of those who resigned not so long ago, part out of disappointment with Keir Starmer's leadership. Just at the beginning of the programme, we're reminding people it's not even 2 years since you all got back into power with that huge landslide. And now here we are in a surreal position where somebody is trying to win a by-election in order to try and oust the Prime Minister. How did you get yourselves into that situation?
I mean, I'm not sure it was me that got us into that situation, but me collectively, the collective we. Look, I think it is quite surreal. I think that it's fair enough to feel that way about it. The local elections, and funnily enough, a lot of my colleagues whose local elections last year had a similarly calamitous effect, although they were in the, you know, like less in the big urban areas. It seemed to have less of a hit home. Feel very much like they tried to be the canaries in the mine, and very little changed, or they didn't feel listened to. And then we end up at the local election situation that we found ourselves in, which it's quite easy to forget now after all the political drama and calamity, and the sense of the unpopularity of, and I have to say, look, I can only speak for the doors I knocked in bits of the countries I went to, the unpopularity of the Prime Minister, and without wanting to blow the trumpet or make Nigel Farage feel any more arrogant than he already clearly does, the sense that the risk of reform is so great and the Prime Minister is so unpopular. Those two things will make the parliamentary Labour Party or the Labour Party more broadly really nervous about it's a great risk to us. I think the greatest risk to our country would be a reform win, and we have to do whatever it takes to stop that.
But if Andy Burnham doesn't win tonight, and we don't know, both sides saying it's too close to call, what on earth do you do then as a party?
Well, look, I don't... contrary to popular belief, and you know, like tonight really seems, although there are 2 other by-elections elsewhere, seems like it's all about Andy Burnham. I don't think it is all about Andy Burnham and whether he wins tonight, actually. I think that the central thesis, the central thesis stays the same, that we have a very unpopular Prime Minister and a risk of reform, and that we have to head that up and do something about that.
Whatever it is, so your friend Wes Streeting will challenge Keir Starmer?
Whatever it is, actually. Personally, I really think that what I would like to see from a very dignified man, the Prime Minister, is a recognition of that himself, the risk to the country of taking an unpopular leader into the next general election. And I would... Personally, I would really like to see him be the person who comes to that conclusion, because I think he deserves that.
Okay. In a second, you reminded us there are other by-elections. In a second, we're going to go to Aberdeen South and talk to my colleague Andrew Kerr there on the ground. But I just want to put that to you, Angela Smith, member of the Cabinet, sitting there. Jess Phillips is, in her view, this has to be the moment that Keir Starmer himself decides to go, whether or not Burnham wins or loses.
Well, first of all, I think we want Andy Burnham to win. We're Labour people. As a Labour candidate standing in the by-election, of course, we want Andy to win. I have to say, I don't think Keir's getting enough credit for what he's done for the country and what he's done for the Labour Party. You know, I've served in government under 3 Labour Prime Ministers now. And everyone says, oh, it was so much easier than it wasn't. And I remember times when people said exactly the same about Tony Blair and about Gordon Brown. Oh, we're unpopular, we've got to change the leader. And then things pick up. For me, I think what Keir has done for the Labour Party, he made us electable. That was a huge campaign to change from the days. Jess and I recall how difficult it was under Jeremy Corbyn. And people said he couldn't do it. They then said he couldn't win the election with Keir Starmer. Won a thumping majority, albeit from small majorities, but we won. And I think the thing that really makes a difference for people is how we deliver as a government, the difference you make to people's lives. And what I see in Keir is a real determination. That's what drives him. And at times, yes, Labour leaders are unpopular, but he has got a real commitment to seeing change in this country.
But isn't it more than that? Because you have historic unpopularity. You know, his popularity sort of fell off a cliff almost as soon as you walked through the door. And there are people who are ministers in government saying, it's not working. He's promised to change. He can't change. The formula doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I think there's things we've made mistakes. No, I think we'd admit that. No one can say that as a new government coming in after 14 years in opposition, we've got everything right. We've made mistakes. But if you're saying that
pushed to the back of the queue in Wales, you had appalling council losses this year, appalling council losses last year. It's not a few mistakes.
I have been here before, though, Laura. I've been here before.
We've both been here before. Yeah, on this table many times. But
I've been here before. No, I've been here before with different prime ministers and hearing the same arguments. I think what we have to show as a government, and you want a government of all the talents delivering for people. There are people out there today that rely on a Labour government. And if we just give up
Andy Burnham wants to be a Labour government. It's not about giving up. It's not about giving up on Labour necessarily.
I don't criticise him for that. What I criticise people for is not giving Keir Starmer the recognition he deserves as a Labour leader. And Jess is absolutely right. The fear of reform winning is what's driven a lot of the concerns Labour MPs have. I think we were prepared intellectually for some bad losses in the local elections.
But the point isn't about you both agree that reform would be a bad thing. Many people watching think reform would be a good thing. Millions of people have showed support for them in various different ways over the last couple of years. What is it, though, Jess Phillips, if people didn't read your very stinging resignation letter, what is it that doesn't work about his government?
I think that the very fundamental that I think is the problem, and Angela isn't wrong that he hasn't got. Look, you know, in my constituency, more children were brought out of poverty by this Labour government. Although I have to say, Keir Starmer had to be pushed to that position.
But you know, it's a driving force. The issue of poverty is something that drives. You know that.
So more children in my constituency than almost anywhere else were brought out of poverty, and absolutely they do not attribute that to the Labour government at all, and I didn't win a single Labour seat in the local elections. So there is a fundamental problem. What my constituents say to me, and look, you know, I can be incredibly mum, I'll admit this, but my constituents will say, I don't always agree with you, but I always know what you think. And I think that people in the country, their problem with Keir Starmer, even though he's in my constituency, brought loads of people, and probably in Makerfield and in Aberdeen, brought lots of children out of poverty, they don't feel like he did it like with his heart, or that it was him driving it, and that's a fundamental problem. Now maybe that can get better, but I haven't seen that get better over the time, and people don't feel that they know what he stands for.
Jess, that sounds to me that you're talking about a communications problem. It's not actually the drive. This is a man who wants to change things.
I mean, you know, I understand you saying people have been lifted out of poverty because the two-child benefit cap was lifted, which we think was the wrong decision.
It's stuff in schools as well.
But at the same time, there's over 220,000 people been added to the ranks of the unemployed since Labour came in. Now, it's giving one hand and taking with the other. That's the reason Keir Starmer is unpopular is mismanagement of the whole country. You've 18 U-turns. I mean, Angela, the cabinet ministers resigning. You know, that hadn't happened to Tony Blair at this stage. Jess resigned. Good people in that government are resigning because Keir Starmer can't govern. That's the reality. It's not some stick with the programme. No. It's just a mess.
I think you're wrong. No, I'm in the cabinet because I trust the Prime Minister to do a good job. And I wouldn't stay if I didn't. And I look at the things, and Jess has mentioned about children being driven out of poverty. You look at what's happening in the schools. You look at the investment that's being made, which after years and years of your government and underinvestment and the damage that was done, look at the international situation. Is there anybody that doesn't think that Keir Starmer is the best person in the country at the moment to be delivering the issue, to be delivering on the international stage? Well, of course you do. You've been paid to say that.
It'd be weird if you did.
Yeah. But I think
politics can be very strange. Like, stranger things have happened in this studio over the years. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'm sure Jess and I are united on saying the role that Keir has taken in leading on the international stage. When you've got President Trump in America. We're proud of the work he's done.
Okay. I don't disagree with that, but domestically, I think that more oomph was required by the public.
Jess, we have to let you go shortly, but before you do, can I just ask you, what is your ideal scenario for this weekend, and what is your nightmare scenario?
I mean, Andy Burnham not winning the by-election would not be a great outcome. But look, my ideal scenario, actually, I think, is for Keir Starmer to be given the opportunity and take it for a sort of dignified and because I genuinely think he deserves that to come to that conclusion. What I don't want to see happen, but I have to say, it may well be the thing that we get. I've learnt to be disappointed. Is then like chaos ensuing, the government collapsing, ministers walking out, and seeing what we saw under Boris Johnson. I don't want to see that happen.
And is that a possibility?
But I think that is a possibility, and that would, you know, I don't think that's good for the country, and I want to see a contest, and during the time of that contest, like the sort of conversations with those people standing in that contest to be had with, like you do in the lead up to a general election, with the institutions, with the civil service, the contact going on, so that a reasonable and good transition can happen, because that's what the country deserves.
You want to put the country through months of the Labour Party's different wings fighting it out.
Why would it have to take months?
Well, how quick? Well, a contest. How quick would?
I mean, that's up to the NEC, but there's absolutely no reason why it would have to take months. And if it's done in recess, I have to, because we go on, we go off for 6 weeks, and to pretend that the government is working at full pelt during that time. Sometimes the argument that having a contest will stop the government governing. I literally watched really, really vitally important policies be stopped for 7 months because of a grid slot not being found. So the idea that there isn't already masses of things that slow down government ministers trying to do things, I think is a delightful view that doesn't meet reality.
So your ideal scenario is Keir Starmer sets out a timetable, whether Andy Burnham wins or not, 6-week contest, new Prime Minister in
Make
time.
Make it 4, Laura, if you'd like it to be quicker.
Make it 4. Well, who knows? Well, MPs normally tell me off for saying that nothing happens in the summer. I normally say you're working very hard in your constituencies.
It's not something I recognise, I have to say.
Jess, we have to let you go, but thank you very much indeed for being with us tonight. And Danny, just you're trying to get in there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, Jess, saying that government doesn't work. That's a very candid admission. That is indeed
my
the case.
experience
Well,
at
I mean, I'm afraid it is definitely...
Well, it's not my experience.
And if people don't know, you were in government. You were part of David
it's
Cameron's team behind closed doors some time ago.
A long time ago, yeah. So the fact is government is broken. And actually, we're here. It's very, very exciting thinking about a change of Prime Minister. It's actually the most boring option if Andy Burnham wins tonight, because all we'll get is another Blair Brown era politician that nobody really knows what he stands for, exactly as Keir Starmer.
You said it was a long time ago. You worked for David Cameron, and that was also, that was after Blair and Brown. So
I'm making the point that Andy Burnham is another long-term professional politician, and I admit I'm one too. That's OK. We're talking about the idea of what is going on in Makerfield. The idea that Burnham represents change, he doesn't. He's just continuity, New Labour, Brown era politics, and crucially, most importantly, it doesn't matter who takes over the Labour leadership, because as we've just heard, government doesn't work. And the fundamental problem, Angela, is that your party is completely split. You're scrabbling around trying to identify some achievements of the last couple of years. You can't do anything in government. You really can't.
Scrabble around for achievements.
Well, no, genuinely, the most important thing that needs to happen in this country is that we stop the unsustainable welfare, the explosion of the welfare budget, and put money into defence. You can't do that. You couldn't take £2 billion
yes, you can, but
out of welfare, and you can't fund defence. And nor can any Labour.
How you deal with welfare is ensuring that young people who were written off for years under the Conservatives are no longer either unemployed, not in training, not in education, and you make sure, as we're doing, there are apprenticeships and there are jobs.
Right. Are you going to cut the budget? Are you going to cut the welfare budget?
Well, you cut the budget by getting people into work. That's how you do.
When will that happen?
We're starting that work now.
But it's not, is it?
It's happening
It is increasing all the time. The welfare budget is going up by tens of billions of pounds.
You don't, like a super tank, you don't turn it around overnight. The work is being
done.
Hang on, one of you. The work is being done now through apprenticeships, through money to employers to employ young people, to ensure that young people are not written off as they've been for far too long, but they're either earning or learning. And that's what's one of the things that makes one of the huge difference. In the longer term, of course we are. I'm not going to put a timescale, but we will make a difference. We will make a difference. What we're not going to do is, you'd say, I'll just slash and take these people off. You have to make a difference by investing in the future of this country, not just saying, we can cut a budget here and cut a budget there. You invest in the future. That's how you make a difference.
Spend more.
That's why we like debates going on, but there is also counting going on.
Yes,
we're about to go to Aberdeen South. Now, Kevin, you sounded very optimistic just when we came on air. Goodness me, already more than a half an hour ago.
Yes.
Any latest intelligence from what's happening in Aberdeen?
Our people up there, are quite confident. I'm not saying we're across the line or anything like that, but it's looking very, very close. Can I just say there's a by-election result that's in already, a local election result, council election in Swain Park, which is in Essex. Daniel Belton, Conservative candidate, won won the seat back from Reform this evening.
Rochford District Council, or win for the Conservatives from the Reform. I think you're trying to take my job, Kevin.
Well, we were talking about them a lot last time I was on your programme.
We certainly were. Well,
Essex has been tough for the Tories in the local elections.
Exactly. Great result. We got twice as many votes as Reform did. It was
it's big checks. My local area, both the local councils are now Reform.
We're going to stay from the East Coast, but we're going to go up to the north of the East Coast, and we can go now to Andrew Carr, who's at the county in Aberdeen South for us. Andrew, you've probably heard Kevin Hollinrake sounding very chipper about it in the studio tonight. Are there smiles on the faces of the Tory activists there?
Yes, there are, Laura. A very positive start is what I'm hearing from the Tory activists here. Now, I can't promise you a count as dramatic, maybe, and as exciting as Makerfield, but the contest here is intriguing, it's significant for Scottish politics, and as we're hearing from Kevin, things are looking pretty tight at the moment. Now, it's an unusual contest because it was called because the SNP's former Westminster leader Stephen Flynn was elected to the Scottish Parliament last month. We were here exactly 6 weeks ago. He was a well-known figure on the UK political stage, his shaven-headed appearance at Prime Minister's Questions. But in that vote last month, the Tories were hot on the heels of the SNP in the Aberdeen South area. Now, the Conservatives are seeing a route to victory here. They're really focused on the future of the North Sea oil and gas industry. Their leader, Kemi Badenoch, has been up here to campaign 3 times now. The SNP have also been embroiled in the Peter Murrell affair, the former SNP chief executive who embezzled more than £400,000 of party funds. So there's real concern in the SNP that their vote might be dampened down just a little bit. Now, if the Conservatives do win this seat, we might be making history ourselves here as well, because apparently the Conservatives, they tell me, have not gained a seat at a Westminster by-election since Glasgow Pollock in 1967. So Makerfield might make history. We might make some history here in Aberdeen as well.
That's the stuff of by-election programme dreams, isn't it, this kind of trivia? And Andrew, just before we leave you, we've heard that the future of the oil and gas industry on Aberdeen has really been a huge factor in the campaign. Has that been your experience when you've been there reporting? What kind of thing have people been picking up on?
Yes, it really has been a very significant factor. In fact, this is the seat I grew up in. On the way here, I was just thinking back. I could remember the 1987 general election when the Conservatives held the seat, but it was lost to Labour, and the city has changed a lot since then. There has been a dramatic decline in the fortunes of North Sea oil and gas. You see the number of homes for sale, people concerned about negative equity. That is the thing that keeps people awake at night in this constituency. Now, people here do see, yes, maybe there does need to be room for change, but I think people feel the Scottish Government, the UK Government, successive governments have let them down. That change has been too fast. The transition has not been fair to people in the industry. So that has been a very significant factor here. The Conservatives have been saying they wanted to make this a referendum on the future of North Sea oil and gas. Well, they may have been successful in that.
Andrew, thanks very much indeed. And we'll check in with you later in your hometown. Let's go to the other Scottish by-election count tonight, Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Louise Cowie's there for us tonight. And Louise, the SNP seems pretty hopeful of keeping this seat, even though it was very narrow at the general election. But what's the sense you're getting?
Absolutely, Laura. I heard my colleague describe the atmosphere down south as electric. I have to say it's probably not electric, but people are pretty enthusiastic here. Counting, as you can probably see, is well underway here in Arbroath, and this is a small town in the northeast of Scotland where, as you say, the SNP have been very popular in the past. Historically, it's very important in terms of Scottish politics. The Declaration of Arbroath was signed here back in 1320, which was essentially an assertion of Scottish independence. And more than 700 years on, the political makeup of the town is still under the spotlight. Now, Arbroath is also famous for its smokies, a Scottish delicacy which has protected status much like champagne. But over decades, the traditional fishing industry here has declined, and there's also been a decline in the high street. Swap to the other end of the constituency, Broughty Ferry, and it's a pretty different picture. It's an affluent area of Dundee which is popular to live, work and visit, and the high street there is really pretty bustling. As you touched on, this was an SNP hold. This seat was first contested back in 2024, and Stephen Ethins took the seat then. Similar to my colleague Andrew, this by-election has been forced by his resignation because he took up a seat following success in the recent Scottish Parliament elections. In 2024, he took the seat by just 859 votes, with Labour just behind, so quite a narrow margin. However, a lot has changed since then, not least the rise of Reform, who also have a candidate standing here.
Louise, thank you very much indeed, and we'll be back with you later in the night. Let's then check in for the first time with the nation's favourite number cruncher, Professor Sir John Curtice. And John, this is, it's a big by-election evening, but we're hearing really interesting things about turnout. I mean, Harry Farley on the ground in Makerfield was suggesting it, might even be up at 60%, which for a by-election is massive. What kind of indications have you got?
Well, certainly the talk is that turnout might be around 60 to 65%, as compared with the 52.5% that it was back in the 2024 general election. Now, actually, I've been digging up the records. The last time the turnout was higher in a by-election than in the preceding general election, you have to go back to 1982, and the by-election in Glasgow Hill Head, when Roy Jenkins, one of the Gang of Four that created the Social Democratic Party, managed to win the seat for the party he had then more recently joined, indeed helped to form. So it's over well over 40 years since we've had an increase in turnout in a by-election. If it were to be a high end of the estimates that have been talked about, i.e. close to 65%, and therefore we're talking about more than an 11-point increase in turnout, that would be the biggest rise in turnout as compared with the general election since the Torrington by-election of 1958. Now, I'm sure, Laura, the Torrington by-election of 1958 is immediately on your tongue, but actually it was the first by-election. It was the first by-election in which the then Liberal Party fought their first serious by-election contest after almost disappearing from the House of Commons in the two elections of the 1950s. They didn't win the by-election, but they ran the Tories quite close. So the interesting thing about both these by-elections, they are both occasions when the established political order was being challenged, in one instance by a party that was finally reviving from near death, and in another instance, indeed, by a breakaway from the Labour Party, that is the SDP. So if indeed the turnout approaches any of those two things tonight, then it will be an indication of a gain as to how yet another challenger, in this instance reform. Well, a lot of people argue about whether or not it's a good or a bad thing that our politics have become more fragmented and perhaps more polarised. But maybe one of the things it's going to do is to help drive up turnout in an era in which turnout has been, and low turnouts have been, a subject of continuing concern.
But just to be clear, I mean, turnout makes things much more unpredictable because parties sometimes have a whole load of people turn out who the politicians weren't expecting. That doesn't necessarily always go their way. I mean, I'll always remember the EU referendum, people on the Remain campaign, and someone have said 3 million people that had never voted suddenly turned out, and they were almost sort of furious about that because it had ruined their sums and their expectations.
Well, certainly one of the messages of the opinion polls is that those people who did not vote in 2024, this is the national opinion polls, tend to be more inclined to vote for reform than for any other party. And certainly my understanding from having seen a little bit of the charter that's coming out of Makerfield is that the Labour Party is concerned that if the turnout is very high, that might be to reform's advantage, and that both they and perhaps the pollsters may be rather more confounded than they were anticipating at 10 o'clock this evening. But we'll have to wait and see. So it might be, or might not be good for reform that's a high turnout, but arguably it's perhaps a good thing for democracy.
John, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's then introduce Sophie Stowers from the polling group More in Common. It's great to have you with us. Now, the reason we're lucky to have you with us tonight is because you've been to Makerfield 9 times, I think, and you've sat asking questions of voters, listening to voters. What have they said? What's been on their minds?
Yeah, a lot of money on train fares for us at More in Common over the last few weeks. I mean, it's really interesting because on the face of it, right, this should be a reform, slam dunk. It's exactly the type of place they did really well in May. High leave vote came second in 2024, but actually there's a lot of nuance when we've been talking to voters. I think a lot of people who in any other circumstance, a lot of long-term Labour voters who probably would have given reform a go, have been attracted to Andy Burnham. They're willing to give him almost like one last go of voting Labour because they like him, they think he's got a decent record in Manchester, although that does come with caveats about some downsides of his time there, things like the homelessness initiative there, the clean air zone, things like that. So a few caveats there, but overall much more popular than Starmer. So
that personal factor for Burnham is real at a time when a lot of Labour politicians are just getting, almost booted out.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at our poll, Andy Burnham in Makerfield, Andy Burnham was on +7 approval rating, which I know might not sound great, but if you look at the fact that Keir Starmer was on -48, I think that really shows how attractive he has been.
And what are the issues that are really getting people's goat when you get them in a room in the way that you do and you listen for an hour about what's on their mind?
I mean, to an extent, it's not that much different from any other place you go in the country. It's the cost of living, it's immigration and asylum, it's the NHS and healthcare. But actually, I think fundamentally, when you look at voters, whether they're moving away from Labour to alternatives on the left or the right in Makerfield and across the country, actually what really unites them is this sense of the people in charge don't understand me, they don't get what I'm going through. And actually what really unites a lot of the drivers of the vote away from Labour is financial insecurity and that idea of, I'm working just to survive, I can't have those little treats of a weekend or do anything. And what they really want is a politician who will take that seriously and will take someone, someone who will really evaluate what that impact on their day-to-day life has been.
And what about something we spoke about near the beginning of the programme, this idea that people who a few months ago would have been going straight to reform have been contemplating voting for this other party, Restore Britain, which, you know, as we were saying, a lot of people watching tonight might not yet have heard of. They've had a lot of traffic online. What did you see that was, you know, concrete evidence of real interest? Did you see any?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the fact that this was a party that was virtually unknown to most people in Makerfield a few weeks ago, the fact that most people were aware of them and could name their leader, I think was quite remarkable. It really shows how much of a local impact they've had. And I think, OK, part of Reform, part of Restore's success has been attracting part of that more radical Reform vote who are maybe dissatisfied with the way that Reform they perceive has broadened out to try and attract a more conservative, more moderate vote. Part of it is that actually a lot of them were Labour voters who were considering Reform, were put off by the candidate there, had some preconceptions about Farage, that he was maybe a bit arrogant, wouldn't understand the area, and so actually decided to give Restore a go instead. So I think to assume that that vote is just purely the more radical element of Reform, that's not really what came across in our focus group.
And when you were going there during the campaign over time, did you see things change, or was it essentially kind of set from the start? People like Burnham, they're into Reform, but his personal popularity might overcome that.
Well, I think what we saw was Burnham's personal popularity was strong, but then actually the more people heard from him, actually that kind of shifted. He became more unpopular over the time, although was still the most popular of the three candidates. I think a real big shifting point was the question time special, and I think for some who were maybe a bit worried about the Reform candidate there.
So that's Rob Kenyon, who will be looking out for him at the count. What was the worry?
Maybe kind of just that lack of experience compared to, I think, some of the other candidates, that idea of a lack of grip on policy. I think people like the fact that he's an outsider, but they still want someone who knows what he's going to do when he gets to Westminster, how he's going to fight for them. I think that really crept into that worry around Reform of their lack of experience, which is something we see quite a lot amongst those voters who are considering Reform but are maybe put off from making the jump just yet.
And has that changed since Reform's big success at the council elections in 2025, for example, when for the first time they made this huge breakthrough, they got control of 10, I think, town halls. They really had a big, big impact. Has people's perception of them across the country more generally changed? Because I remember, you know, there's a lot of politicians from the established parties sort of thought, oh, well, see, as soon as they get control of power, they'll find out how hard it is and people will be turned off. Has that happened, or are established politicians kidding themselves?
I mean, I just don't think it filters through. You know, if you're a voter in Makerfield, are you that aware of what's been going on in Kent, for example? I think that's quite a difficult, I mean, even the most nerdy of voters, I think, aren't quite aware at that level. But certainly, I think what does creep through is this idea of, you know, I like Reform, I like that they're outsiders, but I am worried they just don't have the experience and that when they get into government, they won't be able to introduce those policies that will change my life. And it is just that hesitation that is stopping people from making the jump. I mean, the conflict for Reform is that the more that they try to appeal to a more moderate voter, you know, a conservative form of voter, and attract that vote and almost professionalise in that sense, they then risk alienating those more radical elements of their party, and then that could potentially boost Restore, right? So they've got this balancing act to try and juggle.
OK, Sophie, thanks so much. It's fascinating to hear, really digging under the bonnet of what people have been saying to you in Makerfield. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Let's pick up then, Alex, on exactly that, how people watching tonight, people at home, what they make of the politicians who seek to represent them.
Yeah, I mean, this is crucial, isn't it? Because, of course, you've got the parties and their positions, and a lot of people say it's about policy, not personality, politics, but, of course, personality does come into it as well. So we can take a little look at what people make of some of the leaders of the political parties. Why don't we start with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer? Now, these are figures that go back to July 2024. So that is, of course, the general election. And what you can see here, the black line at the top is telling you people who have an unfavourable opinion of Sir Keir Starmer. The red line at the bottom is people who have a favourable opinion of Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. And what you can see is since the general election, that unfavourable opinion has ticked up for Sir Keir and now sits around 69%, while the favourable opinion dropped down. It's been a little bit wiggly and is now sitting at about 24%. And, you know, this is what you hear from some Labour MPs, not all Labour MPs, but some Labour MPs within the Parliamentary Labour Party, that they are conscious about how the Prime Minister comes across to the voting public. Let's have a look at Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, of course. Now, if you look here, this starts at the general election in 2024, but this dotted line you can see there, that's when Kemi Badenoch took over as the leader of the Conservative Party. And what you can see, interestingly on this, is her favourable rating, so the people who have a favourable opinion of the Conservative Party leader, that has been broadly ticking up, and it now sits at around 30%. Now, there are plenty in the Conservative Party who will tell you that when she first took over, there was a little bit of uncertainty around Kemi Badenoch, but a lot of Conservative MPs think that she has built up her personal popularity, and these figures would suggest that she is inching that up. The challenge for the Conservative Party is that 30% favourable rating for Kemi Badenoch is not translating yet into opinion polls for the Conservative Party. And her challenge as the Conservative Party leader is to see if she can make that translate, because of course you can be popular as the leader of a political party, but what counts is trying to get people to vote for you. And so far that is not reflected in where the Conservatives are sitting in the opinion polls. What about Nigel Farage, the leader, of course, of Reform UK? Now look at his ratings, people who have an unfavourable opinion versus people who have a favourable opinion. Do you know what's most noticeable about this? The gap between the two. So 26% of people have a favourable opinion of the leader of Reform UK, 67% have an unfavourable opinion. And what that tells you is that he's quite a polarising figure. Perhaps you didn't need these figures to tell you that. But what is interesting about Nigel Farage and Reform UK is what he has managed to do is translate whatever his popularity is into polling results for his party, because we have seen pretty consistently since in the last really 12 months or so, Reform doing well in the opinion polls, in fact topping many of the opinion polls. So it is interesting to see what people make of the leaders of political parties, because of course what they do is set the mood in the political party as well as a key role in communicating with the public. But of course any political leader and any political party will tell you what really counts, Laura, is whether that translates into not just opinion polls, but votes at the ballot box.
Votes and votes, real votes are what we are getting tonight. Alex, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go straight to Makerfield, where the votes will be counted. That could seal the Prime Minister's fate. That may well send Andy Burnham on the way back to Westminster, but may well not. Reform has been working hard to win what would be, I think, their 9th MP. We can talk to the Cabinet Minister, Lisa Nandi, who's there at the count for us tonight. Thanks for joining us, Lisa. Oh, first person on the programme to be wearing a rosette. There we go. That's what we like to see on a by-election programme. What's your sense of where you're going to end up tonight?
Well, it's too early to say at the moment. We've only started counting in the last hour or so. But we do have some optimism about the outcome of this election for Andy Burnham. We always knew it was going to be a tough fight, and it is too early to say. But I think the fact that we're even in contention here after the local election results that we saw just a few weeks ago is quite extraordinary. We've had a really, really strong turnout. We've had our vote turning out in very large numbers and turning out in a way that we just haven't seen for a long time. There's no question that Andy Burnham is pulling votes back to us from Reform that just a few weeks ago we couldn't do. So we've got a bit of optimism in Camp Burnham tonight, but it's far too early to say.
And in terms of that turnout, is there a point at which you start to worry that a tranche of voters are turning out for Reform who you just didn't think might have been in the game at all?
Well, we've been through elections very recently here, and we know that there are always these moments on the day when people will turn up whose votes you haven't found as a political party. But as I said, our vote was really holding up today, and it was as we had expected it to from the incredible amount of canvassing that we've done here in this constituency. I think Andy does have personal appeal here. We really remember, particularly when he fought for us during the pandemic, and that came up on doorsteps over and over again over these few weeks, including today. So there's no panic here, but we always knew this would be a tough fight, and we're not being complacent.
Your colleague Jess Phillips told us about 10 minutes ago that whatever happens this weekend, Keir Starmer should set out a timetable in a dignified way so that the party doesn't have to essentially drag him out, whether Burnham wins or not. Is she right?
Well, look, obviously, I'd expect the Prime Minister to pick up the phone to a winning by-election candidate to congratulate him, and I'm sure he will do that, and I'm sure there'll be a conversation between them. But it's far too early to talk about these things. We've only an hour into counting the votes here at this by-election, and I think particularly for the people of Makerfield, Andy has been really clear that he is coming home to Makerfield in order to deliver change for people not just in Ashton and Orrell and Winstanley and Hindley Green, but in towns and villages like ours right across the country. He will be their voice, their champion, and he'll fight for them. And he has rightly, all the way through this by-election, retained a very strong focus on what is happening right here in Wigan. And I know that he wants to do that tonight as well, and I think he's absolutely right to do so. It's about respecting the people who've come out and put their cross on the ballot, hopefully for Labour. And if he does win tonight, he'll want to address them directly, not get dragged into conversations about what happens next.
But you've just said, though, that he's been very clear with people that he's fighting this by-election not just for the people of Makerfield, but for towns and villages like theirs right across the country. And you've also said you expect that he will have a conversation with Keir Starmer. Now, that sounds pretty much like you are telling people tonight very openly, if he wins, the challenge is on.
No, what I'm saying very clearly is what Andy said himself, which is
change is coming, is what he says.
Taking everything that he's, well, and change has got to come. I mean, if you cast your mind back, Laura, that's what I've been saying now for 16 years as the MP for this town. And there are a group of people in our country who need change. They voted for change 2 years ago. They've seen some of that from our Labour government, but they want us to be bolder. They want us to wear our heart on our sleeve. And I think there's no question that in the campaign that he's run here, which has been about hope and optimism, Andy has proved that hope can beat hate and despair and anger, and that people will turn out and vote Labour, who even a few weeks ago weren't prepared to do so, if you offer that. I think whatever the outcome tonight, he's earned the right to be heard. He's an important voice for towns like ours. And I know that, like many of my colleagues across the parliamentary party and the cabinet, we want to make sure that all of our country is heard at the highest levels. We think the government will be stronger for it. I think that's something that the Prime Minister agrees with.
And in terms, though, of your position in the cabinet, if Andy Burnham wins, we know he wants to challenge the Prime Minister. And cabinet ministers like you, therefore, will have to choose. Do you advise Keir Starmer that it would be time in that circumstance to make way for a contest, or Andy Burnham perhaps to move straight in? Or whether or not, as Keir Starmer himself has said repeatedly he wants to do, whether he should stay and fight? Who would you choose if that happens?
Well, I've said consistently I'm not getting into hypotheticals about leadership contests. I've been told every day now for 7 weeks since the local elections there's going to be a leadership contest, and we're not in one. What I do believe
might be by the morning,
though,
Lisa,
an
Nandi.
MP. Well, what I do believe passionately is an MP in this town that needs the loudest possible voice in Westminster at the highest levels, that Andy will significantly strengthen what we're able to do in Westminster. He's been an outstanding champion for Greater Manchester. He will be an outstanding champion for Makerfield if he's elected. But let's not get into the conversations that may take place between various people in the Labour Party. What I want to see us do is pull together and go forwards in order to show that we can beat the hate and the anger and the despair that we've seen so much of on the streets of Britain over recent years, that we can change people's lives, and that is incumbent on all of us to pull together and make that happen, whatever the result tonight. But if Andy Burnham wins, we'll be in a significantly stronger position to be able to do that.
But do you think that the public could ever be receptive to Keir Starmer turning things round, where there were terrible results in 2025 at the elections, terrible results 6 weeks ago, as you know, you and I have discussed it before. Do you think that you can see the public ever being willing to give him another chance?
Well, look, the public get to decide for themselves. It's not for me to tell people what they will and won't do. I've frequently been surprised by the way that the public has responded here in Wigan to events over recent decades and across the country, and it's for people to make their own minds up about that. But for us as a Labour government, we came into power in 2024 promising real change in people's lives. We've learned a lot of lessons through this campaign here in Makerfield, a constituency where we lost every single council ward to reform in very large numbers just 7 weeks ago. We've learned that you can take on the vote, and you can change people's minds, that you can be heard. And actually, I think the anger that we're seeing here really is about the failure of the centre ground of British politics to deliver fast enough, bold enough change in people's lives, and to show that we will take on any system, any person that stands in the way of that change, and we'll fight for people. So I think there are lessons that we've learnt here tonight that will help to strengthen us as we go forward, and whatever the result, I think Andy Burnham has earned the right to be heard in that debate.
Lisa, Nandi, thank you very much indeed for joining us from your hometown, Wigan, at the Makerfield count, even though Makerfield is slightly next door, but that's where the count is taking place. Lisa, Nandi, thank you very much indeed. Let's introduce Kirsty Blackman, who's the SNP MP for Aberdeen North. Absolutely. So the next door neighbour of Aberdeen South, where there's an important by-election taking place tonight. And we'll talk about that in just a second. I want to pick up on some of what Lisa, Nandi was saying, because Danny Kruger, Lisa Nandi was suggesting if Andy Burnham wins tonight, that will show that reform can be beaten, and you will have the red light going up to the advances that you've made in an extraordinary way in the last couple of years.
The only reason Andy Burnham is in contention at all here, the only reason Labour might win tonight, is because of the unpopularity of Labour's leader. I mean, that's the extraordinary paradox of this election. They've got all the people who always vote Labour, which is a diminishing number of people. But there's that. And then they've got all the people who are desperate to see the back of Starmer, people I have every sympathy with. There isn't a huge pro-Burnham vote. There might be a little. But the fact is, this is a referendum on Starmer. Reform have done extremely well across the country. We're not going to win every seat. I hope we can win tonight. The fact is, we could win. It's on a knife edge. The fact that we're in contention in a seat which has been Labour for 100 years is an extraordinary result. We are the only national party now challenging Labour across the UK. And tonight, whether we win or lose, we will have demonstrated it's us or Labour at the next election.
Except you said that the only reason people might not vote for Labour is because of Keir Starmer. So if Keir Starmer's gone, then you're in big trouble, aren't you?
No, because as I said earlier, the fact is, whether it's Starmer or anybody else, the problem is Labour. So they want to get rid of Starmer now.
Wow, you just said the problem was Starmer's unpopularity.
No, on the
and then
contrary,
you said the problem is Labour. No, forgive me. In your first answer, you were separating the two out. You were saying the problem is that people don't like Starmer. You've got sympathy with that. Now you're saying
there is a number of people who will
Labour.
always vote Labour. That number is going down, and they will always vote Labour, whoever the leader is. There's another group of people who just want to see the back of Starmer. My point is, whoever wins the Labour leadership, whether it's Burnham or Streeting or anybody, they will have the same problem, and they will be just as unpopular very soon. The fact is, they are fundamentally split, this party. They cannot govern. They can't deliver the changes that are needed. Fundamentally, they can't cut welfare, invest in defence. They can't get our economy growing because they don't believe in growth. They don't believe in business. Well, look at you. You don't. You just want to spend more on welfare.
No,
you're destroying jobs. Angela, your legislation is destroying jobs across the country, and all you're doing is investing in welfare. So you can't deliver the change that's needed.
This is ridiculous.
Angela Smith.
I just find Danny's getting rather confused by his arguments. You've just said this is a referendum on Keir Starmer. So if Labour was to win tonight, that is a referendum on Keir Starmer. You're changing your argument every couple of minutes. In every party has a core of people that, come what may, will stick with their party and rely on those. You have other people
in Wales.
No,
the Labour Party.
But there'll always be a
6
core.
weeks ago.
Yeah, there's always a core of people. Okay, sometimes it's too small, but there's always a core sticking with your party. But you have to earn those votes. You have to win people over. You have to persuade them. And what we've been doing over the last weeks of this by-election is knocking on doors and talking to people. I thought Lisa was really good on them when she said, you've got to show you understand the anger and why people are worried, and you can bring about that change. Now, if people thought this was just about Keir Starmer, as you're saying, they wouldn't be voting Labour. He is the leader of the Labour Party. He is the Prime Minister. He's the person who's brought us this vote.
Is to vote for Burnham.
No, it's not. The way to get rid of Keir Starmer is not to vote Labour.
No.
You've changed your view 2 or 3 times on this, Danny.
Angela, come on,
just
absolute nonsense.
You just said this was a referendum on Keir Starmer. Therefore,
for a lot of people, it is.
You just said you said the by-election tonight is a referendum. So if Keir Starmer wins, that, according to your analysis, is because they want Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. You're changing your argument all the time.
Starmer's lost whatever happens. Starmer's lost whether we win or Burnham wins because we're both standing against it.
I think I think it's difficult for Reform tonight, and I understand that. Now, Reform did so well in the local elections, and they're telling us that every time there's a big advance going on, but it seems to be sort of one step forward and it's 2 back. And we just have to look at, wait and see what the results are tonight. But Reform went into this by-election expecting to win, and they're now trying to make excuses of why they may not win.
But when you say if people are voting Labour, they're voting for Keir Starmer.
No,
if you look, as we showed people at the beginning of the programme, if we look at Andy Burnham's campaign material, there it is, we're showing people again. Vote Andy, vote Hope. Cartoon images of Andy Burnham. Andy. Nowhere on that literature does it say anything about the Labour Party, let alone Keir Starmer. He was essentially running as an independent.
Danny saying,
and I'm now challenging you.
Yes.
This does not look like a campaign that's got anything to do with Keir Starmer.
It is. Keir Starmer is leader of the Labour Party and Andy Burnham is the Labour candidate. No, it's not a secret that he's Labour. It's there on every leaflet. No, at the end of the day,
yes, he does.
What's he... Danny?
He does.
Can you just...
Are you suggesting that Burnham is a Starmer loyalist?
No, he's not a Starmer loyalist, but he's also a Labour loyalist, as is Keir. And at the end of the day, we will have differences. You have a few differences in your party as well.
We know who the leader is.
What we
and
have to do is get people working together.
Well,
and there's not that much difference in policies between any of them.
I'd like just to put to you what David Blunkett has just told our colleagues on Newsnight, and I'm also reading this for the first time. He said, I think the obvious and most beneficial outcome would be the change, if there is to be a change, is so obvious that backbenchers are so clear that Keir decides with his wife that they will decide to go in the interests of the nation, and they do so with the dignity and with the respect of all of us. He says, if Burnham wins, there'll be a weekend for everyone to recover and reflect, and then everyone who has skin in this game has to step up and talk to each other sensibly and do what Starmer said over 2 years, which is to put the country first.
And I think people will be putting the country first. Keir's been very clear on this, and he said this from the very beginning of his premiership, that he got elected, he changed the Labour Party, he became Prime Minister because he wants change in this country. And he is somebody who is quite determined to deliver that change. Now, Andy Burnham will be an important part of that team.
Hang on, Angela. What David Blunkett, I know someone you've known for years, worked alongside him.
I still work alongside him.
He's suggesting, of course you do in the Lords, he's suggesting if Burnham has won and there's pressure on Starmer should go, the most beneficial outcome would be for him to discuss with his wife and go and step down and not do what he's been saying for the last few weeks.
Let's just
and his allies have been briefing all the time saying
David's entitled to his view. Other people have different views, and there will be lots of conversations, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, I want both Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham together working with the Labour Party. They are both huge assets to the Labour Party, and I think you've got to give Keir credit. How he turned the Labour Party around.
But that's the past. What about
what
people in your party are worried about is the future
it's very important.
And that he cannot recover support?
Well, let's wait and see, because what really matters to people, and what was coming across and what Lisa was saying, it came across in Makerfield, people want to see us delivering. 80% of Labour Party members are actually saying they are pleased with the job the government is doing. We're delivering on things we said we'd deliver. I think that's really important.
Can I just say, listen, I have been in Angela's position before. Sometimes you have to come on your show, Laura, and kind of try and put a positive spin on things.
I hope it's always a pleasure.
But the reality is this is going to be a very, very bad night for Keir Starmer.
It's not.
Keir
can I just
finish?
Andy to win.
You said what you said, Angela. Please let me finish.
But he does want Andy to win.
Please let me finish. I don't really think he does. Because he knows his days are numbered, and it'll be a few days, not a few months, I think, if that happens. It's also very bad for the country. I don't dislike Andy Burnham as a person, but he's a very left-wing view of how you run a country. That's the last thing this country needs right now. I also say this is very bad for reform. This was a target seat for reform, as Gorton and Denton was. And the good news, I think, I'm going to point to some good news for our party, hopefully, is that a win in Aberdeen South would be massive for Kimmy. Well, absolutely massive result. We were never in with a prayer, people thought, of that seat. And at the moment, the count looks reasonably positive.
Well, let's see. So, Kirsty Blackman, Kevin Holloway thinks that the Tories are going to knock out your next-door neighbour's seat in Aberdeen South. What's your SNP intelligence telling you tonight?
We'll have to wait and see. I wish I was up the road at the count. This is the first count I've missed in years. It's so weird not being there.
Well, we're glad that you're here.
I'm glad to be here as well. You know, I don't know how it's going to go. We've obviously got the two by-elections in Scotland. We've got Arbroath and Broughty, Ferry. We've got Aberdeen South. I mean, in Aberdeen South, people are really feeling the pain. You know, I know Arbroath and Broughty Ferry less well, but locally, people are really struggling with what's been happening to the oil and gas industry. The tax that was put in by the Tories on the oil and gas industry has really hammered us. We're losing 1,000 jobs a week. Sorry, 1,000 jobs a month, apologies. You know, it's significant numbers of jobs, though, that we're losing. And actually, it's very clear that Labour are not listening, they're not making the change that we need. And actually, one of the key things to note for this is Labour were second last time in this election in 2024.
But you hold the seat, you run the Scottish Government, and you don't have responsibility for everything, but you have responsibility for a lot. And if you lose it, that is a judgment on the SNP.
I mean, we don't have responsibility for oil and gas, which is the key thing that people were talking about on the doorsteps. If you look at the Tory leaflets, every single Tory leaflet was entirely about oil and gas. And I can understand why it's a major concern for people in Aberdeen. And I do think it's going to show to everybody, you know, whether people vote SNP tonight or whether people vote Conservative tonight, and whoever wins it, that actually for oil and gas, there's a really major issue, and that Labour are not listening, particularly if they drop from second to third or fourth, potentially, in South.
But what has been the issue? Because for many people in Aberdeen, actually, what's often said is that they think that the transition to renewables has been too fast. That's one of the reasons why jobs have been lost. And you previously in Holyrood were in coalition with the Greens and all for pushing ahead with renewables.
They don't actually say the transition has been too fast.
Well, some people do. Some of the big unions have said that repeatedly, and that's part of their concern.
Not that the transition has been too fast, that the downwardness of the oil and gas has been too quick, and the renewables haven't gone up fast enough in terms of jobs. That's the problem. So it's not that the transition has been too fast, it's unbalanced. There's a gap. So if you're taking down jobs in oil and gas before the jobs are going...
the number of jobs in oil and gas.
Well, let's go to Aberdeen South and let's bring in your colleague, Kevin, Andrew Bowie, who's at the count in Aberdeen South. So thanks indeed for joining us. I don't know, could you hear Kirsty there? We've just been discussing oil and gas in Aberdeen, and as you were there, we were going to come to you next, but let's you bring in right now. So Kirsty's suggestion essentially that the Conservatives and the Labour government have both made a hash of the transition to green energy, which has let down Aberdeen.
Well, I think that what we're going to see tonight is a judgment being cast from the people of Aberdeen South on both of their governments. Their government in Edinburgh, absolutely, for their continuing ignorance of the northeast of Scotland, but absolutely judgment on the Labour government, and particularly the Labour government's position on oil and gas, increasing and extending the energy profits levy, banning new licences in the North Sea at a time when we're importing more from Norway, who are drilling it from the very same base. And Kirsty's absolutely right. We're losing 1,000 jobs a month in this sector, and this city that I'm standing in right now is feeling it more than most, which is why I think the people of Aberdeen South are going to make their feelings and their views heard very loudly tonight.
So you're predicting that you'll win?
Well, look, we're optimistic but obviously cautious. It was 1972. The year that the Conservatives last won a by-election in Scotland, 1967 since we gained a by-election in Scotland, so we're not taking anything for granted. But it's been a very positive campaign. Today's felt very good on the doors. Kemi has been up in this constituency 3 times because she gets and she understands the importance of the oil and gas sector, the energy sector, not just to the city or indeed the northeast of Scotland, but actually to the entire United Kingdom, because what Ed Miliband and his energy policy is doing is actually undermining and putting at risk this nation's security. We're losing jobs, yes, and our economy is hurting, definitely. But actually, energy security and national security are interlinked, and that's why this is such a crucial issue, which we've been speaking about in this campaign.
Kirsty, there was an epic eye roll there. I don't think Andrew won't have seen it, but you might have heard your sigh.
Andrew, it wasn't a positive campaign. Every single leaflet that was sent out said the SNP are terrible. That's not a positive campaign. I mean, you know, you can talk about...
Well, I mean, that's only telling the truth, Kirsty.
I mean, the reality is that, well, actually, your leaflets didn't tell the truth because they said that the SNP had refused oil and gas licences, which is quite impressive considering we've never had control of oil and gas licences. But you know, actually, this is about, like I said, this is about oil and gas. A huge amount of this is about oil and gas. And Labour are going to lose significantly in this, and whether the Conservatives or the SNP win this, it is a judgment on Labour's policies when it comes to oil and gas, because they are decimating our jobs in our city.
But didn't you also, as the SNP, block one wind farm and then you've been criticised in
very
other
rare
areas
that
for allowing
Kirsty
them to
and
go? Oh, forgive it, Andrew, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say it's very rare. It's very rare that Kirsty and I agree, but we absolutely agree on this. Ed Miliband and the Labour Party's policies when it comes to our North Sea are devastating the local economy here in Aberdeen. And I think actually Kirsty's also right when she says that the Labour Party result, having come second here only 2 years ago, will be one to watch this evening.
I just thought Kirsty Blackman wanted to press you because the SNP also has had changes of heart over its energy policy. You've been criticised for allowing some wind development to go ahead too fast and blocking others. And when it comes to the question of extra drilling in the North Sea, you did change your position.
And, well, for a start, we've never been in control of it. So for them to say that we refused licences is insane because we've never been in control of that. But in terms of the position, absolutely, the facts change, your position change, you move, right?
But people have been warning for years, though, that this was something that would be required, or there would be a terrible effect on jobs and industry in the north east
which
of
is
Scotland.
why
that appears, according to many people, to be exactly what's happened.
But it would have been entirely possible under the Tories and then under the Labour Party for the renewable jobs to happen more quickly. I agree, the renewable jobs will not 100% cover oil and gas jobs. However, oil and gas is going to disappear eventually. You know, it will run out, whether that's in 20 years, whether that's in 30 years or 40 years or however many years, it will run out and we do need something to replace that. We were expecting renewable jobs to scale up far faster than they have, but they just haven't. And therefore, we need to be talking about, one of the things we're talking about all the time is the fact that the extension of this tax has happened. We've been saying at every single opportunity that they need to move to the new negotiated and agreed tax regime that Rachel Reeves has on the table. She needs to move to that.
But more broadly, though, the SNP government, yes, you don't control the Treasury in the way that you would want to, but you do have responsibilities also in government to help create jobs. You have responsibility for the elements of the economy. You set income tax rates. So you can't say that the pinch that you said many people in Aberdeen are feeling has got nothing to do with what the SNP has done.
I mean, some of the stuff that the SNP does have an effect, absolutely. So if you look at the study that was put out today on the Scottish child payment and the fact that that has made a material difference to reducing child poverty in Scotland, that's made a huge difference. People in Scotland, children in Scotland, are less likely to be struggling for essentials than those in England. You know, we know that those policies are making a positive difference on people's lives. In terms of the industry and what we have in Aberdeen, our industry is so much reserved that actually what the UK government does has much more of an effect than I would like it to. The only way out of this is for Scotland to control energy.
Can I make the point just on this? I've been up to Aberdeen South and to Arbroath, actually, and this campaign has not just been all about oil and gas. That was an important factor, no doubt about it, but it's also been about the United Kingdom and keeping the United Kingdom together. Now, you and I are never going to agree on that, of course, because the reason for your party starting in the first place. But the reality is many people see, and I understand the wish for some people in Scotland to go independent. I sometimes want North Yorkshire to be independent as well. But really, I think we're a better part of the United Kingdom.
It's the next referendum campaign, is it, Kevin?
Honestly, it is tempting. It's tempting. But the reality is, Scotland's stronger as part of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is stronger together, both its economy and its security. But also, I mean, how important, don't you think it's very important that we, particularly with the President in the White House that we've got today, that the UK has that relationship with the US, all that would disappear. UN Security Council, all these things fundamentally to the globe, and you want to take Scotland out of the United Kingdom, see it break up? It's been that's been part of this campaign as well. You'll admit that.
It wasn't, actually. I wish the Tories had put more of that on their leaflets. They didn't. Almost every leaflet that I saw was entirely about oil and gas. And actually, you know, you're entitled to your view on Scottish independence, but you don't live in Scotland. Why should you take the decision about what the people of Scotland's choice is? You know, our contention is that the people of Scotland should make the decisions for the future of Scotland, not politicians in Westminster. People of Scotland should be making those decisions.
We had a referendum, Kirsty.
We had a referendum.
And it was supposed to be once in a lifetime, and you haven't respected the outcome of that.
We had a referendum 12 years ago. It's a long time ago. We've had Brexit since then.
I want to talk, though, about another issue, which is a side issue to independence, but the extraordinary, incredible, shocking story about what was going on in the SNP. Peter Murrell, the former chief executive, recently was found guilty of embezzling £400,000 from the party. And you know, and everybody probably watching knows, of course, that there were questions about what Nicola Sturgeon, his wife, who is now separated from the First Minister for so long, knew. And a few weeks ago, during the campaign, by chance, she sat down with us. And if people missed it, I just want to give people a reminder of what she said about what she knew.
Contribute to that kind of sense that I am responsible for somebody else's crimes. I will take responsibility for the things I do, the decisions I make. I'm sitting here with you right now, answering questions because I believe strongly in that accountability. But I am not responsible for the crimes that my former husband committed, and I'm not going to apologise for somebody else's crimes.
But do you think you bear no responsibility for one of the biggest political scandals that took place on your watch as leader of that party? That's a different thing to saying you're responsible for his crimes.
No, but it's not, because he perpetrated a crime on the SNP. By definition, that included me as the party leader. He misled, he deceived. He's serving and will be serving a sentence for a crime he committed. I'm out here feeling as if I'm serving a sentence for a crime I did not commit.
Kirsty, do you think that the scandal around the SNP played any part at all in this campaign?
I actually think that people have got a better understanding now of the fact that it absolutely was not public money. So there had been a lot of muddy in the waters. Politicians had been trying to suggest that it was public money. Now that people have seen the outcomes of the court case, now that they understand the SNP was embezzled from, it was people stole our money that we'd been putting into the party, I think there's a stronger understanding of the people that we're the victims in this, that, you know, I put thousands of pounds into the SNP and that money has been stolen.
But it was a huge political scandal during the time that you were in office. Do you not think people were bothered about that?
Hey, do you know what? I don't think it was ideal. I really could have done with this not coming out during the course of an election campaign, but I could have done with it not happening in the first place. You know, this should never have happened. How many differential decisions did we have to make during campaign time, for example, because we could not spend that £400,000 because it had been used for things it should never have been used for?
Andrew Barry, listening to that, was it a factor in the campaign?
Look, it certainly came up. It's dominated the news, not just in Scotland, but across the UK for some time. People are speaking about it, and people are asking questions about just how such a huge amount of money could have gone missing, and nobody in the higher echelons of the SNP noticed. When people within the SNP asked questions about it, they were shut down or pushed out, and how it was able to be the case that for such a long time this was going on, and the structures were in place that didn't allow for those questions to be asked. Of course, people were asking about it and talking about it, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think it was the pivotal issue in the campaign. I think that was in and around the energy industry. It was also about casting a judgment on the SNP's mismanagement of this part of Scotland over the past 2 decades. And I think that it was a realisation that if they want to send that message to their two governments, the people of Aberdeen had to vote for the Conservative Party.
Andrew, just while we've been chatting, your colleague Kevin Hollingrick next to me, smiling away, has just showed me a message from someone saying that you've actually won in Aberdeen South, but you're the one there. Can you confirm that that's the case?
Well, as I'm standing here right now, there's been no declaration, no candidates have been pulled aside by the returning officer, so nobody's won anything yet. And I've learned through bitter experience not to call elections before the final count. So I'm going to be treating that with some caution, but it does feel good. We are optimistic that we have picked up the first by-election for the Conservatives in about 50 years in Scotland.
OK, well, I think that's not a confirmation. You were very careful to say that, but you're smiling pretty broadly as the Shadow Scotland Secretary. Thank you very much indeed for joining us from Aberdeen South, and we'll chat to you perhaps later in what is now the early morning rather than the evening. In terms of the Scottish picture overall, Angela Smith, I mean, that has still been grim for Labour. It's been another sort of, well, Scottish Labour people often suggest, privately, sometimes publicly, given Anna Starmer tried to get Keir Starmer to go, They point their lack of fortune in the Holyrood elections very squarely at the leadership of the Westminster
Understood.
Party.
Not everybody did, but yeah, no, it's been a tough time for the Scottish Labour Party, and they recovered so much and it's fallen back. So yeah, it's difficult. Oil and gas is part of the issue, but it's a bit of a misrepresentation of what our position actually is. And we've always said this will be a huge part of the mix for decades probably to come. But we have to recognise the investment that has to go into the energy and clean energy of the future. We've got the headquarters of GB Energy is in Aberdeen, so we recognise the pressures there, and we're creating more jobs all the time through the green energy.
But your whole
that was
when
clearly
you
an
wanted
issue
to come in was say, I mean, I remember Keir Starmer announcing this policy at party conference, I think, when you were still in opposition, saying you'd have clean energy by 2030, having to be pushed to admit that actually, yes, oil and gas would have to be part of the mix. And there are strong feelings among Labour-supporting unions who think, actually, Ed Miliband has tried to push forward and focus too much on renewable energy to the detriment of the more traditional ends of the industry.
Ed's very committed to green energy, and it's not just because...
but you're still sitting on licensing decisions about new drilling.
There's 2 new licensing decisions that I can't call it. Secretary of State...
No, but you've been in power for nearly 2 years. They've been sitting on the
Secretary of
desk.
State will make those decisions. But you have to invest in clean energy. It's not just about cost. The cost is important. It's also about the energy security of the country for the future. And one of the problems, and we've seen this with the sort of international situation, having to rely on imports and the cost of our North Sea oil is dictated to by the international market. Both of those are really hard issues.
But isn't that exactly why your critics, and I'm just about to bring in Danny, so would say that's exactly why, in order to help the UK's security, you ought to be pursuing every single bit of the energy mix with vigour and speed. And you just said yourself, the decisions have been sitting on the Secretary of State's desk for 2 years.
That's the Secretary of State to make those decisions, but looking at the existing supplies we have and how we're extending those and using those at present, I think there has to be a recognition that oil and gas will have to be part of the mix for years to come. But you have to pursue green energy for the issues of both cost, the environment and energy security with vigour.
Danny Kruger.
Well, I mean, Reform has led this argument for some years now, pointing out the madness of, self-harming madness of the net zero agenda, which, explicitly denies ourselves the enormous resources of cheap energy that we have in our country, in order to pursue what turns out to be, as Kirsty has admitted, the chimera of a renewable energy revolution that hasn't happened. And yes, one day, of course, we all want to be reliant on the enormous, abundant renewable energies that exist in nature. But right now, the plan has to be to pursue as fast as possible all possible available energy sources, of which the most immediate and obvious is oil and gas in the UK and in our waters, as well as nuclear, by the way, which we also need to be proceeding on much more quickly. So, it's good that everybody is waking up slowly. The government's waking up far too slowly, because you have, I'm afraid to say, as with welfare, as with everything else, a terrible split in your own parliamentary party, which means you can't deliver.
No, that's not true,
but it is. You can't move. You won't move, especially with Ed Miliband in charge. And he's going to be.
GB Energy has been established. Its headquarters
does absolutely nothing. It absolutely makes no energy.
To be fair, it's put solar panels on schools in England. Well, it's got a handful of jobs, and it's put solar panels on schools in England.
And it's making progress. It was fought against. There was a real determination, and I remember being there very late at night when the Conservative Party was trying to stop it going through Parliament and trying to delay it constantly.
But what does GB Energy actually do?
It's part of the process, and it's going to make a difference. If we don't have a proper energy mix, we're not going to have the prices coming down, and we're not going to have the energy security of the future that's needed.
Surely energy security, if you believe in that, surely that would include drilling for your own oil and gas.
We are drilling
rather
for
than
oil and
importing
gas.
it. So just finish. If you speak to actually producers in Aberdeen, speak to the oil and gas producers, they say Ed Miliband is making their life a nightmare. That's why 1,000 jobs a month ago.
That's why we've now got the tiebacks as well to get more oil and gas.
Well, I hope he changes his mind, but he's not changing his mind quickly enough. That's the reality, because we need to start drilling in the North Sea straight away.
We are drilling in the North Sea now.
Not new fields,
but we're extending the existing fields, and it'll be part of the mix. But we've got to do the work on renewables as well, because of cost and because of security.
I can't get in a taxi in Aberdeen without the taxi driver telling me how terrible Ed Miliband is. Whatever I go in to talk about, the taxi driver talks about Ed Miliband. So if we will have a situation that, you know, whatever this energy mix looks like in the future, we are not going to have the engineers to deliver it, right? Because the engineers in oil and gas are going away to Malaysia, they're going away to Dubai. They're leaving because the jobs are not there. Right? We're not going to be able to deliver this future, this net zero future that we all need at some point in the future. It's not going to happen because that skills have disappeared.
Yeah, those skills are transferable, and there's support now going in for training. And that's part of the establishment we're getting the mix.
There's no jobs.
But there will be the jobs. That's the point of creating it. You know, things don't happen overnight. But if you don't make the start on this and get the work done, it's not going to be there in the future.
But let's retrain them for no reason. There's no job for them to go to.
Jobs have to be there. I agree, though. But we want to get the jobs there as soon as possible.
It's not either or, though, is it? I mean,
no, it's not either or.
You can invest in renewables as well as drilling in the North Sea, and you're not doing one and you are doing the other. That's what's the crazy position.
OK, we're not going to settle this debate at 1:15, but it's been very good to have it because we've been talking about the issues, not just talking about the politics, but the politics are what we are here for. Let's go straight back to Makerfield. My colleague Harry Farley. Harry, you've got a new piece of information for us.
Yeah, in the last few minutes we've been told here that we have the official turnout. That is 58.75%, just over 45,000 votes cast in total. And now that turnout is quite a lot higher than it was at the general election here just a couple of years ago. That's unusual for a turnout to rise in a by-election after a general election. I think I'll be corrected in my ear, I'm sure, but the last time that happened, I believe, was 1987, when in the by-election in Greenwich, when the SDP Liberal Alliance took the seat off Labour. Now, the significance here is that Labour sources are telling me that they believe that turnout, around 58.75%, they believe that is good for them because that's roughly what they expected. They know then roughly what they're expecting their votes to be. Now, it's all based on their intelligence. It's all unconfirmed and unverified, of course, at this stage. But Labour, at least for now, believe that turnout, 58.75%, is good for them. And I have to say, from speaking to people around reform here, they're certainly managing expectations, I think it's fair to say, at this stage at least.
Harry, thank you very much indeed. A 58.7%, the turnout figure, which is very, very healthy indeed for a by-election, also above what happened in that constituency in the general election. So very interesting indeed. Angela, is that good for you? That seems to be what the whispers of the count are.
Yeah, I would hope so. If we're doing well on the higher turnout, which people seem to be thinking that a higher turnout would benefit reform, I always tend to think a higher turnout sometimes reflects not just the campaign, but voters who really want to make an effort and go out. And, you know, if we've managed to motivate that many Labour voters to go out, it's made the difference. That could be good news for us. Still, I want to hear some more, but I'm encouraged by the turnout.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because often the mood that we hear from now, whether from focus groups or talking to people in the street or just reporters, you know, going around the country, we hear it all the time. Voters are angry, they're cross, they look at the political system and they feel let down. Danny, if turnout is up, why do you think that will be?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? There was a very good point made by John Curtice earlier that high turnouts in by-elections are often when there's an insurgent party making a breakthrough, and that's what happened in the 1980s in those elections he mentioned, and that's what's happening now. I mean, whether Reform wins or not, we've made a massive breakthrough. There's a new party on the ballot paper for people to come out and vote for.
Except you're not that new, though, because if you don't win this time, you'll have lost, I think, the third by-election in a row where it looked like you were going to be competitive. If your position in real life matched the position in the polls that you've had for a long time, and this is a high voting Leave area, it should have been somewhere you could stream in.
Well, listen, let's see what actually happens. Whatever does happen, though, it seems obvious that we've done extremely well. And as I've been explaining, if Burnham wins, it's because of the particular weird politics of this by-election. But clearly Reform is making breakthroughs across the country, including in Labour heartlands, in Conservative heartlands as well, and in Scotland and Wales. So we are a national party making a breakthrough in all of the elections that are happening, local, national and by-election.
That's just not the case, Danny. I mean, there's, as well as the parliamentary by-elections. We've won 2 local council by-elections. Tonight, 3 actually, another one in Essex on the county council.
In Essex,
So
what happened in the local elections in Essex last week?
Council. Sorry?
In Essex, we've just taken the entire council from you guys.
And you've lost both those council seats.
A couple of little by-elections, but we just won the entire council.
You were saying it was really important. Councils are not important, Danny? They're really important.
I think what's interesting
compared to the whole county, which we just won last
Kevin,
month.
they cleaned up at your expense in some of the Tory shires back in May. So, with respect to the Rochford Council by-election, which is an important vote, all votes are, that does not signify that there is a huge Conservative recovery in parts of England.
Really West we won this evening as well. County Council election. Hillingdon we won as well this evening. So it's not... Danny's point is winning every election over the country. That's not the case.
But we haven't spoken about tonight...
Can I just have one really salient point on this? Is that Danny points to the polls where Reform will be leading, although that gap has been narrowing over months. Now down to 7 points, the gap, from 14. But the reality is, people vote tactically now in elections. That's part of the volatility. People come out to stop people getting elected. And that's part of Reform's problem. They are the most voted against party, as well as apparently being leading in the polls. So it's more than the headline numbers. There's some really interesting voter behaviour that's happening that's not delivering the results Reform would expect.
Well, voters are thoughtful and clever and perfectly capable of looking at all sorts of situations and coming to different conclusions. But before you all get carried away with thinking that big turnout means some massive political renaissance and revival and engagement, we've also got the turnout from Arbroath and Broughty, Ferry and Kirsty, 31%.
Yeah, I heard it wasn't brilliant. So 31.8, I think, possibly.
Oh, well, the 0.8 is...
Yeah, I'll take the 0.8. It's difficult to motivate people so quickly after a Holyrood election, and I'd be saying that whatever party I was in...
Would you really?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm pretty confident about Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, whatever the turnout is. I'd love to see many more people voting in every single election. But, you know, I think things are looking pretty good for us in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry just now.
OK. Kirsty, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I think we've got to let you go, but thank you very much for coming in. And I'm sorry you weren't able to be at the count in your neighbourhood, but we're grateful to have you here. Let's go to Professor Sir John on that point about turnout then. 58.7%, that's incredibly healthy for a by-election.
Yes, it's up by just over 6 points on the general election. I can only find a couple of other by-elections in the post-war period where it was higher than that. One is Torrington that we spoke about earlier back in 1958. There's also a by-election in Kilmarnock back in 1947 when it went up by 7 points. It's going to be roughly on a par with a by-election in East Aberdeenshire. So certainly quite remarkable rise in turnout as compared with the general election by all historical standards. Though, by the way, the last time we had a by-election when the person standing was standing because they wanted to be Prime Minister, which, of course, is when Sir Alec Douglas-Home stood in the Perthshire by-election back in 1963 after transitioning from the House of Lords as Lord Home to becomes plain Sir Alec Douglas-Home once more. Actually, the turnout in that by-election, not in any sense that it was close, was also up by 5 points. But again, that was unusual. But of course, that contrast with Arbroath, I think, also tells us something about the electorate these days. The electorate will still turn out if they're given a reason, if they think it matters. But if they don't think it matters, and as Kirsty Blackman just acknowledged, just after another election, a by-election in which, unlike Aberdeen South, everybody thought was pretty clear that the SNP were going to win, because although Labour were close last time, Labour's vote in Scotland has fallen away very heavily since 2024, as it has done in general across the UK as a whole. And if indeed, of course, one of the things to look out for in these two Scottish by-elections will be the extent to which there is a contrast between what happens to the Labour vote there, and it may well be that the collapse in the Labour vote in Aberdeen South is crucial to the Conservative success there, if indeed the Conservatives have won the seat. The contrast between what might be happening to Labour where you don't have a Burnham factor and what perhaps is happening in Makerfield where there is a Burnham factor, well, for many Labour MPs, I think simply emphasise the fact that under Keir Starmer, the Labour Party is indeed still in deep electoral trouble, and that perhaps those 2 by-elections in Scotland is a better signal of what might happen to the party if Keir Starmer remains leader, and that what Labour achieve in Makerfield may stand even more remarkably in contrast to what's been happening to the Labour vote pretty much everywhere else.
But the other thing, John, that may happen in Makerfield is a split on the right. Now, we don't have numbers on this yet, but it has been, we've heard from the ground during the campaign, there's been a big dynamic about Rupert Lowe's party, Restore Britain, really going after reform, and it appears making some headway.
Yes, and of course, certainly one of the things everybody's looking out for is whether or not whatever lead Andy Burnham's lead has, if indeed he has any lead at all, whether it is greater or less than whatever share of the vote Restore Britain get. Now, I think we should be careful in assuming that everybody who votes for Restore Britain, however many they prove to be, would necessarily have voted for reform. I mean, some people suggest that there's a somewhat greater lineage between Restore Britain and past successes, relative successes for the British National Party in the Makerfield constituency, i.e. that, you know, it is noticeably distinct. And certainly if you look at some of the people who said, according to the polls, are going to vote for Restore Britain, they certainly weren't all coming from people who'd voted for reform in 2024. But I think certainly, you know, clearly for Labour to be competitive in this constituency is itself against the tide of what's been happening in general to the Labour Party. Whether or not they'll actually win or not, however, may also depend on whether or not there is a split in the right. And of course, one of the things we'll be talking about, apart from what are the implications of this for Sir Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, is what are the implications of whatever success Restore Britain enjoy in this by-election for the future of Reform's challenge. Because, of course, the opinion polls suggest at the moment Restore Britain, amongst those polls are asking them in the national polls, it's around 3%. Reform will be hoping that disappears. But if this gives Rupert Lowe publicity, it gives him a certain degree of credibility. One of the things we might be discovering is that a bit more fragmentation of our British politics, if we thought it was conceivable, and that maybe Restore Britain are now going to become the 6th player, which, of course, would undoubtedly make life much more difficult for Reform and make life a little bit easier for everybody else.
Well, John, perhaps there will be a big fight on the right. Well, let's then speak directly to Restore Britain's leader, Rupert Lowe, who joins us from the Count in Makerfield. Welcome to the programme. What do you expect to achieve in the constituency tonight?
Well, Laura, I mean, I've been here all day today, and we've had tremendous support from a lot of people, and I think it's not, as John Curtice was saying, the BNP vote. I don't know where he thinks he's got that from. It's quite extraordinary. No, we're bringing people back to vote who haven't voted for a long time, like we did in Norfolk in the local elections, because they actually can see that there is somebody, I think, standing to change the way we're governed, to try and ensure that government is for the people and for the benefit of the people, which it clearly hasn't been recently. And when I sit in Parliament, I look at the decisions that are being made by the front bench, most of whom have never run a business and don't understand how businesses operate, and they don't understand the consequences of the taxes they keep increasing, particularly taxes on employment. I'm staggered, and I think the British people have had enough of it. So I'm encouraged by the support we've had, and I think, to, again, John Curtice's point about us polling 2%, that's the number we came into this being told we were going to get, but I'm confident we will get a much higher vote than that, and for a party that's less than 4 months old, I think that's a hell of an achievement, and Rebecca Shepherd, our candidate, deserves a lot of credit for the dignity and for the hard work she's put in talking to her local constituents.
So much higher than 2%. Would you put a figure on what you expect to achieve?
I don't know, Laura, but look, at the end of the day, this is the poll, isn't it? We're standing in a national election. We did very well in the county council elections and the borough council election in Norfolk and Great Yarmouth recently. So, you know, again, we brought people back to vote, and certainly in the county council election, you could have halved the vote we got, and we'd still have won every seat. So look, I think there's an enthusiasm for what we're doing. There's an enthusiasm for what I'm doing on the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament, where I try and speak the truth. And I think people are concerned about immigration. It's a huge issue. They're concerned about the fact that the country appears to be financially struggling. I think a lot of people are finding it very difficult to pay their bills. And it seems the state gets bigger and bigger, the private sector gets smaller and smaller. And those people who they're supposed to be serving get poorer and poorer. So that's not good government, Laura. So I think people are disaffected, and we'll see. Tonight is in itself a poll, and it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is. But I think it's too early to say exactly. But it looks like the turnout's high, which should be good for us.
You say, though, you were staggered by some of the comparisons that people have made about Restore Britain, but some people were staggered when you said that Tommy Robinson, Stephen Yaxley-Lennon, who's a convicted offender, was welcome to join your party. What impression do you think you gave?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Laura. Hang on, let's get it right. What I said...
Well, I've got it here. You said if Tommy Robinson wants to join us, that's up to him.
I was asked the question, was Tommy Robinson a member of our party? And I said, I don't know, because I don't look at the membership every day, and nor does anybody in any party across the spectrum. And by the way, there are some pretty unpleasant people who are members of the Green Party or members of other parties on... Whether you take the left or the right, there are lots of unpleasant people everywhere, right? And I'm not aware of any party that audits its membership. And what I actually said was, I don't know if Tommy Robinson's a membership. If he decides to part with £20 and join Restore Britain, that's a matter for him. That's what I said.
Indeed, and I can explicitly, the precise quote is, if Tommy Robinson wants to join us, that's up to him. Now, the reason I'm asking that is because you're political...
Well, isn't that what I just said, Laura?
Other people who are in different political parties to you say explicitly that he would not be welcome to join them. That's why I'm asking you the question, including Nigel Farage has always said that Tommy Robinson would not be part of the Reform Party, the party that he leads. So why do you take a different approach?
Well, look, Laura, at the end of the day, I just said nobody audits their membership. Are you aware of the Tories auditing their membership? Or I don't think Reform's got a clue who are members of their party. I'm still on their list, and supposedly I was politically assassinated last year. So
are you still a member of Reform?
At the end of the day, they still send me all their stuff. Yeah, it still comes through. I don't think anybody audits their membership list. So it's a pretty puerile question, frankly. But And Tommy Robinson, I've given him credit for what he did on the grooming gangs, and I don't know whether you've read our grooming gang report, but he was very early out of the traps on identifying this pervasive evil, which I'm sad to say the BBC have not covered at all. And we issued this huge report, which was crowdfunded by 20,000 people on Tuesday. I'm not aware that you've covered it at all as a national monopoly, which is supposed to cover everything that is of relevant interest to the British people. And I think that's quite extraordinary.
I want to bring in your former colleague, Danny Kruger, who's been listening carefully to you. I would also point out to everybody watching, the BBC's extensively covered the dreadful issue of grooming gangs over a period of many years. But Danny Kruger, Laura, you've been listening carefully to Rupert Lowe. Of course, you used to sit alongside each other. Actually, did he quit before you went across? Okay, all these comings and goings. Forgive me, I got it the wrong way around. But
he sits behind.
I know Danny. He's a very fine chap, but I've never been sitting on the benches next to him.
So, what is your response to what Rupert Lowe is saying tonight? He's laying down the gauntlet, saying he's a real challenger to you, not just tonight, but maybe in future.
Well, let's see what happens in the actual vote. The impression I have is that Restore's appeal is largely online. It may well have been because they've poured a huge amount of effort into this seat, and there has been a lot of publicity around Rupert's party that they do better than expected. But the fundamental issue is, and the challenge we have, is that everything that Rupert said is the Reform talking points. All of his points there, naturally enough, he was elected as a Reform MP. He served with Nigel in the European Parliament and in our Parliament. He's a reformer philosophically. The problem is, as he will be the first to admit, is that he can't be prepared, he's not prepared to follow Nigel. He won't accept the leadership of Nigel Farage. So, unfortunately,
Danny,
it's
that's
personal.
Not right. Nigel kicked me out of Reform. That's wrong. That's just wrong. I was part of Reform. I drove a lot of their support, and indeed I've today been talking to a lot of Reform supporters who've been doing selfies with me. I have no issue with the Reform membership at all.
No, but it is personal.
I think you need to ask Nigel why he did what he did. I didn't do that.
Right. Well, listen, I don't want to perpetuate this spat because I don't think it's
decision.
helpful for our parties to be fighting publicly. Fundamentally, everything that Rupert said is what Reform believes. And voters who care about these issues, about the grooming gangs, about immigration, about business, they have to get behind the party that can actually win and that can achieve the trust of a national vote. It's the same for the Conservatives. People who believe in a centre-right alternative to Labour, there is only one party that can deliver that, and that is Reform.
If
that is a subjective opinion, Danny, with all due respect. I'm afraid that's just your opinion.
It's fairly demonstrable in the polls.
So where was your,
you guys
where's your rape gang
you're very
inquiry
closely
report?
aligned, helping each other.
Where's your rape gang inquiry report? I don't think you've done one, have you? Nigel promised one and then didn't do it. So I'm sorry. Some of the things I agree with, not all of them. And when Nigel said he was going to do it, have a rape gang inquiry, and then he took all the media plaudits for it and then didn't do it, I did it. So, and we've done it. And credit to the entire team who've spent a lot of time producing a report on probably the biggest pervasive evil that is stalking Britain today, and it's happening as we speak.
Rupert Lowe, if Andy Burnham wins, but he wins by a margin that is smaller than the number of votes that Restore Britain receives, will it have been worth running in Makerfield to beat Reform?
No, Laura. No, Laura. Do you think anybody owns votes, or do you think it's the prerogative of the British people casting that vote to vote for who they decide to vote for? Are you saying the votes are owned by somebody?
I'm asking a question that if you end up stopping Nigel Reform beating Andy Reform, how will you feel? That's my question. Because if you split the vote on the right...
I believe in democracy, and in order to answer your question, so the answer is no, I don't. And quite frankly, it makes no difference whether Keir Starmer remains, whether the Ghostbuster Burnham wins, whether Wes Streeting wins, or indeed whether Al Carnes wins, who's indicated he might stand. So I don't think it makes any difference. Labour are not going to be re-elected, in my view. They're failing the country. They've done untold damage. And I don't see an election coming very soon. And if they have an election soon, there's every chance they'll lose it, because I think from what I can see, the British people have had enough of the damage the Labour Party's done in 2 years, let alone another 3 years.
Angela Smith?
Oh,
so I refute.
It's a famous line, isn't it? He would say that, wouldn't he? And yeah, let's see. I actually do think he's got a point there, though. Parties don't own votes. And if people vote Restore, they won't just say, oh, well, I wish we'd voted Reform. They've made a conscious effort to vote for Restore. And you've always got this argument whether, if you didn't vote for, if you're on the left of centre to the right of centre, if they all got together. But people make a choice on the first past the post system, and people know the consequences of that. So I never think you can really add votes together. If Andy Burnham wins tonight, it will be because he's got more votes than anybody else, and that's why he wins. If Restore have got a handful of votes that, if they added them to Reform votes, would make a difference, that won't alter things because they knew who they were voting for. People have a choice. I think political parties sometimes think they own their voters, and they don't. Voters make their own choices. The one thing we haven't talked about tonight is what the Conservative vote is going to be. And all the indications are, and I haven't seen the figures yet, but no one's talking about what the Conservative vote is.
In Aberdeen South, they'll talk to you about that all day.
No, we're talking about Makerfield. We're talking about Makerfield now. There's no discussion of what the votes for Conservative Party are in Makerfield. So it'd be interesting to see how what they call themselves the right of centre parties, how they're polling individually.
And I'm sure we've still got many hours to go, and I'm sure we will talk about that. But as we actually did mention, Kevin, Makerfield is not somewhere where the Conservatives have really ever been competitive. Danny Kruger, I know we have to say goodbye to you in just a few moments. So thank you for your time with us. And if you need to leave, then off you go, and we'll be replaced by one of your colleagues. But thank you very much indeed for your time. I mean, just to concentrate on for a second on that, Kevin, in terms of Makerfield, OK, that was not somewhere that you were traditionally ever going to be competitive. But yet we saw with Alex's graphics earlier, Kemi Badenoch's approval ratings might have gone up a touch, but it's not translating to sentiment in the country, is it?
It is gradually, and there's no doubt Kemi is the most popular leader, and our vote share is tracking up. We got 18% of the vote share back in May 2025 in the local elections. It was 20% this time. We'd like to see that go further and faster. We have much work to do.
Main opposition party at Westminster.
We will be back there. We're on our way back there, but it takes time. We did many good things in 14 years, as I've explained on your show number of times, but we made some mistakes. We lost trust. We held our hands up. Kemi's a completely new leader. The people like what they see. So yes, I agree with you. She's ahead of the party right now, but we are catching up, and the more as the by-elections are showing tonight, I think, in parts of the country, in Essex, in Hillingdon, and in Aberdeen South, I think, are showing that people are seeing we're a new party again under new leadership, but that it will take time to fully restore that confidence in us.
Well, when? How much time have you got?
Well,
I mean, you're nearly 2 years since the general election.
I do think the general election will probably be 2029. I don't think Andy Burnham will go for it. We'll risk it. It'll be just far too risky. And I promise you, in any leadership contest that happens, that'll be a pledge he has to make to his backbenchers, because they won't want him to go early. So I think we're looking at 2029. And listen, but I would be there tomorrow if we could. But the reality is it takes longer than that to build trust. It is built to face-to-face. They like Kemi, what she says and how she says it, and I do believe they think she says what she means. And but also we need to do more work on the ground, knocking on people's doors, and that's proved highly effective in those by-elections in Essex, in Hillingdon, and I think in Aberdeen South.
But is politics changing though? Because I remember when I was a member of the House of Commons, and during the other last Labour governments, when there were by-elections, the Conservatives, even in traditional seats where you hadn't done well before, you were the main challengers.
We're in two-party politics. We're in a completely different world.
Precisely, it's changed dramatically.
But it changes all the time. And predicting in 2026 what it'll look like in 2029 is a fun game, is it not?
Very volatile.
I want to introduce, we've got two new guests at the table here. Alex Wilson from Reform has miraculously replaced Danny Kruger. Welcome to you. And Sarah Olney, Lib Dem MP, is joining us at the table too. Thank you both. Now, Sarah, we haven't yet talked about the Lib Dems at all, really, tonight, not because we don't want to, but because in none of these by-elections, these three, does it really look like you're going to be decisive in any way? Why not?
Well, I mean, I think under any election and under first past the post, what really matters is the contest between the top two. And I think right from the very start, the Makerfield by-election was always going to be between Andy Burnham and Reform. And I think there will be people in Makerfield who will have been, perhaps minded to vote Lib Dem. We've had an excellent candidate, Jake Austin. He's done really, really well. He's run a wonderful campaign, really focused on the issues that matter to people, the NHS, the cost of living. But there will be people who might have thought, I like Jake, I'd love to vote for him, but I really want to stop Reform. And so in this election, I'm going to cast my vote for Andy Burnham. And I mean, as Angela was just saying, you can never really tell. We don't own the votes. We can't, expect people to turn out. In any kind of first past the post election, that's what will happen.
But it's interesting because under a first past the post system, on many occasions, the Lib Dems have profited under that system when it comes to by-elections. It's sort of, in some ways, used to be your party trick. You're like really relentless, effective campaigners in by-elections.
Well, absolutely. And, I'm obviously a beneficiary myself of having won a by-election in that way. So, I mean, absolutely, there are...
Zach Lansky fancied being the candidate,
he
if
did
I
indeed.
remember correctly, but they chose you instead.
To beat that Zach before I beat the other Zach in that particular by-election. But I mean, yes, of course, there are different types of seats up and down the country, and Lib Dems have got strengths in different areas, and in places where we're strong and we think we've got a good opportunity. We won 4 in the last Parliament, and we did really well in all of those. And interestingly, in at least 2 of those, the Labour vote was under 5%. So I mean, obviously worked in reverse in those by-elections.
And there are lots of different contests. I know that you're not necessarily expected to be on the big scoreboard tonight in the contest, but you will still have lots of ears on the ground. What are you hearing from Makerfield, from your people there?
I mean, not a huge amount. Obviously, we don't have as many Lib Dems on the ground as I'm hearing reports of thousands of Labour activists on the ground. But it sounds as if Andy Burnham is getting his vote out, and that's. But to be honest, we heard that about Gorton and Denton as well. So I'm just a little bit sceptical in case that turns out not to be
quite
true.
Right. We should have buckets of salt under the desk until the actual numbers come in. Let's, though, go to Aberdeen South, because my colleague Andrew Kerr is there. And I think it sounds, Andrew, like you are not with a result, but it sounds like things are progressing quite quickly there.
Things are progressing very quickly, Laura. We could be half an hour out from a result here in Aberdeen, and things are not progressing in the SNP's favour either tonight. Jack Middleton, who is the SNP MSP for Aberdeen Central, has told the BBC this is not our night. So, in a sense, conceding in all but name that this is certainly not their night, that this is more a night for the Scottish Conservative Party, who look as though they could be on their way to winning Aberdeen South. It could be a very historic win for them. They have not gained the Westminster seat in Scotland in a by-election since 1967. Now, the Conservatives are still just being a little bit careful. They are not just saying we have won, but that's how things are looking like at the moment, Laura.
Andrew, thank you. And is there any indication of turnout yet? Because we know that turnout in Makerfield very high at 58.77%, very low in Arbroath, down the road from where you are, down at 31%. Are there turnout indications yet?
Not yet. So in Aberdeen, they do things a little bit differently. We get the turnout result almost just as soon as we get the actual results. So I'm afraid I can't bring you that yet, but they do things differently in Aberdeen in another way as well, because actually when they verify the votes, they also start counting them. So it means that things are very speedy here, and that is why we're just half an hour away from a result we predict at the moment. So can't bring you the turnout, but we will bring you the result fairly quickly. And actually, I've just been told a senior SNP source has told the BBC we have lost. So a very significant night for the Conservatives here in Aberdeen South, an historic win for them.
That's interesting, Andrew. So a senior SNP source just told you that they are off the record, they are conceding. What impact do you think that would have on the SNP nationally? Because they had a big success again in a historic fifth term, I think, at the Holyrood elections just there in May. But losing a by-election will sting.
It will sting, definitely. And I think it will refocus the attention on the Peter Murrell affair. We spoke about that earlier, the former chief executive of the SNP who embezzled more than £400,000 of party cash. Did that have an effect on the vote? Did it suppress the SNP vote? Did it mean that SNP voters were not coming out to support the party? Was there a sense of fatigue about going out to support their own party? Now, in a sense, you could also think that when it comes to a Westminster election, SNP supporters are not thinking that is the most important parliament for them. The Scottish Parliament is the most important parliament for them. So, in a way, the SNP were maybe getting off on a bad foot altogether, and the Conservatives they really put the kitchen sink, they threw the kitchen sink into this to try to achieve this win. So it will play badly for John Swinney, the First Minister, who has said, he has repeated to his opponents that he was backed in the Scottish Parliament election, fully backed by the people of Scotland, as he was putting it. So it will mean that they will come back with a retort for him when he now says that in the chamber at Holyrood.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. And you can bet your bottom dollar that if the Conservatives do officially win that seat, we've heard from both sides off the record, that's the expectation. You can bet that Kemi Badenoch is going to mention that as often as she possibly can. I'm going to chat to my guests a bit more in a second, but I just want to show you, because it is a by-election programme. In the pictures on your right is the scene at the count in Wigan, where the Makerfield constituency results are being counted. Now, the chap in what is a fox costume, who's holding a fox head, I can tell you, is Rob Pownall. He's standing as an independent, campaigning for tougher anti-hunting laws. So if you were watching on a big screen and you were wondering why on earth someone is wearing a fox costume, that is why. He's an independent candidate who's been campaigning for more rights for foxes. Isn't politics a wonderful, wonderful thing? Alex Wilson joining us from Reform, member of the London Assembly. Welcome to you. We don't know what's happening in Makerfield yet, officially, but the indications also to me and others from Labour are that it's looking pretty healthy for them. If Reform fails to win a third by-election in a row, What does that say for what looked this time last year as a real march towards power across the country?
Well, you have to remember this is a constituency that has always been held by the Labour Party for the entirety of its existence as Makerfield since 1983, and before that, its predecessor constituency since, I think, 1906.
So Runcorn, and you won that.
Yeah, by a very, very narrow margin, with an excellent campaign, and that's what we've tried to do with this one as well. But I'm hearing still that it's very close. We need to wait and see. We'll hear, I'm sure, in the minutes and hours ahead. But we're very proud of the campaign that we've run. Huge mobilisation of effort, as we did in Gorton and Denton, learning an awful lot about how to improve our campaigning techniques. But as well as remembering that this constituency has historically been one of Labour's safest, the closest challenge I think that it has been in recent years was in 2019 when the Conservatives got about a third of the vote. They're now going to lose their deposit. So it's in flux, it's variable. But the other thing, obviously, Andy Burnham as a candidate, he is a very popular figure in Greater Manchester. Any other Labour candidate wouldn't have a chance. But of course, if there was any other Labour candidate, this by-election itself wouldn't be happening, because the whole purpose of this by-election has been to try and deal with this internal civil war within the Labour Party.
But do you acknowledge, though, that Reform's position has become in some ways a bit trickier than it was this time last year? You know, your polling has tipped down a little bit. There have been plenty of questions from members of the public about what £5 million Nigel Farage did with £5 million that he got from a donor. Do you acknowledge things feel bit trickier, maybe because you're under more scrutiny from your political rivals because of the success of last year?
Yeah, and welcome that scrutiny because it's a demonstration of the fact that we are now very much in the game nationally in a way that we weren't 18 months ago or at the time of the general election. The general election was a huge breakthrough for us, but everything that's happened since has been phenomenal. And of course, we're going to get scrutinised as a result of that. That's fine.
But you went into this election expecting to win this by-election. And if you don't win, sorry, let me just complete my point. If you don't win tonight, it means you've lost votes from the local elections in May, where you took every single seat and you got, I think, something like 55% of the vote across those council wards and the constituency. So it's actually a retreat from where you were in the May elections. And I think that's where the difficulty is. And I think you've got a point, Laura, that what you have is when you're under greater scrutiny, and certainly the candidate was under greater scrutiny, Nigel Farage was under greater scrutiny, you haven't come out well of that, and that does affect how people vote.
We went into this election fighting to win, but we never take anything for granted. So not necessarily
expecting
to win.
No one does, yeah, no one ever can.
Fighting to win,
yeah.
We selected a very strong local candidate who is there. He is fighting for this constituency because he lives there and he wants to represent the area that he lives in. There's only two candidates standing this by-election that were able to vote for themselves today. One of them was our candidate, one of them was Kevin's candidate. And that's
I think Andy knows the constituency fairly well. He's lived around that area for a very long time. His kids went to school there. Trying to portray that he's not local is a bit of a stretch.
I didn't say exactly that.
No, I know.
I didn't say that.
You're heading that direction.
Your point about the local
if we win
election...
tonight, we'll be absolutely delighted. We will see it as something that is really important to have won this seat tonight.
But the starting point for this campaign is the 2024 general election.
Oh, OK, not local election.
Not the local election.
Well, you guys we can all do apples, pears, oranges, whatever you like. Yeah. Votes are votes, and every contest every time is different. And there are different benchmarks that we can look at. It's important for the audience that we're clear about which benchmarks we are comparing. In the local council elections, Reform smashed it, but it was very much a Labour seat at the general election and always has been. Kevin, you were trying to come in.
I think the one point here, and I'm obviously, as politicians, we're all scrutinised, and Alex is right to welcome it because that's part of what politics is. But what people are seeing is that Reform stood on a platform with lots of promises about cutting tax in local elections and improving services, neither of which has happened. Now, they might say with cutting taxes generally rather than council tax, but council taxes are going up as high as 9% in Reform-led Worcestershire. So the reality is all those promises are starting to unravel. And I think that's why Reform Burnham's vote share is dropping back.
But why are they then still miles ahead of you?
Well, they're less. There were 14 points ahead of us in the local elections in 2025. In 2026, there were 7 points ahead of us. So we are closing the gap. And you're saying Bexley and Bromley, which are on the border of Kent, which Kent Reform-run Kent Council is not doing well at all. It's putting council tax up and raiding the reserves, all those things. And people are seeing the chaos in those councils.
By less than Conservative councils have on average.
No, that's not true, actually. But no, it's not true.
Top-tier councils that have those big spending pressures of adult social care and children's social care, then like for like, Reform councils put their council tax up by less than any other party.
Because you raided the reserves. Because 20 million quid in Kent. That's what you did, Alex. Be honest with the people out there. That's exactly what you did, to artificially suppress the rise in council tax.
In Kent, we've identified £100 million worth of
That's
savings.
Just nonsense.
We've removed £39.5 million of future spending, and we've cut the council. We raised the council tax by less than 89% of comparable top-tier authorities.
It's just a nonsense, and you know it, Alex. And you said you'd cut taxes, and you're putting them up. That's the reality.
We said we would deliver value for money.
You said you'd cut taxes.
And you say exactly the same things. You saw your leaflets, your party leaflets say the same things as we had.
Our leaflets did not say we'd cut council tax.
The levels of council tax. The fact, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
You show me
the budgets we've set.
OK, Angela started playing charades in the middle of these two.
It's the most sensible thing to do at that point.
We must say goodbye to you, Angela Smith. Thank you very much indeed for your time in the first part of our programme. Good to have you with us as always. And we'll, miraculously, in a moment, you'll be replaced by Home Office Minister Mike Tapp. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Sarah Olney, you were chuckling away there, I could hear. While the Conservatives and Reform were tangling. Let's just think about the overall political picture here. If Andy Burnham is on his way, if he wins, and he makes it to number 10, there is this fight on the right. Would you want to work with Andy Burnham on some issues? I mean, he'd still theoretically have a massive majority, but when it comes to proportional representation, for example, he's suggested that
We're very excited by what Andy Burnham said about proportional representation. Right. This has long been, a real passion project, if you like, for the Liberal Democrats. We firmly believe in changing the electoral system. I mean, we've already been talking about how first past the post really actually suppresses people's preferences. And it's our firm belief that changing the voting system will lead to more equitable outcomes, more people will get the representation in the House of Commons that they want to see, and that will lead to better decision-making, better government. So we're very excited by the potential for Andy Burnham, if he's the Prime Minister, to bring forward some proportional representation legislation at the earliest opportunity.
But would you be happy if that also gave absolutely loads more MPs to Reform? I mean, they got 4 million votes, I think, from memory, at the general election. If you had proportional representation, they'd have an awful lot more bums on the green leather seats.
I mean, just to the point, I mean, the ding-dong, if I may, has just been going on here. If Reform are going to be taking more seats, there will be more scrutiny. There will be more of a spotlight on them and on their plans. And I think we can only benefit from that in the sense that a lot of what they say is untested, a lot of what they're...
But my question was, if you had PR, which I know you passionately believe in, if PR meant loads more seats for a Reform, which it would have done at the last general election, would you be happy to see that?
If that's what voters want, I want to see voters' preferences better represented in Parliament. And if that's what voters want, then obviously I wouldn't personally be happy to see loads of Reform MPs. We would campaign very, very hard to make sure that we want to give people the best possible opportunity to vote for Liberal Democrat MPs. So obviously I wouldn't personally be happy to see lots of Reform MPs, but if that's what the voters want, then that's how the voting system should reflect that preference.
Okay. Sarah, thank you very much indeed. It's good to have you with us tonight. Well, let's talk about what voters in Makerfield want. We can speak to Louise Haigh, Senior Labour MP, who's been very much involved in Andy Burnham's campaign there on the ground. From what you know now, Lou, do you think voters are going to show that they wanted Andy Burnham?
Well, Andy has run a relentlessly positive and optimistic campaign in this by-election. He's put a message of hope to the people of Makerfield. It has not been a normal by-election campaign by any stretch of the imagination. There's been none of the traditional point scoring, and we are quietly confident that the people of Makerfield have responded well to that message.
So quietly confident, that is more than cautious optimism of a couple of hours ago. Do you believe then that Andy Burnham has done it and made it over the line?
Well, look, I don't want to preempt the result, but we are optimistic and confident about the result here. We believe that the people of Makerfield have responded to that message of hope and optimism. They sent a very, very clear message just 6 weeks ago at the local elections, voting around 50% across all 8 wards for reform here. But it looks like they have responded very positively to Andy's campaign, and I think that shows what can happen if we take on reform and take that positive message to the country beyond Makerfield as well.
And Lou, I know you're not going to be tempted to call it, even as we're speaking at 1:30 in the morning, but if it does come to pass, as you have worked hard for, what is the difference that Andy Burnham's Labour has been able to communicate positively to voters in Makerfield, that Keir Starmer's version of Labour did not appeal to people in that part of the world in the local elections?
Well, look, Andy is absolutely clear that you have to change politics in order to change the country, and he's demonstrated what that looks like as Mayor of Greater Manchester, working collaboratively with other parties, not the usual point scoring, but offering a positive, optimistic vision for the future, a bold economic analysis of where we've gone wrong. He's talked about 40 years of neoliberalism and trickle-down economics that has left places like Makerfield behind, and he's talked about the Makerfield test, that no policy should be enacted unless it matters and makes a difference to communities like Makerfield. Representing, even as I do, a city like Sheffield, I know that my constituents would respond to that as they would across the whole country, because too many places have felt let down and ignored by Westminster politics, and that's what he's offered, is that big, bold vision for this constituency that can be applied across the country as well, and some hope for the future, some optimism. So many people have come up to him as we've been walking around the constituency over the last few weeks, running over to shake his hand and saying thank you for giving them some faith again. And I think that's what's really inspired people. We're looking at a very high turnout in this by-election, possibly one of the biggest differences between a by-election and a general election since the year I was born. So a pretty unprecedented result, whatever happens tonight.
Yeah, and John Curtice has explained how big that change is actually in terms of the turnout. But Lou Higg, you've been very clear already. You do not think that Keir Starmer can lead Labour into the next general election. If Andy Burnham wins, what should Keir Starmer do?
Well, look, 6 weeks ago, lots of us were in halls like this one, watching colleagues lose their seats by huge majorities across the country, and the Labour Party faced an existential crisis. That is why Andy has done what he's done in challenging this incredibly difficult seat, the 6th highest reform vote share in the country. It could barely have been a harder seat for him to challenge. That's why he's done what he's done, to show what can be different, and I hope if things go the way we want them to tonight, that Keir Starmer takes the time to reflect on these results, reflect on the results just 6 weeks ago, and do what's best for both the country and the Labour Party.
And what is that?
Well, I hope that he will consider an orderly and managed transition. We have said that the party is in an existential crisis. Things cannot continue, and it was quite clear after the local elections, unfortunately, that he considered that business as usual would suffice. Andy has potentially shown tonight that what a changed Labour Party can bring, and how we can beat back the rise of reform, because without that optimism and without that on the ballot paper, then we will see a reform Prime Minister at the next general election.
And Lou Higg, what does considered and orderly transition mean? How quickly would you want Keir Starmer to depart?
Well, that is absolutely up to the Prime Minister. The power and the autonomy and the authority is in his hands to determine how things go next. I know Andy will not be challenging in the immediate aftermath of the by-election should he be successful here in Makerfield. He'll want to speak to the Prime Minister, I'm sure, and that will be up for them to hopefully decide a way forward.
But that way forward for the country, I mean, when you say considered and orderly, What do you mean? Are you suggesting a matter of weeks? Are you suggesting a matter of months or 6 months? Because, you know, to a normal person's ear, that doesn't tell them anything about explicitly what you mean. You're surely not suggesting that Andy Burnham would say to Keir Starmer, sure, take all the time you want, you could have months more in office.
Yes, of course, but that really is a matter for them to discuss, and it is absolutely in the Prime Minister's hands. We also have the fact that is on the ground that Wes Streeting is still gathering nominations and still preparing a leadership contest. So we could well be in a full leadership contest, which is exactly why Andy Burnham decided to challenge this seat and make sure that he could participate should any leadership contest take part. But I'm hopeful that he will meet the Prime Minister in the coming days and that an orderly transition and settlement can be agreed.
And would you rather that just happens without a contest? Because some of your colleagues, like Jess Phillips was here earlier, argue very strongly that there really ought to be a contest rather than just power being handed over between two men at the top of the party.
Look, of course I can understand the arguments for that, but if an agreement can be made between potential candidates, then that's all for the better. I think dragging any process out for any length of time would be difficult for the Labour Party, but more crucially for the government. I think if that can be avoided and all parties can come to an agreement, that's all for the best. But of course, if we're into a contest and people decide to trigger it, then that's where we are.
But if you get your way and Andy Burnham does win, and he persuades the Prime Minister and he agrees to a timetable, are you saying to people watching right now that Andy Burnham, in your hoped-for scenario, could be the Prime Minister within weeks?
Again, Laura, I'm not going to predetermine the outcome of any discussions. That the autonomy and the authority is absolutely in the Prime Minister's hands, and if things go the way we'd like them to tonight, then I hope he can reflect on the result here, in direct contrast the result that took place just 6 weeks ago, and consider what is in the best interests of the country and the party.
OK, Lieu Haigh, thank you very much indeed. Just as you're still there, have you got any expected time on declaration? I know you'll all be pacing around with clipboards trying to work out exactly when it's going on, but what does your expectation tell us about timing?
Maybe about an hour, Laura. I'm hopeful. I was already pretty tired before we came into this, so I could do with a quick sleep.
OK, all right. Well, if it's an hour, that's not too long, and you've got time to go off and grab what's
Fingers
probably
crossed.
another coffee. Lieu Haigh, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Cheers, Laura.
And I can introduce, we are now joined by Mike Tapp, who is a Home Office Minister, who's replaced Angela Smith here at the table. Welcome to you.
Hello.
Your colleague Lieu Haigh has just said that if Andy Burnham wins, Keir Starmer should agree to go. There should be a handover. She wouldn't be pressed on time, but it's very clear they're not hanging around.
Well, firstly, I'm glad that we've switched to quietly confident. I was rushing to get here, and it wasn't that when I was in the car, so I've written that down. We're quietly confident. Look, my view is really clear. We've had 2 years. Keir Starmer won a landslide victory. He turned around an 18-point deficit from 2021. That's no mean feat. It does take time to deliver in government. We all know that if we've been in government, and the public have seen that as well in the past. We're now starting to turn that corner. We see, with the NHS, the waiting lists coming down, net migration's down by 82%. The economy's stable and growing compared to those in the G7 in the first quarter. We've got more police on the front line. There's real progress being made, and actually with more stability we're more likely to deliver more. And I can go into more detail as to why I believe that, but for me it's really important we stick with Keir Starmer.
Forgive me, there's not stability, because your colleagues like Lieu Haigh are openly telling the public they want someone else to be Prime Minister. They want him to decide that it's time to go if Andy Burnham wins. And Jess Phillips was here a couple of hours ago saying even if Andy Burnham doesn't win, Keir Starmer ought to come to that conclusion.
Fine. And look, I respect all of my colleagues without exception, but I also disagree with that. Look, in my brief, for example, in migration, we've seen an 82% drop in net migration. We don't want to interrupt that flow and that progress. And what I've learned very quickly as a minister is that it takes time to get on top of your brief. I've been lobbied left, right and centre on different types of visas, for example. And once you start to learn it and you then start to deliver more, What we don't want is churn in ministers, churn at the top, because that's what held back the Conservatives. Well, it's one of the reasons that the Conservatives failed so
Burnham
miserably.
might leave all the ministers in their job, apart from just him at the top. I mean, the point is...
And imagine what there is to learn at the top as Prime Minister. Most Prime Ministers say that they'd be better if they came back and did it again. Look, we're 2 years in. After a landslide victory, we're seeing some progress. I've listed some, there's a hell of a lot more. And actually, I think if we have 5 years and beyond, then we can progress and the public will feel it.
Just as we talk, I just want to show people or explain the pictures they're seeing in the corners of their screen. You've got the Aberdeen South count, and we think that the result there might actually be ready in the next 10 minutes or so. So there are the candidates all being briefed on the results. One of the spoilers of elections, they know the results before they go up on the stage. I think that's the back of Stephen Flynn's head. He was the MP there, but now he's an MSP. Perhaps it's not anyway. I shouldn't be guessing who's who by the back of their head. But anyway, those are the candidates in Aberdeen South being told the result. If we can't see any big smiles or cheers from there, but the Conservatives there, the one with the blue rosettes, are who we expect to be the winners in Aberdeen South. So our first result of the night, we think, will be in about 10 minutes. So we'll keep those pictures up just while we are talking to our guests round the table. But just to finish that point, Mike Tapp, don't you think if you and Keir Starmer's allies that remain in the response to this by-election result, once we have it, just keep saying again and again, here's the list of things that we've done, here's the fact that we won the general election in 2024, don't you just risk looking like you've got your fingers in your ears?
No, because I absolutely accept that there's a lot that needs to change and many mistakes have been made in government. That was reflected by the local elections in May. So there are massive changes that need to be made around delivering quicker, being bolder. But actually we do that by sticking with Keir Starmer, who's already learnt the process of government, and give him another 3 years. Think what more we can change. Think of the minimum wage going up, renters' rights. You know, these are workers' rights. These are bold, big policies that we've already delivered on, and there's a lot more to do in government, but you don't change 2 years in. All that does is it says to the public that they can't trust that party in government, and we've seen that in the past with the Conservatives, and I'm sure you'll want to come back on that, but that's absolutely the fact, and that's what, when I'm talking to my constituents, they're seeing. You know, many aren't up at this time watching, unfortunately, because they've got hard jobs to go to in the morning, so they need to sleep, and they won't hear all of this debate. All they'll see is chaos at the top. And by the way...
Well, actually, the Labour leadership, what you're not hearing is that people really don't want to vote for Keir Starmer again. Well, that's what your colleagues say.
We're 6 points behind in the polls, and we've seen that across many governments at this point, and it can be turned around. He turned around an 18-point deficit. He can turn around a 6.
I mean, you've got to say about that. I mean, you look at Keir Starmer's popularity ratings, they're the worst in history for a Prime Minister who have come into office at the point he did. You're losing elections all around the country, by-elections, and apart from, obviously, Makerfield, which you're probably going to win because of Andy Burnham, not Keir Starmer, the reality is people are not happy with Keir Starmer, and you've got resignations in your cabinet 2 years in.
The fact that you want this...
Just to explain to viewers, as you two are...
What?
The leadership chaos.
I don't want the leadership chaos. That's a choice for the Labour Party.
Hang on, as you're haggling in the studio, I'm just to explain to viewers, we can see there are candidates there in Arbroath haggling over votes. So it looks like there are some ballot papers being disputed. We think also that the announcement of the result there in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry is also close. So we're standing by for 2 declarations that may well come quite soon in the 2 Scottish by-elections. We'll return to the haggling between Mike and Kevin in a few minutes. But just while we watch what's happening in Scotland, Alex, take us a bit under the bonnet of what's really gone on there in terms of what's been the big divide in Scottish politics over the Constitution, even though in the last couple of years it's not really fired the campaign. So what's going on in the numbers there?
Yeah, completely right, Laura. I'll provide you some respite from the haggling and you can return to it in just a moment. But as we wait for those 2 Scottish by-election results, it is worth taking a look at the kind of political backdrop to this. And exactly as Laura says, the constitutional question, which is so often a factor in Scottish politics. So what are you looking at here? Well, this graph, these squiggly lines, they are showing you a tracker of opinion polls. On the one hand, the people that think yes to Scottish independence, on the other hand, the people that think no to Scottish independence. And you can see, dating back from September 2024, and actually this has been the case for some time. Yes, there are some fluctuations, but broadly speaking, it's around 50%. The yes and no are fighting for votes around 50% when it comes to that constitutional question. So the question then is what that means for how that translates into votes for various parties. So, you know, I think this question always a central factor in Scottish politics. But I'm not going to spend any more time on it, Laura, because I think that we've got some results coming in fairly quickly. So, you know, we'll find out whether or not the constitutional question's really having much of an impact.
Alex, thank you. And there, look, the candidates assembling on the stage. And we are, therefore, the pictures can tell you that we are approaching our first declaration. Let's listen in.
Aberdeen South constituency. Electorate 76,033. Total votes cast 28,950. And the percentage of poll 38.08%. I, Angela Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Nurul Hoke Ali, 1,550. David Ballantyne, the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom ADF, 59. UK Heart, Reform UK, 2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000. Shelston Eckstein, votes Scottish Greens, Let's Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258. Ballot papers rejected, 53. And total votes, 28,950. And I declare that Douglas Lumsden is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Aberdeen South constituency.
So the Conservatives make history, cheering their candidate Douglas Lumsden. The crowd absolutely delighted, smiling with their blue rosettes. The Tories take Aberdeen South, their first by-election win in Scotland since the 1970s. So a delighted Douglas Ramsden there, the Conservative winning that seat with a majority of about 14,000 votes, well ahead of the SNP at just under 8,500. So not just any old win for the Conservatives there. They didn't sneak it. They convincingly won, taking the seat of Aberdeen South. And let's just briefly listen in to the victorious candidate there, Douglas Lumsden.
And the police for a smooth election. I was going to say today, but it was actually yesterday. And to my friends, supporters and volunteers, we did it. And the people of Aberdeen have spoken loud and clear. We stopped the SNP and we sent Labour the message that the destruction of the North Sea oil and gas industry must stop now. And to everyone in Aberdeen that put their trust in me, thank you. I share your anger, I share your frustration, and I share your fears for the future. And I promise that I will be a strong voice for this city, standing up for you, your families, and your livelihoods against short-sighted policies. Now, we said at the start of this campaign that it is a referendum on the oil and gas industry, and the people of Aberdeen have gave a resounding answer that we back the oil and gas industry. And I'm lucky enough to have not just one leader, but two fantastic leaders in Russell Finlay and Kemi Badenoch. I have received a huge amount of support.
So an absolutely delighted candidate there. Douglas Lumsden becomes another Conservative MP to join his colleagues in the House of Commons, but makes history as the first Conservative by-election gain in Scotland since the 1960s. Alex, this is a significant political moment, without question.
It's a huge political moment. Like you say, the Conservatives haven't been winning seats like this in Scotland for decades. So this is really a significant moment. And I think what is interesting about this is that we know, and you heard it there in Douglas Lumsden's victory speech, that the Conservatives tried to make this a bit of a referendum on North Sea oil and gas and whether there should or shouldn't be more drilling beyond what is already happening at the moment. And, you know, there's a fascinating political context to this, which is that if you think back to not so long ago, there was pretty much a political consensus around net zero. So all the parties supported the notion you had to get to net zero by a certain date. The Conservatives
They passed the law.
even put that in law. Exactly right. And since then, things have really started to shift. You know, we've had Kemi Badenoch, Conservative Party leader, ditching that 2050 net zero target. You have Reform UK calling it, in their words, net stupid zero. So, you know, I think what this is going to do is potentially supercharge that debate around energy. And of course, on top of all that, what we've had is the impact of the war in Iran, which is all the worry that people have about the impact on energy prices. And we saw the shift in the SNP that said energy security has to be a factor. So, yeah, a huge significant win for the Conservatives. But given how much the Conservative Party has put the oil and gas at the forefront of this by-election, you wonder if that's just going to kind of add fuel, excuse the pun, Laura, to the political discussion around oil and gas in particular.
Maybe it will give it more impetus to the Conservatives to go with it on a national level. You were just showing you the breakdown of the figures there. The Conservative Douglas Lumsden, who's already an MSP actually, but now becomes an MP with well over 14,000. You can see there the SNP way down on 8,000. So in the end, it wasn't close at all, but both well ahead of Reform and the Labour Party. So Labour dropping way back there too. Well, Kevin Hollingrake, you were right. You had good intelligence. So everybody watching should pay more attention to your whispers. But you can see the share there for the Conservatives, I think tipping 50%.
Yeah.
That is really quite a victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's a massive win for us. You know, we've been through a difficult time. There's no question about it. Everybody knows that. But I think people like Kemi. I mean, talking about oil and gas, Kemi's been consistent on this. One of the people who stood up in the debate back in 2019 and said, is this really a good idea? Can we actually deliver this? So I think she's been very consistent on it. But so I think this is about oil and gas, but also about Kemi's credibility and you know, her favourability did come up on the doorstep. It's not often Conservative leaders are very popular in Scotland. So I think this shows that Kemi's leadership the party is taking a new direction, and also bringing in people like Ruth Davidson, who heavily supported Douglas's campaign.
It's worth saying, though, he had been an MSP for the North East region since 2021. He was a former co-leader of Aberdeen Council, so he has extensive
very good and ex-oil and gas industry
connections,
real-world experience, which many of our candidates have. So a really good candidate, a really good campaign, fantastic volunteer effort, but and it really struck a chord with the people of Aberdeen South. OK,
let's ask Professor Sir John Curtice then. John, this is a big result for the Conservatives without question. How would you frame its significance?
Well, I think its significance is almost undoubtedly going to lie in the fact that the Conservatives focus very much on the question of oil and gas. And much as we're anticipating in Makerfield, in so doing, has produced a result that is in stark contrast in what happened locally just a few weeks ago, in this case, in the Scottish Parliament election on May the 7th. There was no sign in the two Scottish Parliament constituencies that form part of the Aberdeen South Westminster constituency, that's Aberdeen Deeside and Aberdeen Central, of the Conservatives doing particularly well. Their vote was falling away very heavily, as it was elsewhere in Scotland. Indeed, on May the 7th, the Conservatives recorded their worst ever result in Scotland, with the one exception of the 2019 European Parliament election. I think also we should note, although the SNP vote's down a bit, it's only down by about 4 points. Rather, we've seen a very stark decline in support for the Labour Party. And so, therefore, it's probably not Peter Merrill what's done it. It's almost undoubtedly the way in which the Conservative Party have been able to encapsulate concern about the future of Aberdeen and the oil and gas industry, which has given it so much prosperity during the whole era of North Sea exploration. And insofar as what the Conservatives have been very much trying to work out how to do in recent months, which is to find a strategy that, A, gives them an economic critique that enables them to attack the government, but also gives them a credibility in the economic debate that Reform doesn't have, and Reform's vote only went up by a point or so in this constituency. That this perhaps is going to be the first signal that the Conservatives' attempt to find that space is generating some success. So although this is a Scottish by-election in the far northeast of Scotland, I think it is going to have resonance in politics across the rest of the UK in a not dissimilar way to what we're anticipating that the Makerfield by-election will do. The other obvious contrast, of course, Kemi Badenoch is going to be even safer in her leadership of the Conservative Party after her result tonight, in stark contrast, it seems, to the position of Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, John. And we expect also that we'll have the Arbroath result soon as well, which is also a seat where the SNP have been in power. They are hoping there to hang on to their MP. You can see the count. There was a bit of a haggling over what looked like some spoilt ballot papers a few minutes ago, but it looks more like now people are marking time, waiting for the declaration, which we understand might be in the next 5 minutes or so. So both of the Scottish results might both be wrapped up before 2 a.m. But who knows what time we will find out what's been happening in Makerfield. But before we get to the Arbroath result, Alex, it was fascinating hearing to Sir John, not just that oil and gas has been a successful campaigning issue, but what the Conservatives have managed to do in this campaign is find a strategy, seize on something, find an issue that works for them.
That's completely right, because we've been talking a lot about this fragmentation of politics. What that clearly also means is you're in a crowded field with more parties on the pitch, and the Conservatives have really, I think it's fair to say, been struggling to carve out a bit of political space where they can make their argument, probably not least because we are still only a couple of years off from a devastating general election loss from the Conservatives, and people will have long memories and have their view on what the Conservatives did in government. So they've been trying to find a way to get the sharp elbows out and push the other political players to one side and try and make some noise, and I think Aberdeen South, they seem to have been able to do that.
I'm going to interrupt you. It looks like the candidates are going onto the stage in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. That's a seat that's been held currently by the SNP, but because one of their MPs became an MSP, they've been having to fight another by-election there. And just as the returning officer begins her speech, let's listen in.
For the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency declared that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ahmad Tanvir, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,452. Bird Lara, Scottish National Party, SNP, 9,802. Cruikshank Jack, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,524. Doran Heather, Scottish Labour Party, 3,651. Reid Bill, Reform UK, 4,341. There were 57 ballot papers rejected, bringing a total of votes to 23,827. I therefore give public notice that Lara Bird is duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency. The total number of votes cast across the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency at the UK parliamentary by-election on the 18th of June 2026.
And the SNP holds Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, a seat that they only won very narrowly in the 2024 general election. But the MP there, the party has extended their majority. Here are the figures for you. And you can see the SNP's Lara Bird there at the top with 9,802, well ahead of the next challengers behind them, the Conservatives in second place with 4,524 seats. That means the SNP's majority is very healthy indeed. Well, healthier than it was at the general election in 2024. And let's listen in to their new MP, Lara Bird, who's at the microphone.
And this evening. Today, the people of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry have rejected the politics of division and hate that some tried to sow. We have demonstrated that our community is inclusive, hopeful, and proud, and that while there are challenges that we must face, we will face them together and not allow others to turn us against each other. This by-election was about the future that we want for Scotland. And the people of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry have once again made it clear that our future lies with independence. We have demanded more for our community and our nation than Westminster can ever offer us. And with every day that passes, I become more certain that we will win our nation's independence. To be elected to represent this area, my home and my community, is a privilege, but more importantly, it is a responsibility. And it is a responsibility that I will take seriously for you all, for those who voted for me and for those who did not. I am ready to get to work, to fight for a better deal for the people.
Lara Bird, the SNP's new MP, promising her constituents that she is ready to get to work. So a very clear victory for the SNP. They're extending their majority from the last time at the general election. But Alex Forsyth with me, we've just been looking at the numbers. Very interesting to see. In the general election, they were only narrowly ahead, but they were narrowly ahead of Labour. This time, Labour have been pushed into fourth.
Yeah, that really is interesting because, as you say, bear in mind the general election was only 2 years ago, and yes,
not
the
even.
political landscape has changed a lot since then. But at that point, Labour were on 33% of the vote, so really narrowly behind the SNP, who were on 35%. Now, as you say, down in fourth place, and above them you've got Reform UK, and then the Conservatives coming in second in this seat, Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. So that is really interesting, and it's also just worth remembering, exactly as John Curtice was saying. I mean, these are by-elections for the Westminster Parliament, but they come only really a couple of weeks after the Holyrood elections, where the SNP were really dominant in that. So, you know, if you look at that result, I think it's probably the most expected result of the by-elections that we are getting in during the course of this evening. And it maybe makes Aberdeen South a little bit of an outlier in some ways, where the Conservatives were able to win that in a really significant result with that heavy focus on oil and gas. So I guess the questions really are for the Conservatives, can they translate that big win in Aberdeen South, either through strategy, policy, personality or persuasion, into similarly good results, successful results for them elsewhere? The SNP are going to be pretty happy with that result, though, because as you say, from the general election in 2024, they've really, really substantially increased the majority that Stephen Gethin's had won. He now obviously sits in Holyrood as a minister.
And you can see just how delighted the new MP for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, Lara Bird, is. And interestingly, fact for you, Arbroath has stuck with the party that it chose at the last general election, but Aberdeen South was the 12th by-election in a row when the seat actually changed hands. So by-elections can quite often produce all sorts of results.
And they don't normally favour the incumbent party, so the SNP perhaps even more chuffed with that result that they've just got.
Yeah, well, Lara Bird looks pretty chuffed. A hug there for Chris Law, who is an SNP MP, who was made famous during the independence referendum for driving around in a big tank. Anyway, the pictures there have come to an end. Let's, though, go up the coast to Aberdeen South and take you away from those shaky, very live pictures. Oh, just as a hug there with Stephen Gethin, just as we cut away, who is the MP who she replaces. But let's go back to Aberdeen South, and we can speak, I'm pleased to say, to the victorious candidate, Douglas Lumsden. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Less than 5 minutes after you were celebrating on the stage.
No problem.
Why do you think you won?
Well, I think we had a clear, strong message about the oil and gas industry in Aberdeen and the North East. You know, Labour and SNP are trying to demonise that industry, but many people in Aberdeen depend on that industry for their livelihoods. So, you know, we said we've turned this election into a referendum on oil and gas, and we've sent a really strong message to both Labour and the SNP. They need that industry. We need to back those jobs.
What does that actually mean in concrete terms? Because we were discussing a few minutes ago, you know, it's not so long that the Conservatives legislated to put a net zero target in law, which is something now many people on your side of politics now complain about.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kemi Bidnos came in and she's looked at all the policies. She's got a fresh new look on many things. But surely it doesn't make sense for us to be importing more oil and gas and actually leaving our own resources in the ground. You know, it simply doesn't make sense. And we're losing thousands of jobs every month in the North Sea, and that has to stop. And surely Ed Miliband now needs to act on this. This is a clear signal that their policies is wrong.
What do you think other Conservatives in other parts of the country could learn from you? Because you had a very clear strategy focusing on one issue which worked in that part of the world. Obviously, you know Aberdeen well, having been a co-leader of the council and having worked in that industry before. But is there something that you think your colleagues around the country who are struggling could learn from what you did?
Yeah, you're right, we had a really clear message during this campaign. It was stop the SNP and also back the oil and gas industry. And, you know, many voters will have seen that. They know as well as we do how important that industry is to the North East and Aberdeen. And they've came and joined us. So, you know, going forward, we think that was the right strategy. Obviously it was, because we gained nearly 50% of the vote. That was unthinkable just a few weeks ago. So it's really pleasing, and I'm sure we'll be looking at how we can replicate that in other parts of the country.
OK, Douglas Lumsden, thank you very much indeed for joining us, fresh from your victory in Aberdeen South. Just briefly, how does it feel to have made history? The Tories haven't taken a seat like that for decades, since the 1960s.
1967, I was told just
Glasgow
before I came on stage. But so it's a brilliant feeling, and just shows you that the Conservatives can win again.
Well done, Douglas.
Oh, that's it. Well done from Kevin Hollinrate, your party chairman, who's been sitting alongside me for the last hour.
Thank you, Kevin.
See you Monday.
I'll see you soon, Kevin.
You will.
Thank you very much indeed, Douglas Lumsden. And thank you also to you, Kevin Hollinrate. We're going to say goodbye to you now, but it's been good to have you with us for the first chunk of our programme. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We're just showing you again what is happening in Makerfield. So we are 2 down, 1 to go. The SNP held Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, but the Conservatives convincingly won Aberdeen South from them. But all eyes now on the by-election that really matters, because this by-election matters to every single one of us. Because, of course, this by-election is being held because Andy Burnham wants to replace Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, and a victory there tonight may well send him on his way there. And we heard a short time ago from one of his allies, Lieu, that if he wins, Keir Starmer should reflect on his position, he should decide to go, and the two men should have a conversation about exactly when that might happen. We can talk to Alva Ray, political journalist who's there in Makerfield. And, oh, perhaps you're not in there in Makerfield, Alva. You are. Alva, forgive me, you're not in Makerfield. I thought you were in Makerfield,
No,
but
no.
I'm sure you will have been to Makerfield in the last few weeks. Just remind us, though, the overall political significance of this.
Well, this is really about the Labour Party in the country looking at changing the Prime Minister through a really unprecedented, extraordinary, pretty gutsy move if Andy Burnham and the people around him manage to pull it off. But it's a really, it's a high stakes, high wire operation, and it's not over yet. I mean, as you've been saying, Laura, Labour sources are pretty optimistic about the result at this point, but we still don't know. But I think almost the conversation within the Labour Party is already getting ahead of that. You know, Louise Haigh gave you quite a few pointers in that interview, putting on the record really what Andy Burnham's team have been saying privately, that he doesn't particularly want a leadership contest, but he does basically, if he wins, want Keir Starmer to stand down over the weekend and set out a timetable for his transition so that Andy Burnham can become the Prime Minister. That's what her interview meant. The question is whether Keir Starmer would go. The indications are that he's determined to fight, behind the scenes, Andy Burnham's team have been collecting the names of Labour MPs who would nominate him for a leadership challenge if it came to that. I gather the plan is to sort of present that to Keir Starmer if Keir Starmer doesn't go of his own accord. But I think it would depend on the exact number, whether that would be enough to push Keir Starmer. So it's still sort of all hanging in the balance.
And I think the nature of the victory, if indeed there is a victory, may also have a play in that. And I would emphasise to people watching that we don't have official results, but an unofficial estimate has reached us here in the studio from Newsnight's Nick Watt from Labour sources, that they are looking at a 54% vote for Andy Burnham. Now, that would be a whopping result. And a victory of that kind of order would make it surely much harder for Keir Starmer to try to stay.
Absolutely, and they will talk, we've already heard it, about the Burnham effect, that this is a personal vote for Andy Burnham. He is a rare popular politician, basically, at a time when politicians are pretty universally not popular. Keir Starmer, the least popular Prime Minister we have ever had. So I think that that's going to be an important part of the pitch. I mentioned earlier about how Andy Burnham's allies have been collecting names of Labour MPs who'd be prepared to nominate him. I think that there's a hope that if he wins very decisively, Labour MPs who are leaning towards backing Andy Burnham will just come behind him, and suddenly the number that Andy Burnham could say to Keir Starmer is backing him could go up, into the high hundreds. I think that the dream for any Andy Burnham supporter would be for him to be able to say, look here, I've got 200 or more Labour MPs backing me. There is no way you can fight this. Do the dignified thing. As you were saying, we don't even have the result yet. So we're a million miles off that. I don't think that there are 200 Labour MPs on that spreadsheet already, but I think that there's a hope that if he wins decisively, the rest will come on board.
And Alva, in terms though of the potential sort of cabinet positions here, because it's not just about backbenchers, it's also about what the cabinet is expected to do. There's also been reporting, I'm sure you've had some of the same conversations that I've had, about whether or not cabinet ministers, if there is an excellent result for Burnham, come together, go to see Keir Starmer and tell him that the jig is up. We know some of them have basically already said that in various different ways. But where do you assess the position of the cabinet is likely to land if indeed there is a big victory for Burnham?
Well, this is the funny thing, isn't it? A lot of them already did this, and Keir Starmer actually showed that that wasn't enough pressure to push him out. And so I don't think that we could see someone like Shabana Mahmood, we know, had that conversation before with him privately. Ed Miliband, we know, had that conversation with Keir Starmer ahead of the May elections. I don't know if they could just go and have that conversation again. It seems from the way Andy Burnham's team would like things to go, obviously some of this is in Keir Starmer's hands, that I think they don't actually want to see a huge number of resignations over the weekend. The way they keep phrasing things is that he's not going to launch a challenge over the weekend. And I think the hint there is that if Keir Starmer doesn't do something himself, then maybe on Monday there would be moves. But actually, I think that there's just a hope that he could make the decision without anyone needing to force it or not. But I think that there's so many different players in the cabinet, some very obviously supporting Andy Burnham, other people clearly very unhappy with the Prime Minister's leadership, but maybe with their own agendas. I think it's just interesting to see where they all land. I think, we didn't really see John Healey's resignation coming last week. So I think you could just be surprised by the actions of some cabinet ministers over the weekend, but I actually don't think that Andy Burnham's team want to see a sudden wave of resignations tonight into tomorrow. I think that's a question maybe for Monday, but I think they want to say it's on Keir Starmer to move first.
Alva, thank you so much. That was definitely the message from Lou Hay's interview with us just a short time ago, that she said Keir Starmer would have the autonomy and the authority to make a decision about what he did next, but at the same time crystal clear that her expectation would be that he would have to arrange to leave. We're joined by Sir James Cleverly here for the Conservatives here in the studio. Welcome to you.
Hi.
And I just want to put what Alva and I were talking about there to you, Mike Tapp, together with what we've been told, not as an official statement, but from the count, messages reaching us that Andy Burnham could be looking at a vote of 54%. I mean, that would be an absolutely resounding victory.
Fantastic.
If
If
that's
it's the case.
Yeah.
I'm still quietly confident.
Quietly confident. You've got it written down. I can see it from over here. But if the victory is of that order, if indeed MPs are listing their names to say to Keir Starmer the time is up, how much more, what would it take for him to conclude that it was time to go?
Well, I go back to what I said earlier, and it might get a bit boring, but we do need stability at the top to continue to deliver. And
but what if the
public
stability
don't
means you're
want to see.
losing? What's the point of having it?
We're 2 years in, and we're starting to turn the corner on many policies that are starting to be delivered, and the public are starting to feel it, but only just starting, 2 years into 5. And it's my strong view that that stability at the top is vital for delivery. And look, a membership, a contest with the membership would only open up to the public what would be seen as chaos. Now, that means for me that they might not put their faith in us again, because we did see that under the last government, and people don't want chaos at the top. They need stability so that their lives can improve. And I don't think there can be anything, people are saying an orderly and controlled transition. There's no orderly and controlled coup. It doesn't work like that.
So is it a coup, do you think?
Well, trying to replace your leader, absolutely. And look, my view is that my constituents, who are hard-working folk, they say to me, it's just chaos. That's what they see. They don't see what's going on behind the scenes, quite rightly, because they're normal, ordinary, hard-working people. And we don't want to replicate what the last government did. And if we want to deliver and continue delivering, then we need that stability.
But voters you describe as ordinary, normal working people are telling you repeatedly at the ballot box that they don't like what you're doing. And we're just watching these pictures in Makerfield. I've been told they might have moved to bundle counting, by the way, which is, if you're a niche person, that means that they might not be that far off a declaration. So we're watching this very carefully. I don't mean super imminently, but it might not be that we're all hanging around till 5 in the morning. But Mike Tapp, people are telling you, not just in your party, but the public's been telling you that they're not impressed with Keir Starmer.
We're 6 points behind in the polls 2 years in. We've seen governments overcome deficits much larger than that. We did it. We were 18 points down in 2021, then we won a massive landslide. And I really want to get the public back on side. I'm not in denial that you're right in what you say. Yeah. Absolutely. We can't deny that. But you get them back on side by delivery. And my view is delivery comes through stability.
But what do you say then to your colleagues? What do you say to Lieu Hay tonight?
No, I absolutely respect Lieu and all colleagues without exception, but I don't agree with what they're saying there. If this goes to the members and there's a contest, then we're going to open up chaos to the public. If there's some sort of coronation that people are talking about, how can we possibly do that? Because Andy Burnham hasn't laid out his political agenda. So, from my point of view as a minister, how would I get behind an individual if I don't know their politics? I know Keir Starmer's, and I'm well and truly behind him, and I do want to see that stability so we can deliver.
So what would your direct message be then to colleagues who are maybe watching this tonight, or are going to wake up tomorrow morning, back off, stop, stand down?
I would say, and I've said this to them, by the way, already a couple of times, I would say that if there's a leadership contest and if Keir Starmer is replaced, then our opposition will have credible calls for a general election, just as we did when we called for a general election when the Conservatives changed their leader. Do they want an early general election? That's the question that I would ask.
So you think if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, there has to be a general election?
I'm not saying there has to be, but I'm saying there will be credible calls for it.
And would you?
And there will be a lot of pressure on it. I won't want that because I want Labour in government to deliver. I want 5 years, I want 10 years, because that's how long it takes to turn around the mess that we inherited. But there will be credible pressure, which is why, by the way, opposition are staying very quiet, because you don't interrupt their enemy when they're making mistakes.
OK. I'm not sure the opposition parties
Well, the Reform have gone
quiet.
very quiet on this over the last few months.
OK, well, Mike Tapp, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's go straight to Arbroath, where the new MP, Lara Bird, is there. again, minutes from coming off the stage. Lara, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And while we're chatting, we're just also showing viewers pictures of milling around, hanging around in Wigan, where the Makerfield result will be declared before too long. But let's focus on your campaign for now. Why do you think you didn't just win it, but you increased the majority from 2024?
I think this by-election was a demonstration that people here are really fed up with what the parties in Westminster have to offer. Labour has shown over the last 2 years that actually they're not giving people what they want in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, and this result demonstrates that quite clearly.
What were the issues?
This was mostly a cost of living crisis by-election. That's what we were hearing on the doors, and folk were very clear that it was the SNP that was providing answers for that, while Labour were much more interested in fighting amongst themselves, as we continue to see this evening.
And it's interesting also what happened in terms of Labour. Labour were second in this seat in 2024, but they were now in fourth. So what's changed on the ground, do you think?
I think that's mostly Labour's inability to provide concrete solutions for folk, and folk are just fed up with that. We're seeing that people who voted for Labour 2 years ago are not interested in what Labour has to offer anymore, and that's why they're continuing to vote for the SNP, because they know that it is the SNP that will make a change for them.
And in terms of your priorities then, when you get to Westminster to join the SNP's ranks on the benches, what's the top of your list?
Well, we're in a very different political context at the moment down in Westminster. I mean, we're just seeing more and more chaos down there. So my priority will absolutely be making sure that the voices of people in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry are heard by people in Westminster who would much rather ignore us. That folk here in my community and in this constituency have a voice down in Westminster where they previously have struggled to do so, because Westminster are much more interested in fighting amongst themselves.
When you look, though, at your colleagues up in Aberdeen South, and they lost, and just as we're chatting, there is Andy Burnham arriving at the count. Let's just for a second listen in and see if he has anything to say to reporters. There he is, Andy Burnham, in his trademark black T-shirt and jacket, his yellow badge representing his bus system. Where's everyone, he's asking? Well, you might wonder, but he's been taken into the count by Luke Haig, who we spoke to just a few minutes ago here on the programme, and that tells you just how closely she's been involved in the campaign. She's the one taking him into the count. So we'll just keep those pictures up. And Lara Bird, forgive me for interrupting you there, but we're just watching pictures of Andy Burnham arriving at the count for what he hopes will be the moment that will set him on his way to number 10. He's just conferring with some of his press team there. And we give our thanks to Lara Bird, the new SNP MP for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. And we brought you the result of the 2 elections in Scotland tonight. But Burnham there sharing a hug with supporters. He looks pretty content, I have to say. All the indications we have so far from Labour sources there on the count are very positive. We can see there Lisa Nandi at the front and Andy Burnham smiling as he walks in, and we'll just keep watching those pictures. And remember, we've heard unofficially from the count that he may have taken more than 50% of the vote. Mike Tapp, what goes through your mind while you're watching these pictures? Andy Burnham greeting supporters.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited. If we've won, I have to keep saying that, of course, to see him on Monday in Parliament. I think it's absolutely fantastic, and it shows what a great character Andy Burnham is, to have pulled that many votes, if that is true, Laura.
Right.
And we know that he can perform as a MP, as a minister and as a mayor, and I'm really excited to have him back.
We're joined also by Muhsin Ali from the Green Party. Welcome to you. If he has won, and we still don't know, but he's smiling away, and I think he wouldn't be seen dead smiling in front of the cameras if he didn't think he'd had a good night. That could leave another election. The Mayor of Greater Manchester would come vacant, but the Green Party fancy having a crack at that.
I think the mayoral campaign for Greater Manchester is a really great opportunity for the Greens. It's the kind of territory that we really perform well in. There's in Manchester itself, there's a large student population, very diverse community, a lot of graduates. So it's people that we naturally have a lot of connection with, but also in the wider Greater Manchester constituency, we have lots of good Green Party with solid bases that we can really build from. So it's an exciting time for us.
And I think Andy Burnham has just been applauded there by Labour activists as he walks into the main hall. I think you can just see him on the bottom right as he walks through the shot. But keep an eye on those pictures, and he's being hugged and greeted by supporters again. But in terms of the Green Party's position here, you know, it's not so long ago that you won the Gorton and Denton by-election. I know it's a different demographic, but it's not that far from Makerfield, and it just doesn't look like you were able to make an impact. Has the shine come off of Zach Polanski's energy that he showed to people as a sort of new version of the Green Party at the beginning of this year?
The Gorton and Denton by-election was such a fantastic result for the Greens, and we had such a positive response on the doors. And the local election results that we've just had, again, it shows that the Green Party is on the rise. We had our record election results. We had almost 400 councillors elected, so that the proof of the Green Party's success is in the pudding.
But it's interesting that when the next opportunity came along here in Makerfield, even though it's a different community, it just doesn't seem that you were in the game.
I mean, our local party there is quite in its infancy, so the ground game wasn't as established as it was at Gorton and Denton, for example, and they've still done a lot of work to improve, and going forward we will be challenging constituencies like this. I mean, we've got to remember where the Green Party's come from. Just 9 months ago we were a party of 60,000 members. We're now a party of over 230,000 members. So we've gone on that rapid growth trajectory where we're still having to work on some of the things that we should have done or should have had in place, or the larger parties have had in place. But give us a year and watch where we get to.
But in the last few months, we've also seen that Zach Polanski has, you know, had various different embarrassments over not maybe paying his council tax properly, over what he did as some of his previous jobs, where he had been not entirely 100% crystal clear about what his roles had been. Have you suffered because you've started having tougher scrutiny on you? Is that the point? There've been all sorts of allegations and claims as well about what some of your candidates said, some pretty offensive things, anti-Semitic remarks that the parties had to apologise for. Maybe the scrutiny has actually shown some things that the public doesn't like.
I think Zach's done such an amazing job in getting us to where we are. There has been a lot of media scrutiny on the Greens, and it's right. It's right that we face that scrutiny. I welcome that. As we're growing, we should be facing that. In terms of candidates, we're improving our vetting processes. I mean, like I said, our infrastructure hasn't been there, so we are putting a lot of investment into improving that. So going forward, it won't be.
OK, Martin Ali, thank you very much indeed. And we're just staying on these pictures now. You can see Andy Burnham there at the back of a scrum. It's a by-election, so of course there's somebody with a bollard on their head and someone with a fluorescent yellow hat covered in badges in the front of the shot. But there he is, Andy Burnham, who will be hoping fervently that within half an hour or so he becomes an MP once more. Of course, he was an MP for a long time, from 2001 for 16 years. But he will be hoping, smiling away with his team, that this is the beginning of what he hopes will be a rapid march to Downing Street. That's a different angle on those shots. You can see Louise Haigh there, Lisa Nandi there, his close supporters in Parliament, senior figures in the Labour Party who have been helping him secure what he hopes will be a historic victory that will affect every single one of us if it comes to pass. Just watching these pictures with me here in the studio, Mike Tapp, the Labour Minister at the Home Office, and Sir James Cleverly, Conservative Shadow Housing Minister, and of course former Cabinet Minister too. James, just as we watch along to these pictures, how different an opponent would Andy Burnham be for you?
I like Andy Burnham. I worked with him a bit when I was Home Secretary. He was Mayor of Manchester. I think he's a much better communicator than Keir Starmer. He's more charismatic than Keir Starmer. I think his time as Manchester Mayor has really suited him. But it's not really a particularly powerful position. He doesn't have a lot of difficult decisions to make. It gives him a good platform to project himself without really being tested by the difficult decisions that would come from a position as Prime Minister. So I think none of us know whether he'll be able to step up to the increased level of intensity of being Prime Minister. But frankly, I mean, Keir Starmer's doing such a catastrophically bad job, it would be really difficult to believe he could be worse.
And I just want to stress this is still an if, but certainly all the mood music from him there with his supporters. There's Annalise Midgley, another MP there who's been very involved in this campaign. You can see Louise Haigh, and he was being brought a cup of tea a couple of minutes ago by Josh Simons, who of course was the MP who stood down to make way for him. I just wonder, you know quite a lot about people who are very popular as mayor and then fancy a job, a tilt at the top job, don't you?
Well, look, I think clearly Andy Burnham has looked at what Boris did and thought, well, that's a good opportunity for me.
Andy Burnham wants to be Boris Johnson when he grows up,
don't we? Maybe. But I mean, you saw that with Sadiq Khan. I'm pretty sure that Sadiq Khan thought that being Mayor of London would be a stepping stone to being Prime Minister. That hasn't really worked out for him. And therefore, I think he's lost a real passion for the job. But it'll be, as I say, really interesting to see if, and I know there are a number of ifs, so if he wins the by-election, I suspect he will, and if he convinces the Labour Party to crown him as Prime Minister, he will find the increase in intensity really very, very significant. For me, I think the interesting point is will the Labour Party put him into the hot seat without properly testing him? And that would be a big gamble for the Labour Party, because one of the things that we see is that if you put someone into that position, like Keir Starmer, without being properly tested by circumstance.
Well, some people might recall Liz Truss being put into that situation after a contest, and that didn't do much good to many people, did it?
It's no guarantee of success. But the point is, the Labour Party, most of the parliamentary Labour Party, have never worked directly with Andy Burnham. They've not actually seen what he is like under real pressure. And some of the stuff he's done in Manchester has been really good, and it would be churlish to pretend otherwise. But he has not had to ever deal with some of the intense geopolitical pressures that a Prime Minister has got to deal with. Rachel Reeves was crashing in real time, the British economy. So when he doesn't have someone else's money to spend, like he has done in Manchester with the money that he's received from central government, he's going to be really, really tested. And none of us, including Andy Burnham himself, none of us know whether he will shine or crumble. And frankly, with everything that's going on in the world, I think that's a pretty big bet for the Labour Party.
Well, we'll just remind people that it is still an if he wins this by-election, but all the signs suggest that he will. If then, of course, Keir Starmer gets out of what he sees as his way and his path to number 10, which is very clearly from his camp what they hope to achieve. It is worth reminding people he was a cabinet minister, he was the health secretary, he was a chief secretary to the Treasury, and he was the culture minister for a while. But Alex Wilson for Reform has joined us as we keep watching these pictures. Alex, what are your colleagues at the Count saying? Because the mood music from Labour is that it's definitely going their way. What are your colleagues there saying?
I think it's looking fairly likely that's going to be the outcome now. But we'll see. We've still got to hear the final declaration, and we'll wait and see and then respond to that accordingly.
But to be clear, that is what you're hearing now from Reform's own intelligence, that you expect Labour to win?
I think we expect Labour to win now, yeah.
By...
I don't know by how much, but we will see.
What would that mean then for Reform, having found it impossible to take what should be in these times, with you far ahead of the national polls, a constituency with heavy leave voting, and if what you're expecting to lose, if some of your activists there looking a bit miserable on the edge of the picture, what does it say about Reform's prospects?
Well, it's a seat, as I said earlier on, that has only ever been held by the Labour Party, and we should still bear that in mind, remember that very strongly.
I'm interrupting you just to show everybody. Count Binface.
Yeah.
There he is, next to Andy Burnham. If he thinks this is the first step to him inevitably taking the path to number 10, he's still there standing alongside Count Binface and laughing away. But yes, weird and wonderful things in British politics. Forgive me, Alex, I interrupted you, but just in case people were not aware that we have a character called Count Binface who stands in by-elections up and down the land. Yes.
Yes, so what it shows, this by-election has shown that whatever the result turns out to be, the contest has been very strongly between Andy Burnham and Reform, and that is a contest that will be replicated nationally across the country at the next general election. The Conservatives, they may have done well in Scotland, in one seat in Scotland, but they are no longer a serious national party. They'll be losing their deposit in this one, and you put that in the context of everything that's happened over the last year, the local elections, the council by-elections week on week, showing Reform being the main gainers and the Conservatives making net losses.
James Cleverly?
Look, Alex has got to say that. It's in his script, and he'll be berated by Nigel Farage if he didn't say that. But the fact is, it happens to be nonsense. Because tonight, for example, obviously overshadowed by the parliamentary by-elections, just down the road in Essex from me, in Rochford, there were 2 by-elections, one at the district council, one at the county council. Both seats were previously held by Reform. And the people of Essex, just like the...
And that's all part of your script, and we've heard it already from Kevin Hollinray.
Well, yeah, they lost both. They lost both.
In Essex just a month ago, in the wards that make up your constituency, Reform were ahead, you would have lost your seat, Priti Patel would have lost her seat, Kemi Badenoch would have lost her seat.
But let's be clear about...
Yeah, but when people actually see what Reform are like, they change their mind, which is exactly what's happened. So, notional results from the local council elections are not going to predict the next general election because Reform have let people down wherever they've taken off.
That's simply true.
Let's focus, though, on the importance of what might be able to happen here. And as much as it is very important to look at results across the country, but we are watching here, Mike Tapp, images of the man who looks like he knows he's won a by-election. Labour sources unofficially telling us that. Reform signalling through Alex Wilson here at the table that they are expecting to lose to Labour. Beaming smiles from Andy Burnham, not just because he's having a laugh with Count Binface. This looks like less than 2 years into you winning the general election that Keir Starmer is going to face a challenge from Andy Burnham to be forced from office as Prime Minister. How on earth, less than 2 years in, have you got yourselves into that situation?
Well, firstly, I'm delighted to see the people of Makerfield rejecting the politics of division and hate. It seems to me that the Reform Party are struggling to attract candidates who haven't got shady pasts. And that's only going to increase and it's going to get worse. And James is right that when they're in any sort of positions of power, they fail the public.
But how
and there's
have
no
you
doubt
got
that
yourselves into this situation?
And I will come on to that because it is a good question. And we have to absolutely hold our hands up and say that we have made mistakes over the last 2 years. But I do have to also point out that there is a corner being turned with NHS waiting lists coming down, net migration down by 82%, the minimum wage up, more police on the front line. There's a lot of positives.
List of things that you think
that's
done
2
well.
years.
But why do you think that you have got yourself into this position? Because it's not just a few mistakes does not lead to a dreadful crash in popularity. It does not lead to a political party trying to get rid of their leader.
I think we've got to be real here and look, there have been mistakes made, there are positives, but at the same time, there's no doubt that across the Western world where democracy is thriving, people are becoming more impatient for change. And I understand that. We live in a faster paced world. And I think whoever is the Prime Minister, if it were to change, or whoever is in government, will start to see that over the next decade particularly, which is why it's important that we see changes, in my view, of our political system that means we can deliver more quickly.
But what, you've ended up here just because people are impatient now?
It's not just that. It isn't just that. This is multifaceted. There's not one reason. And of course, there's been mistakes made. But people need to feel the change. People in my community need to feel the change. You know, we've now got £20 million to spend directly on my community in Dover. I've had £1.3 million to make our schools safe, to stop kids dying. You know, this is starting to cut through now. But of course, it's going to take longer than 2 years. And what I would like to see personally, and this isn't government position, but within Parliament, you know, we don't sit until 2:30 on a Monday, 11:30 on a Wednesday. We finish quite early, often on a Thursday. In debates, there's often the same questions being asked over and over and over again to get social media clips. There's more we can do to be quicker.
And sure, I mean, look, the pace and speed and turbulent world that we live in now is, you know, clearly that's a factor in how the public responds to what's happening in politics. But I just wonder, is there something that you can identify, you know, when you're looking in the mirror late at night or early in the morning and thinking, you know what, we got that wrong? Some of your colleagues believe that you went into government woefully underprepared. Some of your colleagues believe that you went into government without ever having a clarity of thinking for Keir Starmer about what he was really about. Is there something that you think, hand on heart, is at the core of the problem here?
In honesty, not one thing, as is often the case with complex issues. I know that from my briefing on immigration, there's not one, you know, silver bullet to fixing that. So there isn't one thing. There were a number of mistakes made, and I think one of the bravest things to do in politics is actually admitting that, because we come under a lot of criticism, of course, for admitting mistakes. But if you admit a mistake, you've then got to own it and fix it. Look, it's a can-do attitude. You know, I spent my time in the military, in counter-terrorism, and when you're faced with a problem, the first thing you do is you find a solution that's not normally the easiest solution, but you work back from there to deliver it. And I'd like to see that across government, across the civil service. I'd like to see the immediate answer from civil servants being yes, and then we work back and find a way to deliver that. And often you won't always. And this isn't a criticism at the civil service directly, by the way. I'll say that within my team, we've got fantastic civil servants.
Vigor, but is that on Keir Starmer too, his style of leadership?
Well, also, you know, it's on us as politicians. You know, what can we do for our leader? What can we do for our country? We can't sit there and just look at the Prime Minister and say, deliver for us. This is our responsibility as well. And by being a collective team, you're more likely to deliver. But not just that. I think the harder we work, and if we can increase our hours in Parliament and get legislating quicker, that will help.
Do you really think Keir Starmer is going to be in office by the end of the year?
I absolutely hope so, because I do.
Do you think he will?
Do I think he will? I would say that it's going to be a tough few weeks, and I'm really honest about that, because we've heard from lieu today. We think there's likely to be intentions there, but I would absolutely like him to be in power at the end of the year, at the next general election and beyond, if possible.
OK. Mike Tapp, we like it in this studio when politicians are honest. James Cleverly, just as we continue to watch Makerfield, we may be about to be at the beginning of a new era where Andy Burnham's going to, you know, get on a train tomorrow morning and come down and try and get Keir Starmer to go. You've been through a few moments of like this as a Conservative. What impact do you think it can have? Because, of course, you moved Theresa May out, Boris Johnson came in, then you won a handsome electoral victory. But then after that, it all went wrong.
Well, look, a number of things converged during Boris Johnson's premiership, including COVID, which completely knocked the whole world, not just the UK, the whole world sideways. And then we had Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which then amplified the energy, the energy shocks.
Everyone's bills went through the roof.
Everyone's bills went through the roof. So a lot of the plans that Boris had as Prime Minister weren't able to be delivered through circumstances beyond anyone's control. But there is a real lesson that I don't want to give advice to the Labour Party. It's their job to sort out their own mess. But
and you don't want to help them.
And I don't particularly want to help them. But the truth is that if they change leader from one person that doesn't have a mission or a plan to a different person without a mission or a plan, they're not going to sort themselves out. The other problem that any Labour leader has got is that they don't have a mandate from their own backbenchers. So Keir Starmer famously had the Ming-Vast strategy going into the last general election, which is say as little as possible, promise as little as possible, keep everything very cautious, cautious, cautious. The problem with that is that there are people in the Labour Party like Mike, who I like a lot and agree with on a number of issues, not all, but some. But he's sharing the benches with people who are trying to pull the country in a fundamentally different direction. And they were both elected basically on the same kind of blank sheet of paper mandate. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why there have been so many U-turns from the Labour front bench, because Keir Starmer hasn't got a mandate to take the country in any particular direction. That won't change with Andy Burnham. The Labour backbenches are the biggest problem facing the Labour front bench, and that isn't going to change just if Andy Burnham turns up.
Well, we were elected on a manifesto that, in general, sat somewhere around the centre-left, and that's where we should govern from. So any attempt, if there was an attempt to pull the party to the left, of course, would be against what we were elected to do.
And do you worry about that, Maktap?
I do worry about that. Of course, you know, if there were to be a change of leader, we'd have to be absolutely certain on where the politics is.
Let's just show you these pictures full on your screen, so we just keep an eye, because it looks as if there is movement, some kind of momentum happening there in Makerfield. It looks a bit like the candidates are being lined up, which implies that the declaration could be coming to us soon. It's 2:42 in the morning, and it may be within a few minutes that Andy Burnham will be confirmed to have had the victory that he has desired for such a long time. But we're just going to stay on those pictures as we continue our conversation around the table. Andy Burnham, of course, a local candidate. His kids went to school in that part of the world. He lives nearby, and for the last 9 years, he's been the Greater Manchester Mayor. Compared to most other senior politicians, he has very healthy popularity ratings with the public. But he's not some outsider. He was an MP from 2001 all the way through for 16 years. He was a cabinet minister under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. And he's often been criticised by some, even on his own side, for changing his mind about rather a lot of things. But he hopes that in the next few minutes, he will be declared the new MP for Makerfield. And how quickly will he get on the phone to Keir Starmer to do as his ally Lieu urged, to have a conversation with the two men and come to some arrangement about an orderly transition? We will see. But it does, though, look, Alex Wilson, of Reform, like your party has not managed to break through here. You've told us your contacts with the counter suggesting that Labour has won.
Well, you can see for yourself, can't you? The way that the body language, the people are reacting, and what you've heard, what we've all heard. But can I just take the opportunity to respond to something that both James and Mike have said about, you know, which is effectively a falsehood about what happens when people vote Reform and people get Reform. No, come on,
We've
guys.
seen it in Kent.
Carry on.
on.
Where Reform top-tier councils were elected last year, and the districts underneath those councils had elections this year, they followed it up by voting for Reform district councils. So in Lancashire, Burnley, Chorley, Hyndburn, West Lancashire, Reform won the most seats in each of those districts that were up this year. In Worcestershire, Redditch. In Staffordshire, Cannock Chase, Newcastle under Lyme and Tamworth. And in Warwickshire, Nuneath and Bedworth. So people have voted Reform for their top-tier council, and this year they followed that up by voting for district councillors. Obviously, in some of those, only a third were up, so it hasn't changed control. But it's a very, very clear indication that they are happy with what they're getting. They're getting change, they're getting value for money, they're getting council tax rises that are less than any other party. That's what we promised, that's what we've delivered. That's what ultimately we'd like to deliver on a national level. And we are going to be ready for a general election, if it happens, sooner rather than later, because Burnham needs to get a mandate of his own. If he does that, we'll be ready to fight nationally across the country. We will be the party that's challenging. It won't be the Conservatives, it won't be the Lib Dems.
A question for you on this, then.
We're just going to stick, Mike, with what's happening here, because these are important conversations about council delivery. But I just do want to urge to anybody watching, or indeed if you're getting up for a very early shift, or if you can't sleep in the middle of the night, we are watching there pictures of Andy Burnham He's just put his jacket back on, and all the expectations are that within a few minutes he is likely to be confirmed as the new MP for Makerfield. It is not official, but all the signs that we have are that Andy Burnham's bid to get back to Parliament has been successful, and once he is back in Parliament, we expect he will push Keir Starmer to go. There's a hug there between him and Josh Simons. Josh Simons, the man on the left of your screen, is the MP who seems like a lifetime ago, but it's only a few weeks. He took the massive gamble with his own career to stand down, to make way for Andy Burnham, to try to bring him back to Parliament with the express purpose of trying to remove Keir Starmer. Andy Burnham has made this campaign about his part of the world and about his views that Manchester, Greater Manchester and Makerfield should be a lens for the rest of the country. But make no mistake, this has been about that, but his ambition too, to get back to Downing Street. With me here at the desk watching along is Alex Forsyth, one of my colleagues in our Westminster team. And Alex, this has one of these feelings of an absolutely enormous moment.
Yeah, and sometimes we can get accused of being a bit hyperbolic or over-exaggerating. In this instance, you can't really. You know, you and I, Laura, have covered many by-elections and elections, and I think it is really beyond doubt that this is the most significant by-election that there has been for decades, because if, and it is an if, but you can see by the smiles on Andy Burnham's face and you can see by the smiles of the people close to him that they are looking very, very confident. If he gets announced as the new MP for Makerfield in the next few minutes, then what follows fairly quickly after that, one way or another, and there'll be tussles over the choreography and what exactly happens next. But what happens is there becomes a direct challenge between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer. And this is not just a leadership challenge in terms of the Labour Party. You are talking about who is going to be the Prime Minister of the country. And that is why it's impossible, really, to overstate the significance of what we are about to hear in the next few minutes.
And it would be our 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. I mean, for a country that not so long ago was seen as relatively stable, our politics were a bit boring, that is an extraordinary thing to come to pass.
Yeah, and you can debate for many, many hours, as I have with some people in Westminster, the reasons for that. Is it a restless electorate? Is it the performance of the politicians at the top? You can have the arguments about it. But in the case of the Labour Party, which is the context that we are discussing, of course, right now, you've got to remember that when Keir Starmer came to power, what he was talking about was a period of stability and not doing what had gone before. Now, clearly, Keir Starmer doesn't want this. We have heard from Keir Starmer he's going to stand and fight. He doesn't think that this is the right thing for the country. Let's see what comes to pass in the next few hours and days. But what is clear is that the Conservatives were punished for what happened. Now, whether that's because what they did in their terms of their record in government or whether people were fed up with them turning over leaders at the top, which is what some Conservative MPs will readily admit, of course, there is a risk for the Labour Party in doing this as well, that the electorate might be unforgiving. But there are so many Labour MPs that look at the popularity ratings of Keir Starmer, look at what they see, and actually what Keir Starmer himself has acknowledged as some mistakes or missteps, and think there's a sort of inevitability to this. Now, that is one section of the party, is not the entire party, but it is worth saying, Laura, that I was in Makerfield. So many Labour MPs went up to Makerfield. Of course, they wanted a Labour victory in this constituency, as Keir Starmer himself said he wanted. But there were people there like Steve Reid, a housing secretary, a very close ally of Keir Starmer, there signing the pledge wall alongside Andy Burnham. And, you know, there was one that said to me, there's a sort of feeling of a coalescing around Andy Burnham
the wind
now.
is blowing.
Yeah, so you've got to, you know, the next few days are going to be very uncertain. And we heard from Mike Tapp, who acknowledged the next few weeks could be pretty difficult. And Keir Starmer's been clear that he does want to be in a leadership challenge. But I do think that you know, what's going to happen now, just don't underestimate how significant it's going to be.
So we can just see that was a momentary moment of excitement. I think it was the returning officer or somebody working to help them testing the microphone rather than being about to invite the candidates up on stage. And there is Count Binface having a whale of the time making sure to get in as many camera shots as is possible, rather than have all the attention focused on Andy Burnham. I just wondered though, Alex, it's fascinating to me that there seem to be, in some of the conversations I've had in the last couple of weeks, people you talk to about Andy Burnham who knew him for his first spell in Westminster, and as he there lines up at the side of the stage, and people who know him only from his time as a popular mayor of Greater Manchester. And they're not, those two pictures of him don't always add up.
Well, and you've got to remember, this is a guy that twice stood for the Labour leadership before.
2010 and 2015.
And
lost
neither
both
time did he
times,
win
yeah.
it. Neither time did he win it. And also the Parliamentary Labour Party now is made up of a different group of MPs, some of whom are fairly new intake, as we still call them, so people that were elected in 2024, so won't have maybe a personal memory of Andy Burnham's time in government when he held several ministerial posts. They may never have met him. And, you know, you just need to look at the opinion polls to see that as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, which is a different role to being in government and running a Whitehall department, that is true to say, but the opinion polls do say he's developed a level of personal popularity which at the moment is not very familiar for many politicians and particularly many party leaders, and that's really what he's been leaning on quite heavily in this campaign, you know, which is why you've seen Andy Burnham's face on the posters and not Labour emblazoned all over them. But obviously the question will be if, and we're still a couple of hurdles, a couple of leaps of the if away from this happening. But if he does end up in number 10, does that personal popularity continue? Can he do what he's done in Manchester? He keeps talking about it. Can that be a reasonable and realistic template for governing an entire country? They are the questions that will pretty quickly face Andy Burnham if he wins the Makerfield by-election, if he manages to get into number 10.
And those hurdles are still there. And the first hurdle may be about to be cleared, but the second hurdle could be very messy and painful as Labour as a party to get over potentially, as we've talked about all the indications from Keir Starmer's camp that he will at least try to stay and fight if Andy Burnham wins. But from what we know, what is it that's different about Andy Burnham's policy positions to Keir Starmer's? Or is it just a question of actually he might just be better at making people feel cheerful about the world?
I think there is a part of the Labour Party that some of the criticism around Keir Starmer from that part of the Labour Party has been about the way he communicates, not just to the country, but also to his own party. You know, is he talking enough to his backbench Labour MPs? Can he convince them to go along with his vision or policy platform or what he wants from the country? So I think there are some people who would say don't underestimate the power of a good communicator, someone that could get party and country on side. When it comes to policy, I mean, Andy Burnham really, during the course of the last few weeks, has been trying to navigate something of a dual pitch. So on one hand, he's been trying to make an argument to the voters of Makerfield, who have got his immediate future in their very hands. And at the same time, he's being understandably quizzed on his vision for the country, because everybody knew, of course, what the eventuality would be if Andy Burnham won this by-election, that he could soon have his eyes on number 10. And there are a couple of things, a couple of arguments he has been making. He has said he would stick to Labour's fiscal rules. So Rachel Reeves has made a lot of those. So that's things like not to borrow for day-to-day spending. Yes, he was quizzed and said he didn't want to take an exam on them. I can tell you them if you like. The second one, to get debt falling by the end of the Parliament as a percentage of national income. Stick to that. He said he'd broadly stick to Labour's manifesto pledges, because you've got to remember Labour was elected on a manifesto less than 2 years ago.
And by the public. And if this works out as he wants it, he will not have a mandate from the general public. He might have a mandate from the 77,000 people of Makerfield. But I know you've spent a lot of time in Makerfield in the last few weeks. How much of this do you think might be down to the candidate that Reform selected? So local guy, well known, Nigel Farage went to see him, went on the campaign trail. I think we can be pretty sure if Reform thought that they were in for the win, Nigel Farage would be in those images somewhere that we're seeing. We haven't even seen the candidate, Robert Kenyon, or he may be there somewhere in the melee. To what extent do you think... Oh, actually, I think that is actually the back of his head. As he turns around, I think that is Robert Kenyon there, but turned away from the cameras. Maybe that tells us something too. What sense did you get of how his performance as a candidate may have influenced the outcome?
It's been quite an extraordinary by-election, and you know, you've got to have some kind of empathy for all of the candidates in this race who've just found themselves thrust onto the national stage and the national platform in a way that you don't always get with people that are standing in a by-election race. With Robert Kenyon, one of the things that has been a feature of this campaign are his past social media comments. He's been repeatedly asked about them, some things that he has said online, particularly about women, but not exclusively about women. He's denied he was sexist, but that's come up in in debates and discussions. He's faced repeated questions about it, and he's had to sort of defend his record. He said they were made before he entered into politics, but Nigel Farage has almost tried to say, well, look, this is our local guy. He's not a career politician, kind of attempt to make a virtue of the fact that he's not as polished as some other performers. But even in Makerfield, there were people talking about the social media comments. It might have been that some people thought they were overblown. The coverage of that was overblown. Other people were referencing those when it came to the choice that they were making. And you also have to remember, not just Robert Kenyon, but you think about the Liberal Democrat, the Conservative, the Green Party candidates. So they were put on a question time debate on the BBC, suddenly grilled in front of a live audience, in front of millions of people listening at home. And they have been doing that alongside Andy Burnham, who has been a politician for a long time and a government minister and has honed the skills under that spotlight in a way that perhaps the other candidates haven't had the opportunity to do. But certainly, I think, if you just look back at recent by-elections, you had Gorton and Denton, where Reform UK put up Matt Goodwin, who is a professor, an academic, somebody who was sent to stand in that seat.
And a prominent political commentator
for
a long time.
Political
Done
commentator.
plenty of
been in the
big
Westminster
debates
world.
and discussions and all of those things.
Exactly that. And I think they very deliberately took a different tack in Robert Kenyon and wanted to sort of brandish his local plumber credentials. But whether or not that has affected the way that people vote because of his performance in some of those debates and discussions is an open question. And of course, the other thing that will be interesting when we get this result, and it will be a secondary issue, of course, in the first instance, because of just the magnitude of the moment, if Andy Burnham does in fact win. The other thing to look at is what does happen to Restore Britain and how much of the vote, that's the party set up by Rupert Lowe, the former Reform MP, where they actually end up polling in the final numbers, because that would tell us something about what's going on the right of British politics, as attention inevitably centres on what's going to happen within the Labour Party.
Within the Labour Party, but they certainly seem extremely confident there. Andy Burnham, they're right in the middle of that pack, which is the candidates and a few aides clustered around waiting to be invited up onto the stage for the declaration. There were 14 candidates in total standing in the Makerfield constituency. Of course, it had been held by Labour, fairly clearly by Josh Simons in the last general election. But if Andy Burnham does what we all expect him to and holds it for Labour, that is defying the national trend, where it is Reform, Nigel Farage's party, who have been leading in the polls for well over a year. And there you can see there really a very clear beam with Andy Burnham there. If he didn't think he'd won, he wouldn't be looking like that. Because don't forget, Alex, for him too, this was a huge gamble. He has had a massive career as the Greater Manchester Mayor. He styled himself around that without question. He's branded himself. He used to joke quite happily about being called King of the North, with his whole, his look, his style, his whole thing. So this was a huge gamble. If this had gone wrong for him, he would have really looked humiliating.
Yeah, I mean, as one very astute local business owner in Makerfield put it to me, we could be king makers, he said, or we could break a king. And I think the people of Makerfield were really conscious of that, the stakes that and the power that they had in their hands, really. But it was a gamble. And when it was announced that Josh Simons, the former MP, was standing aside for Andy Burnham in this particular seat, it sounds a bit crazy to say, given that Labour won it at the general election only a couple of years ago with the majority somewhere in the region of 5,000. But I was there thinking, oh, blimey, this is a bit of a gamble, because this is exactly the kind of area that Reform have made real inroads, and it was just off the back of a pretty good performance for Reform UK in Wigan, which is the council area that covers the Makerfield constituency. So it did feel like a gamble for Andy Burnham, and he was gambling on his own personal brand.
And this indeed was the test case, though, was it not? So a leader of one of the big unions said to me a few weeks ago that Andy Burnham cannot do this unless he takes on a seat where he can beat Reform. So if we go a little bit further into history, he tried to run for the Gorton and Denton by-election, a more left-wing naturally place where the challengers were Greens and Reform. The Greens, of course, ended up winning. But as I understand it, he was told quite clearly that he had to show he could beat Reform. And we expect in the next couple of minutes, that is what he will have been shown to have done. Let's just listen in a little bit to what's happening there in Makerfield, because it feels to me, and maybe we can see some of the wide pictures, that it may well be about to happen. You can just hear a little bit of the rumbling atmosphere there, a bit of murmuring. No actual invitation yet for the candidates to go up on the stage, but let's just show you some of the other shots. There's one of the candidates with a cowboy hat at the podium. I'm sure that's not the returning officer. That's howling Lord Hope there at the lectern. Not quite sure why they're at the lectern. Maybe the returning officer has suddenly decided that one of the candidates should take their place. Maybe he's just having his picture taken at the lectern before things get going. But yes, it does feel, certainly as we discuss around our table here, that the result for Andy Burnham in Makerfield feels incredibly imminent. Mike Tapp, Home Office Minister for Labour, you said an intriguing thing to us about 10 minutes ago, that if Andy Burnham tries to become Prime Minister, you'd be asked to back someone whose politics you don't know.
I've never met Andy Burnham, as many MPs haven't. And it's no secret that when you're, or if you become Prime Minister, you should be elected off of a manifesto. And look, if this result looks like it's where it's going, it's fantastic for Andy. And what I say to the Labour Party is this is what we can do. We can beat reform if we look at who we're trying to beat. If it's an outward fight, not an inward fight. That's what we owe to the country. They've put their faith in us. And so we've got 3 more years to invest more in our public services and deliver.
Are you frustrated with him?
With Andy Burnham? Absolutely not. I'm really proud.
You sound a bit frustrated.
No, I'm extremely proud of tonight. We've beaten division and hate with unity and hope. And that's what my politics stands for, and it's what Labour stands for. I'm being asked a lot about leadership contests, which is why I have to talk about that. I'd much rather talk about this fantastic result.
Which hasn't quite yet been confirmed.
Excuse me.
Yet been confirmed,
what we're looking at will be a fantastic result. And I'd like to talk more about what we've delivered. I'd like to talk more about what we'd like to deliver over the next 3 years. I mean, look, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to talk about all the work we've been doing in the Home Office on immigration, record deportations, up to 67,000.
So how important to you would it be that if Andy Burnham ends up in number 10, he doesn't unpick any of that? We know Shabana Mahmood, your boss at the Home Office, has what a lot of people in Labour see as a pretty radical, tough approach to changing the immigration rules. Would you say to Andy Burnham that he shouldn't touch them, he should just let you get on with it?
And this is what I was alluding to earlier when we talked about, if we were dragged to the left, if that contest did happen.
Would it help you in Dover if that happened? Or you
absolutely not. It's really important that we deliver for what the country have asked us to deliver. And, deportations and removals are up by over 30%. We've halved the number of hotels since their peak. Processing times are up around 71%. We've cut net migration by 82%. We're on our way to delivering a firm but fair system for the public. And I'm really keen to continue that over the next 3 years.
James Cleverly?
I like Mike a lot, but he and a number of other Home Office ministers keep using this phrase that, how did you describe it?
Since its peak.
Yeah, so
so it's down 38% in the last year.
Sorry, who pretty much halved the number of asylum hotels? How many, when you entered government, how many asylum hotels were in use?
I haven't got the figure
I
hand
do
now, but what
218, down from 400. So I brought it down from 400 at its peak to 218. You knocked another 18 off. That's how
we will close all hotels by the end of this Parliament.
No, you won't.
The 400 you opened will all be closed by the end of this Parliament.
Well, Rob Jemrick opened them.
I'll give you that.
Well, he's having another party,
we'll blame reform
you
for
can
that
share
one.
it all around.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think Mike does make a really important point about a potential lurch to the left. I mean, we've seen through this by-election, Alex mentioned this, we've seen through this by-election Andy Burnham already flip-flopping on a number of really big issues. He started off by saying that the bond markets could get stuffed before clearly being corrected by someone on his campaign team saying a country that's borrowed as much as the UK can't tell the bond markets to do one. He's flip-flopped on spending commitments. He has said that he wants to increase spending on defence, but he's also said that he would change the government's position on waspy women, which will blow a massive hole in the public finances. So at the moment, what we're seeing is someone who's promising everything to everyone in the hope that that will get him elected in this by-election. That is not how to run a country.
And just as we talk, the candidates in Makerfield are then being summoned up on stage. We can see there the 14 of them. the candidate standing to protect rights for foxes. They're actually in his fox costume. Count Binface making his way onto the stage. But let us not let the quirks of British elections and the silly costumes that are sometimes worn take away from the significance of this moment. A beaming Andy Burnham making his way onto stage, laughing and greeting the other candidates. And his body language and his face says it all, that in the next few seconds, we expect Andy Burnham to be elected the new MP for Makerfield. What he hopes, what many in the Labour Party hope, will be the beginning of his journey to number 10. Let's listen in.
Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening, and a massive thank you to our elections team, to all of the counting staff, to the staff from across Wigan Council, to Greater Manchester Police, to all our partners and to all of the staff at the Edge. You've been absolutely fantastic and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much. Declaration of a result of the poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95. Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,927. Clark Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes. Yes.
Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 45. Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696. Pownall Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111. Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9.
So at 3:07 in the morning, Andy Burnham wins the Makerfield by-election by more than 9,000 votes, handsomely beating Nigel Farage's Reform Party. He will hope that gives him a springboard to make his way to Downing Street. Labour wins the Makerfield by-election, increasing the majority from the general election. Andy Burnham first elected an MP in 2001. Now the mayor of Greater Manchester is the new MP, waving to the crowds, enjoying the applause. And he hopes, as he walks along the stage, the next steps will take him to number 10. Let's just listen in.
for doing it with me. Oh, thanks very much. I will. It's very kind of you.
Shall you sue me if you did not dump a nuclear reactor? For 27 years, you've been legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense. Go to the site and watch the 3-hour video.
Entirely sure what's happening there. Somebody trying to make a point just as Andy Burnham was preparing to give his victory speech. But we'll expect him to return to the lectern in a matter of moments to confirm the news. Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election, the constituency by Wigan, his home turf, which he hopes will send him to number 10. And the result there, very, very clearly a victory for Labour, but very, very clearly a victory for Andy Burnham's personal popularity. He's defied the national trend. He's defied the suggestion that that part of the world, and we can just see actually Andy Burnham walking out of the back of the hall. It's not entirely clear what has gone on. At any moment like that, we would normally expect him to be making his way to give a victory speech, but there was a man making an argument, holding up a placard on the stage alongside Andy Burnham. And here he is coming up the front of the stage. Perhaps.
Firstly, can I thank everybody who has worked so hard to make this election run so smoothly and so safely. Thank you very much, everybody. And can I say to my fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not everything going on around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could, just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs, bringing back something we've lost, hope, hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks, and the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party-first approach, and I will focus on problem-solving rather than point-scoring. And I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign. And let it be really understood that I will be your MP, however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Andy Burnham enjoying the applause, a victory speech after an incredible victory, winning by more than 9,000 votes. A message to his constituency, Makerfield, of course, that he will stand up for them, but without question, a message to his party. I am the last chance for Labour. He said that this result will bring a result that will work for everywhere forgotten by Westminster. And he didn't mention Keir Starmer or Downing Street by name, but it was plain as day what he meant. There's no speech coming from Robert Kenyon, the Reform candidate. We might have expected to hear from him, but instead it was Andy Burnham enjoying the lectern. Alex Forsyth is with me here. We have just seen Andy Burnham not just enjoying an incredible victory, but essentially saying to the country, I am going to do everything I can to make it to Downing Street.
If you had any doubt in your mind that that man wants to be Prime Minister, wipe it away right now after that speech. Because yes, he was trying to say, I'm not just using this as a stepping stone, I'm still going to be the MP for Makerfield, I'm going to use this as my sort of inspiration for whatever I do. But what was he meaning? He was meaning whatever I do if I manage to become Prime Minister. And some of those key lines that he was talking about there, about bringing the change the country needs. You don't do that as a constituency MP necessarily. You do that if you manage to get the keys to number 10. So that was absolutely Andy Burnham, not overtly, but anybody who chooses to read between the lines of politics would say he wants that job. We all kind of knew it. This now cements that. He had to get over this hurdle of the Makerfield by-election, and it's also worth saying he did it. He did it decisively. And that now could potentially give him even more momentum as he eyes up that potential challenge to Keir Starmer.
It certainly does. I mean, a majority of more than 9,000. I was struck, he said directly, this is a message to my party. This is the last chance. This is a final chance to change. I mean, as you said, this is so overtly not just about the constituency, but many people in Labour, as Mike Tapp has told us here, he's never even met Andy Burnham. Change to what?
Yeah, and very, very quickly the conversation is going to move on to exactly that now. And you had maybe a tiny, tiny flavour of it in there when he was talking about this Makerfield test. If policies don't work for parts of the country like this, then I'm not going to do them. Talking about a place-based politics, which Andy Burnham's been talking about quite a lot in this campaign. But do you know what? If he does want the top job in Downing Street, and he might still have to convince Labour MPs, or perhaps even the wider Labour Party, if we end up in that stage of a Labour leadership contest, he's going to have to put some flesh on the bones of that and spell out exactly what that means, because there are people in the Labour Party, even the people who are dissatisfied with Keir Starmer, what they are saying is they do want a conversation now about policies and ideas and directions and to kind of determine where the party goes. And I think very, very quickly at this point, because Andy Burnham was pretty clear about his intention in that speech, all of the focus is going to go on exactly, well, what would you do if we give you the keys to number 10?
Of course, though, also, what should Keir Starmer do in response to this? Mike Tapp, you have been, you know, incredibly loyal when you've been speaking to us in the last couple of hours. You've urged your colleagues to not try to move Keir Starmer on. But with the extent of that victory, do you accept that Andy Burnham has burnished his credentials for being the person who can be reformed? Do you change your position at all on what might be best for the party, given the scale of the result?
Well, firstly, fantastic result. Absolutely delighted with that. And we have demonstrated to the country what we can do when we unite as a party to beat division and hate. We've got 6 points deficit to overcome over the next 3 years. We've done an 18-point previously, and the way we get there is through stability. Look, Shabana Mahmood would be a fantastic Prime Minister. Wes Streeting would be a fantastic Prime Minister. Andy Burnham would be a fantastic Prime Minister. Yvette Cooper, the list goes on. We've got a Prime Minister. We're turning the corner after 2 years. We've got a lot more to deliver off the manifesto that we're voted in on.
Let me read you what Andy Burnham said. Everyone knows politics isn't working. The country isn't where it should be. Tonight could be the turning point. Labour has a final chance to change. He's saying he's coming for the boss.
I'm really looking forward to Andy turning up on Monday. And
what would you say to him if you bumped into him? Hello, I'm Mike Tapp. Please turn around and go back to your constituency.
It's quite obvious that he's suggesting he's going to run for Prime Minister, right? You know, we can all see that. I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not obvious, because the public and viewers and all of us here aren't stupid. But what I'm saying is that we need stability. We've got to stick with Keir Starmer. I mean, look, Reform will be immediately calling for a general election if we change Prime Minister. I don't want an early general election. I want the full term with Keir Starmer so that we can continue to deliver.
Are you disappointed, Alex Wilson? I mean, you were beaten by a lot, by 9,000. It wasn't even close in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Reform went backwards. You were second in that seat last time round, if memory serves me correctly.
We didn't go backwards. We still increased our vote share on the general election, so we didn't go backwards.
The majority was bigger, wasn't it?
We didn't go backwards at all. But it wasn't the result that we wanted, obviously. Andy Burnham has won in this constituency, in this by-election, on this occasion. Will he be able to win across the country as a whole? The polling doesn't suggest that he will. There's been polls showing hypothetical voting intention with Burnham as leader. Reform is still on top. And his personal favourability ratings, as shown by YouGov and Ipsos, have now flipped in the last month or two from being net positive to net negative. So is Burnham the silver bullet that's going to save the Labour Party? I don't. Unlike Mike, I have actually met him.
This is going to be a new parlour game in Westminster,
completely different context.
Who's met Andy? I can hear it now.
But do I think he's the man to turn the country around? No, I don't. I think the problems with the Labour government are endemic. They run throughout the government, through the decisions that Rachel Reeves has made as Chancellor, through all sorts of decisions.
Highest growth in G7 in the first quarter this year.
You've got unemployment at the highest level it's been since COVID. You've got 200,000 fewer people on payroll employment. The economy is a shambles, and it's Rachel Reeves and her tax hikes that have done that. And that's a problem not just to
It's an absolute fact that we've had the highest growth in the G7.
I want to take viewers to where the action is. Well, there's plenty of action in the studio, but let's go to Makerfield. We've just had this historic result. Chris Mason is there for us. I mean, Chris, what does it feel like in the hall? And just underline, as Alex and I have been talking, this is what Andy Burnham sees as a vital turning point and an opportunity that he is absolutely going to do everything to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Morning to you, Laura. And sorry to interrupt the hearty political debate at what is it, 3:25 in the morning, which is all part of the by-election experience, isn't it? Really quite something in the hall here. You and I have done umpteen by-elections, haven't we, in sports halls like this one at this kind of hour of the morning. But this one on a different scale from any other that I've been at. Why? Well, the words we heard there from Andy Burnham tell you why. Certainly implicit, and quite frankly, in assembly, in total, explicit in his sketching out of his vision for the country as Prime Minister. Granted in broad strokes, granted grounded in the geography of the Makerfield constituency, addressing some of the critics who talked about him using this constituency as a stepping stone, saying it wouldn't be a stepping stone, but places like this, or the constituency just up the road from here, because we're actually technically outside the constituency, would be a touchstone for him at Westminster. And then the margin of his victory in a place that, yes, has elected Labour MPs for almost a million years, but where just a matter of weeks ago, when you and I, Laura, were last talking in the middle of the night in those local elections at the beginning of last month, Reform had done so well here. And so Team Burnham approached this by-election making an argument that said that if they could win here, this was a test case for how Labour could perform against reform if Andy Burnham were the Labour Party leader. Now, we should insert some caveats there, shouldn't we? We know that Andy Burnham has been and has a long and successful electoral track record in Greater Manchester. To what extent can he take that beyond this seat and beyond this region to the wider country if he gets the chance to become Prime Minister? And then the crucial questions, Laura, for the next few days. What happens next? So I expect we'll hear from Mr Burnham in the morning or later in the morning after he's had a few hours kept, some sort of victory celebration in the constituency. We'll hear too, I'm told, from the Prime Minister. What words does he choose to use, Keir Starmer, in reaction to this victory, particularly given its scale? And then what happens over the weekend? How do Labour MPs react, both publicly and privately? How does the Prime Minister's cabinet react, again, publicly and privately? To what extent does his viability as Prime Minister be tested or not? And if we make it to Monday morning without there being anything whoppingly significant, what then happens next week? How does Andy Burnham handle himself once he returns to Westminster? What does Wes Streeting, the former Health Secretary, do? There are others, of course, like Al Carnes, the former Armed Forces Minister, who've expressed an interest in running in any contest. Who might move first if the Prime Minister continues to insist that he's not budging?
And Chris, just in terms of Keir Starmer, I mean, he's known as somebody who is relentless, he's known as somebody who is stubborn, he's very much made it clear in the last few weeks that he's determined to fight on. But what do you think the chances are that he looks at the scale of this result and thinks, you know what, actually, I just cannot withstand this? One source in the party was saying to me yesterday, actually, if there was a very handsome victory like this, 9,000 points ahead, increasing the majority, what do you think the chances are actually that Starmer will revise his calculation and do what David Blunkett suggested to the BBC earlier tonight, consult with his wife, understand the way the wind is going, and actually then withdraw?
They are exactly the conversations I've been having, Laura, with Labour folk who have been anticipating the range of outcomes here and then trying to anticipate the advice that they may be dropping in the Prime Minister's ear in the aftermath of this result. You're right to say he has been persistently defiant in the run-up to this, twice in interviews I've done with the Prime Minister in just the last week. Now, to an extent, you would expect that, wouldn't you, certainly prior to a result? There's a limit to what any Prime Minister is going to say publicly that might undermine their position even further. There are certainly some senior figures in the party who can see that this is going to end for Keir Starmer one way or another relatively soon, who are keen to counsel him that there is a way in which he could depart, as they would put it, with some dignity, but also to ensure that there is, or limit the chance, certainly as far as he is concerned, of being an active agent in triggering a contest. Now, of course, there could be a contest even without Keir Starmer in it, but given the magnitude of Andy Burnham's result here and his likely popularity within the Labour Party compared, for instance, with Wes Streeting, do we get closer to the possibility that there could be some sort of rapid changeover, even a coronation, where Andy Burnham were to become Prime Minister relatively quickly? We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, aren't we? Because let's see how the next few days pan out. But absolutely psychologically, Laura, as you've been hearing, as I've been hearing, those conversations going on with the Prime Minister about how he might want to handle this, as his supporters will say, and indeed some of his critics, for his own sake, but also for the sake of the party.
Chris, thank you. And we should be keeping a close eye out on the Prime Minister's feed on X, because without question there'll be people who are up and awake in Downing Street and in Labour Party HQ wondering if, how and when he should make his first public statement. So we'll be with you probably for about another half hour, and we'll be keeping our eyes on whether or not there is any response on the record from Downing Street or even in the Prime Minister's own name before we say goodbye. We are obviously not going to say goodbye before going to John Curtice to look at the numbers in this extraordinary contest. I mean, a very, very clear majority, John. And in the terms of the share of the vote, Burnham appears to have pulled off something really quite remarkable, defying the national trend very clearly.
Well, not just defying the national trend, but defying the historical trend of most governments in most by-elections. Mr Burnham didn't just win handsomely, he actually increased his party's share of the vote by nearly 10 points. The last time that happened was actually the Hartlepool by-election where the Conservatives won back in May 2021. But if you look through the record books of post-war British politics, and particularly from the 1960s onwards, even governments that are in much better fettle in the opinion polls than the current government is, usually loses ground in a parliamentary by-election. I think it's worth interesting, and it really is following up from Chris Mason's question about, well, can this be replicated elsewhere? First thing to note, between them, the Conservatives, the Greens and the Liberal Democrats got no more than 3% of the vote. Liberal Democrats, by the way, by my reckoning, it's their worst ever performance in a by-election, 0.4%. And I think one has to say that there are two crucial elements, therefore, to Mr Burnham's success. The first is the apparent readiness of those who are minded to vote for parties other than Reform or indeed Restore Britain, who did indeed save their deposit. There are apparent readiness to fall in and to back Mr Burnham. Now, in some instances, it may well be anti-reform tactical voting, but in other instances, and this takes us to the second element of Mr Burnham's success, is that in a sense he was riding two horses at once. He was both riding as, well, the person who was trying to appeal to the traditional Labour vote, but we know that in most contests at the moment, Labour has struggled to persuade more than half of the people who voted for them in 2024 to vote again, but he gets most of them back into the fold. But he's evidently then also being able to appeal to those who want to see the back of Keir Starmer, both amongst people who voted Labour in the past, but also evidently amongst those who might otherwise be switching to the Greens, to the Democrats and maybe even the Conservatives. The question, therefore, you have to ask yourself is, when Mr Burnham becomes Prime Minister, how easy will that trick be possible to repeat? Because once he's his own man, he's not going to be able to campaign against himself in the way he's been able to campaign effectively against Keir Starmer. And the readiness of voters who support the Greens, support the Liberal Democrats, to be willing to fall in behind the Labour candidate, I'm not sure that's necessarily that can be replicated on a broader level. And then, of course, what's also true, bear in mind the fact that because he is so popular within Manchester in particular, again, the extent to which his popularity can be extended across the whole of the country. Well, all of this is for Mr Burnham to prove. It looks as though he's going to get the opportunity to prove it, but I don't think we should necessarily assume that there's going to be suddenly a dramatic change in the standing of the Labour Party in the national opinion polls, as opposed to them being given an opportunity, perhaps through Mr Burnham becoming the next Labour leader, to indeed, in the somewhat longer run, to be able to turn its position around and indeed, as many Labour MPs hope, to carry the challenge to reform.
We will see. John, thank you very much indeed. I mean, it is still an if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, but I think we can be absolutely sure that there is a challenge underway, even though he didn't actually name it. How many MPs do you think are still going to be loyal to Keir Starmer now, Mike Tapp?
Well, 80% of the Labour members think that Keir Starmer's doing a good job.
Yeah, but how many of you are going to try and
let's bear in mind, we're moving on, obviously, into is there going to be a leadership contest? Of course, at this point there is.
I'm asking you, at the moment, how many of your colleagues do you think would still like Keir Starmer to stay as Prime
I
Minister?
really don't know the numbers. People I speak to are very supportive, but of course I do know that there are those that aren't. But I don't have the exact number of that. But I do believe that, you know, if there were to be some sort of contest and Keir Starmer were to fight it, it's at that point that any candidate standing has to lay out exactly what they would do for the country. And in my view, and this is my view, that if that agenda that's laid out is too far from the manifesto, then it's really difficult to not call a general election. And we will see that pressure coming on. So what we could end up seeing here, if there's a leadership challenge, is candidates laying out their agendas that don't move too far from the manifesto, and all the public will see is utter chaos, and they'll think we're doing exactly what the last government did. So my call is to stand firm and continue to work hard as backbench MPs and as ministers, and start and continue delivering.
It's not always chaos, though, is it? So Theresa May Boris Johnson then took over from Theresa May, and actually that was in the Brexit period, but he then went on to win a very significant majority, and then things went badly wrong. But Gordon Brown took over straight from Tony Blair. There was no contest. He took over.
It didn't last long, did it?
Well, he was in charge for a couple of years and then lost the general election.
And then we've been out of power for over a decade.
But there's not, my point is there's not necessarily chaos. And actually, the last time your party was in office, they did this the last time. There was someone who was no longer popular with the country, so they handed over.
And then we were out of power for over a decade, and I do not want to see that again. I want to see Keir Starmer finish his term and then potentially go further, depending where we're at the end of this first
I was about to ask you that there.
It's important that we have stability for the country. That's what I'm always thinking. How do we deliver? How do we put country first? And we do that by not churning personalities at the top.
James Cleverly, if Andy Burnham were to become Prime Minister, would you call for a general election?
Well, I think the challenge that we've all got as a country is that there's a lot of important stuff going on. I mean, the fact is that if he became Prime Minister, I think he would take the country in the wrong direction. He's been championing quite a left-wing agenda. But the other thing that really strikes me, and I was listening quite carefully to the speech that he's made. I know Alex picked up on a couple of points. But of course, I think it was a bit hubristic. He was already talking about him being the last chance for the Labour Party. But also, he already started defining himself in opposition to. And he's done this a lot. So part of his success as Mayor of Manchester was defining himself in opposition to the Conservative government in Westminster. And he did it again in that speech. He already started playing into this north-south divide. Now, Mike is an MP on the South Coast. I think there will be a lot of Labour MPs in southern parts of the country who think, well, hang on a second, is he basically going to set Manchester and the north of England against the rest of the country?
But
and if that's the case, that's a real problem.
And it's a very interesting point. But I did ask you a clear question. If he becomes Prime Minister, would you call for an election?
No, it's not my judgment call. I need to talk to Kemi about that. I think that before we go into a general election,
in a better position in the polls.
Well, no, when we've got things like all our candidates selected and that kind of stuff. Look, I've been party chairman.
The Conservatives
and I know,
but the Reform will.
Well, that was my well, hang on. You guys are all trying to nick my job or play past the parcel or something. You're not in that position.
Well, no,
you're not going to make that argument at this point in time.
So yeah, there's an important logistic process, getting candidates selected and that kind of stuff. We want to make sure that we are ready not just to call a general election but to win a general election because, as is so often the case, there is a massive clearing up exercise that we are going to have to do as a political party.
And in a second I want to go back to Makerfield, but just briefly, Alex, if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, would reform call for a general election?
Yeah, I think so, because he needs to get a fresh mandate. He unlike any other potential candidate to take over from Keir Starmer, he wasn't even elected on the 2024 general election manifesto, so there's a very clear need for him to secure a fresh mandate. I know James doesn't want a general election because he knows that the Conservatives would do just as badly as Labour if there was an election in the next few months. We're up for it, we're getting ready, we're going to be selecting our candidates, we're going to be building our policy platform, and absolutely we'll be ready for that general election. Whether it's 28, 29 or 27, whenever it comes, we'll be ready, we'll be taking the fight to Labour right across the country.
First of all, that's demonstrably nonsense. As we've seen in this by-election, they struggle selecting one decent candidate in one election. The idea they're going to select 600 candidates for a general election and about 400 people that they're claiming they're going to put in the House of Lords,
that's his problem, not
plus
yours.
300 people that they're going to populate the senior civil service with, is for the birds. The bottom line is that there is only one party that actually takes the job of governing seriously. I thought the Labour Party also shared that ambition, but what we've seen from their time in government, that they were very keen to get into office, but had no idea what to do once they got there, and that is absolutely not going to be the case with the Conservative Party.
Well, turbulence may well continue in this country of ours. Let's go to the scene of that turbulence tonight, Makerfield, and speak to Patrick Maguire of The Times. Patrick, thanks for being with us. Chronicler of all things Labour. What do you think is going to happen in the next couple of days?
Look, the choreography is yet to be decided, but the lesson from tonight is that Andy Burnham is the only electoral show in town for the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer has run out of road. It is over. There is no longer any debate to be had, any serious debate to be had over what the only remaining chance, to use Andy Burnham's language, the last throw of the dice the Labour Party can have, is Andy Burnham trying to unite on a national scale the progressive coalition he built today. Let's forget all the displacement activity, all the pointless chatter about West Streeting and Al Carnes and whoever else. It is going to be Andy Burnham, and it is going to be Andy Burnham soon. Everybody needs to arrive on that plane of reality if the Labour Party is going to put itself back together again.
And yet how they get to that point, which you are suggesting very definitively, does still matter, because it matters not just in terms of the outcome, but the method in which they do it could cause all sorts of agony, all sorts of pain. I don't know if you heard Mike Tapp here with us in the studio tonight, has been very clear that Andy Burnham must not move to the left if he ends up in charge. He's been very clear that a lot of MPs don't really know what he stands for. So is it right for his supporters just to present this as a done deal?
Look, I think Mike obviously puts across his view very forcefully, and he's right, I think, that there are still some doubts in the Parliamentary Labour Party about what Andy Burnham's agenda is and what exactly he stands for. But he's done something Keir Starmer has proven himself abjectly incapable of doing, which is winning an election against reform, not by the skin of his teeth, but very, very comfortably. And I think if we are just going on the self-interest of Labour MPs alone, a lot of them will have looked at what just happened and they'll be thinking, I'll have a little bit of that, please. And it will be amazing for people to see just how quickly supposedly principled objections and deep reservations about what Andy Burnham stands for and what he's going to do and this and that melt away almost immediately. Now we know that that sort of thing can happen.
In terms, though, of what he actually does once he gets there, I mean, that rather matters too, does it not? And Keir Starmer did win a massive general election in 2024. I mean, you've made the point Burnham's beaten reform very convincingly, but it's really not yet 2 years since Keir Starmer did that. He beat reform and the Conservatives and everyone else less than 2 years ago.
Yeah, but if you look at the result, Andy Burnham has increased Labour's majority here tonight on 2024. You know, that's the significance of this result. It is not Andy Burnham sort of squeaking in. It's not Labour sort of winning by default with a split right. It is a progressive majority reassembling in British politics. And of course, you're right. Everybody with reservations about Andy Burnham is right. He's going to get there on Monday. He'll be Prime Minister whenever. And it's going to be really, really difficult. We're about to find out whether that electoral appeal can be sustained with the difficult inheritance and all the massive in trade that Keir Starmer has, by and large, struggled to finesse politically. But look, I don't think anybody in the Labour Party can seriously argue with what's just happened. I think people who try, and I think people will try, risk, frankly, just looking a little bit mad.
And what, Patrick, lastly, do you think are the chances of Keir Starmer actually changing his mind and saying, OK, the jig's up, I'm not going to try and stay on?
Look, Keir Starmer was adamant this week that him contesting that leadership election or being ready for a leadership election was in the national interest. I think things are going to move very quickly, and I think Keir Starmer is sincere when he talks about country first. At the end of the day, it sometimes takes him a little while to get there, and I think it's going to be very hard to argue against the weight of parliamentary opinion once Andy Burnham arrives on Monday that what the Labour Party is absolutely desperate for and what the country wants to see, where there's a progressive majority for the Labour Party in seats like this one in this evidence, is a summer of infighting.
OK, Patrick Maguire, thank you very much indeed. It is going to be a huge few days and weeks for people who do your job and my job, as well as a massive few days for Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham ahead. But when it comes not just to the Labour Party, the huge consideration, of course, here is what is the public going to make of all of this? They are the most important, of course. The voters are always in charge. In Makerfield, they've picked Andy Burnham. But Alex, what about the rest of the country?
Well, right now, the public are going to be watching on, aren't they, with that result and wondering what on earth is going to happen next. Patrick Maguire suggesting that Andy Burnham might just walk into Downing Street without much of a contest. But we shall see. And you wonder if there may be other people in the Labour Party that just might have something to say about that. So we can look at some figures. Now, this survey was done by Survation and Labour List. It's worth saying that this was done about a month ago, and my goodness, a lot has changed in politics between then and now. But what this gives you an idea of is what Labour Party members think about possible leadership contenders. And we know a few of those names have been kicking out for a while. So look at this very top one. When you ask, who do you prefer, Andy Burnham or Keir Starmer, look at the lead for Andy Burnham, 61% compared to 28% for Keir Starmer. This is among Labour Party members. And remember, if there is a contest, then the Labour Party members could be the people that end up having the final say. When you ask the same question, Andy Burnham or Wes Streeting? Wes Streeting, of course, the former Health Secretary, who once again has made no secret of his ambition, saying that he would even be prepared to trigger a Labour leadership contest as recently as this week. 71% for Andy Burnham versus 18% for Wes Streeting. And a couple of others here, just to give you a bit of context. When you put Sir Keir Starmer against Wes Streeting, Sir Keir Starmer's the most popular. When you put Angela Rayner, who was, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister, but then she had to resign, 45% to 41% against Keir Starmer, so much more even. What can we take away from all of this? Well, if you put Andy Burnham against some key contenders for the leader of the Labour Party and therefore right now the Prime Minister of the country, it seems like Andy Burnham is by far and away the most popular. Laura, wonder what that's going to say to the Labour Party members weighing up tonight's result.
Thank you very much indeed, Alex. Well, they might not even have a choice. Who knows? Let's reintroduce Sophie Starris from the research group More in Common. And it's great to have you with us because you've spent lots of time in Makerfield in the last few weeks. I think you've been there 9 times talking to voters there. Are you surprised by the scale of the result, given that you spent so many hours listening to people?
I think to an extent, but actually, if we look back even at the polling that we did there, the focus groups we did there, so many people were undecided where they were going to go just a week ago. We know that voters are increasingly untethered from party loyalties. They increasingly make their mind up in the polling booth on election day. And so there's a lot of flexibility there. And so obviously it seems that Burnham was able to win over a lot of people, potentially at the last minute.
That's really interesting. And of course, the question though now is how is he going to be received in Westminster? What is the public at large going to think of him? What are people going to see if he ends up being the person who is saying, I'm not just the MP for Makerfield, I've got the right to come and try to change the country? So when you think of lots and lots of different polling that you've done, how do you think he's seen across the UK, not just in the northwest of England?
Well, I think the thing that's really important to consider when you're thinking about Andy Burnham is he is one of the only Labour leadership potential candidates who can appeal to its left and its right flank. We've seen that in our polling, and clearly he's been able to do that in Makerfield tonight. You know, the combined right vote of Reform and Restore didn't even really come close to him. He's managed to squeeze the left vote behind him. He's one of the only candidates, it seems, who can do that.
So that's an important point to make if you look at the arithmetic, because we touched on that a few hours ago. Restore, which is further to the right than Reform, but they were hoping to do very well. They did, you know, kind of get scores on the doors, as it were, but their vote combined with Reform still didn't touch Burnham.
Yeah, so clearly it's not just a Restore effect. It's not just Restore eating into Reform's vote. Burnham has clearly been able to win over voters who were considering Reform back to Labour and actually also expand the voter base there. So that's really important for Labour as it tries to rebuild. I think one thing that was quite clear in our focus groups in Makerfield was people got a sense of Burnham's character, but not necessarily his policy platform. And obviously he will have to spell that out in any leadership contest. Have been a bit of an unknown in policy terms has worked for him in this election because people could essentially project what they wanted him to be onto him.
It can suit politicians to travel light, can't it?
Exactly, but I think obviously the longer that you've got to present yourself as an alternative to Keir Starmer, the more you're going to have to spell that out, and he's going to face exactly the same challenge of spelling out a policy platform that unites both those right and left flanks that Labour is losing across the country.
But in terms of how the public at large sees him with relation to the other party leaders, then just give us a word on that.
I think there's perception that he's further to the left than Keir Starmer is, not significantly so, but partially. And I think actually when you ask people about sort of Burnham's politics, a big sense of it is that idea of fighting injustice, standing up to Westminster, standing up to the establishment. That's obviously much harder to do when you're the one with the keys to number 10.
Establishment.
Exactly, and so I think people are a bit unsure of how that message translates when you're in government yourself.
OK, well, we may well see. Sophie, thank you very much indeed for now. And I just want to show you, always one of my favourite moments in election programmes. There we are, the sun coming up over the Thames. The Houses of Parliament, they're still slightly shrouded in the dark, but that white circle is the clock face of the Victoria Tower, which houses, of course, Big Ben. Andy Burnham, we would expect to be arriving there to some fanfare on Monday morning. Maybe he'll be heading straight to have a conversation with Keir Starmer, but there will be massive focus on what happens there in the next few days. And we are coming up to 4 o'clock, can you believe it? But at 3:52 on what is genuinely a night of history, Mike Tapp, are you worried about what's about to happen to your party?
It's going to be a difficult period, of course. We saw from that acceptance speech that was more than a local MP's acceptance speech, not like my one in Dover and Deal. So look, it will be tough, and of course I am worried about that because I've been really clear that my view is that if we open up a contest, then it only does us damage 2 years in after winning a massive majority when we're starting to turn the corner, and I absolutely stand by that.
But if there was a choice between having a contest or just having a gentleman's agreement between Burnham and Starmer, you've been very clear and very loyal, you don't want Keir Starmer to go. But in this context, would that be your preference, some kind of handover power rather than a contest?
This is why this is such a wicked issue, because I don't want to see a contest, but at the same time, if you're taking over as Prime Minister, your politics and agenda has to be crystal clear. And for me, it's not.
So which would you choose then? It's a difficult choice. It's a wicked situation.
I would choose to not have a contest or a coronation. And we heard from Reform that they said they'll be calling for a general election if we change leader. And that pressure will be intense and it will be credible because every single one of us as Labour MPs was calling for it when the Tories did the same.
But that may not be your choice to make.
Oh, it's not my choice to make.
But you may have to have a view as a Labour MP. You may be asked in the coming days, do you want to put your name, for example, to Wes Streeting's candidacy so he can get over 80 names so that you can have a contest, or whether or not to accept that actually a gentleman's agreement between the two men at the top would be the best?
Fine. Where we are now, I'm obviously fully behind Keir Starmer. That won't change. If there's a contest, I will do what I always do, and that's put the country first. And if there is a contest, I will then get behind the person that I believe is best for the country.
Mike, I've been presenting you with very untempting choices from someone in your position in the parties. We appreciate you answering. Alex, you want it to be a general election if Andy Burnham turns up as Prime Minister somehow. But actually, the result tonight shows that you're not where you want to be.
Well, the result shows that we're the clear challenger to Labour in a key seat like this, which is seats that we replicated well across the country. This is an existential battle for the future of our country, and it's a battle that will be fought between Labour and Reform. So bring it on.
James Cleverly?
I think something feels a little bit distasteful with the idea of Andy Burnham going straight from a by-election down to Westminster and then almost demanding a coronation. It denies any meaningful choice, even for Labour MPs, which pales into insignificance compared with the position to the country as a whole. We don't know this guy. I mean, it's ironic that the two people who have met Andy Burnham are neither of the people from the Labour Party, and yet he's basically standing there up on the stage at Makerfield saying, "My time is now. You know, I am the king of the North, and I'm going to be, the king of the whole country." It just feels inappropriate, and
yet he has done what Conservatives at the moment don't appear able to do, which is clearly beat Reform, who are intent on taking your lunch. I mean, Nigel Farage says they were going to replace the Conservative Party. They're trying to, get rid of Labour on the left too. And he has done something against the prevailing tide of politics.
So we won't know exactly what happened with those numbers, but looking at the...
we know that he won by 9,000, more than 9,000.
No, but the point is, the point I'm going to make is that we don't know what underlies those numbers. We know he's very popular. That was unsurprising. It's quite clear that the message that a number of people, both within Reform, the Conservative Party and others have been saying, which is actually Andy Burnham's the best bet to get rid of Keir Starmer, has clearly worked. And everyone from Labour, Conservative, Reform and others that wanted to get rid of Keir Starmer have perhaps focused on Andy Burnham. I think that could be an explanation of some of those numbers. But the point is, we don't know the guy. We don't know his policy. We know that he is a good communicator, and that matters. But you need to communicate good policies well, not just be an empty vessel that makes a lot of noise. I genuinely do not dislike Andy Burnham. I've worked with him a bit. I don't pretend to know him a lot, but the country doesn't know him at all. And I don't think that is a really good platform to demand the keys to number 10.
OK, one phrase finally from you both, because we're almost at an end. Where do you think we'll be by Monday morning? Alex?
Well, politics is never dull, is it?
That's a pretty safe answer. Mike, where will we be by Monday morning, do you think?
I'll be working hard to deliver for the country.
Another very good politician's answer. James Cleverly, where will we be by Monday morning?
I think the Labour Party, the Labour government will be in turmoil just at a time when we need the government to be firing on all cylinders. And I think that is a real letdown for the country as a whole. But I think, look, the civil war within the Labour Party, whether it's visible or invisible, started at, was it 7 minutes past 3?
Well, 7 minutes past 3 is when he was confirmed as the new MP for Makerfield. It has been a huge night for Andy Burnham, and it is now just about time for us to say goodbye. And there is dawn. Are we saying hello to a new day and a new era? Andy Burnham is once again elected a Member of Parliament. The man, former Labour Cabinet Minister, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, who is intent on replacing Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister in number 10. Burnham showed clearly that he could beat Nigel Farage's Reform, defying the national mood. But does he have enough momentum to now force Keir Starmer out of a job? That last few hours we've witnessed together could usher in the 7th Prime Minister in this country in 10 years. Quite a thought. Thank you to all of our guests in the studio. Thank you to Alex Forsyth for sharing her wisdom with us, and to Professor Sir John Curtice, of course, for his exemplary command of the numbers. And thank you most of all to you for spending the early hours with us. Our colleagues at Breakfast will be with you at 6 o'clock in 2 hours' time, and my colleagues right across the BBC will have every twist and bewildering turn of what happens. And I'll look forward to seeing you, of course, here on BBC One on Sunday. who knows what will have happened by then. Thank you for watching, and from all of us, goodbye.